Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese. Merry Christmas to all of you. Welcome back to Tekkit 2. I can't wait to get comments from folks who watched this series during summer of 2024 who are like, yeah, it's July. Or 2025. It happens from time to time, you know? But welcome back. We are back down here in the basement where, as you can see, things have changed. If at the end of the last video you thought, geez, that ending felt rushed, it was. I needed to leave. I had to stop recording. And I was like, we'll just have to stop here. This is going to be what it is. But I wanted to talk about this machine here a little bit more before we carried on, because I did come back and make some changes, and I also did something else. You could call it cheating. I call it being a little cheeky, okay? Here's what we did. We went ahead and we elevated everything like I said we would, so that all of the MFSUs and all of the solar panels are all connected to all of the other MFSUs and all of the other solar panels and all of the mass fabricators, so that they can pool their excess resources. And I achieved that by just doing glass fiber cable, MFSU, glass fiber cable, high voltage solar panel. And what I found was that even though the machine should be consuming enough power to have one-to-one between production and consumption, there was excess power from somewhere. And it very slowly started to fill first the MFSUs in the middle, and then once those were full, slowly it went outward. Now, I went ahead and grabbed the maximum number of solar panels I could from upstairs, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. And I added them down here. Fortunately, they made up this nice little grid, which is a grid pattern, I should say, where I placed them every other block. Now, you might look at this and say, now wait a minute, Reese, that's not quite right what you've done. That's not quite how the pattern should work. And you're correct. You are correct. So what you're going to end up with here is either two side by side, because it's an even number, or there's not one at this end here. But I went ahead and did them like this because there's a pipe coming down here anyway, and it's fine, and who cares, you know, at the end of the day. This is just to add that little bit of extra power generation during the day to top off the MFSUs so they can all keep running after dark and get 24 hours in-game and real life if you leave the game running of UU matter generation. Now, I also moved the disposal chest up here, which is where, you know, sometimes this thing just, for whatever reason, you end up with a bit of scrap metal in the system with nowhere to go. And I'm not sure exactly what causes that. Maybe there's too big a delay between when an individual machine says, hey, I could use some. It's like a hair in my mouth. Geez, I wonder where that came from. Wonder how that got there. Anyway, I think maybe like one at the very end will say, hey, I could use some scrap metal, and so it sends some scrap metal, and then before it gets here, it says, hey, I could use some scrap metal, and it sends it again, but then the first batch arrives, and the second batch gets here, and it's like, I can't go anywhere here, I'm confused, and then just throws up on the floor. I don't know if that's what's happening, but for whatever reason, we have the disposal chest up here, and as we add more banks of this, you know, boom, 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 I can see moving more things up here to the center. Also, we needed to power the teleporters down here, so this is what I've done. They're tied in directly to the high voltage solar panel because the MFSU is always full, because this, we just don't use that much energy. We just don't, which is fantastic. But this is how I've got it set up for now, and I left it running overnight. This has been running now for at least about, what time is it? Close to 16 hours, I want to say. And we still have no UU matter. I mean, I know it looks like we have UU matter, but that's because you haven't seen what happens after it hits about 7 or 8. I can't remember. I think to make iridium, it's 7. There it goes. There you go. Yeah, so 16 hours of this and the one upstairs running, and where are we at? Nowhere. This is the reason why it's not just a full bank. Good gosh. Give me a second. That's why we always silence our phones before we start the recording. Otherwise, you will get a heart attack. Why is it so much more frightening when you're recording, as opposed to if I'm just like normally sitting here and I get a phone call? It's like no big deal. I guess it's because I'm in a zone right now, right? I'm super hyper-focused. But yeah, that's the reason why we didn't have just... Y'all probably didn't hear that one. That was the sound of a cat knocking a bowl off of the porch, and it made a loud clatter. Listen, I'm trying to stay focused here, but there's just way too much going on in the world around me. Okay, here's what we've managed to accomplish here today. We ran out of solar. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get at here. Solar panels, high voltage ones. I was just going to have double the number of them down there so we could guarantee we generated enough to get us through the night. But we didn't have that many. I took out what was in here, and, in the last episode, they weren't regenerating because we just ate through all of the excess UU matter that we had been generating. Remember, for the course of this series, Brashad Cub, the AI, he set up that generator ages ago. So there was a big supply of UU matter being generated that got back into the system to create a lot of these things, automatically even, in an automated fashion. We burned through it. So we're now scraping the barrel to try to get by here. But leaving it on all night, even though we don't have a big supply of UU matter, here's what we do have, right? We got this. This is going to be filled up eventually. I think it's still going. I think it's going to keep going, if I'm not mistaken, until this is full, possibly, is how it's configured. I don't remember exactly. Or maybe... we'll check later. I think because of these machines... Right? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because we're using machines and not crafting tables, we're using a more traditional style of automation, which means that in here, all we have is an item sink. Yeah, there we go. So that'll run until this is full, and that's perfectly fine. We love to see it. This, though, this right here is where we're still struggling. I mean, we're not getting iridium ore built fast enough, and that's what pretty much all the UU matter right now is going towards. So that means that we can't really build a second bank because I don't think we'll be able to get enough solar panels. I might be able to take those out and we'll get like a small wave of them. We might be able to get up to 16 out of there. But look, I understand I could just tie it all into the grid, but we've determined that this is how we're going to do this setup. We've decided that this is the system we're going with, and we're going to do banks of these, and that's just the way it is. So you got to learn to deal with that sometimes, and roll with it, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait. We're going to just wait it out until we actually have enough UU matter to build a second and a third bank, and then we'll do that then. And in the meantime, what we really need to do is build more teleporters, because gosh darn it, why was a teleporter never built for the opposite side of the factory? Why was that never a thing that was done? Also, there's a teleporting hub, but I'm not really sure how that works, and it requires a full PESU for itself, and I'm not about that life right now, so we're just going to build the regular teleporter. What is this? Portable teleporter? What is this? How does this work? Has this been seen before? Item right-click actions. Teleport the player to the target position. Item click on block actions. If the block is a teleporter, it will set it as your Really? I'm sorry? This isn't too complicated to build. What is a short-range telepads? They're used to transfer players and other living creatures short distances, 250 blocks, when linked to other teleport. What is this? This sounds cool. It uses EU. All right, all you got to have is, compressed titanium, which I think we've built before. I'm pretty sure we know how to do this. Titanium shards. I think you get this from a planet, don't you? Am I wrong? Yep. Which planet is this from? World Gen? Just enough. But what? Asteroids. So you go to asteroids. You mine yourself up some titanium shards. Right. That sounds pretty doable. And then also you'll need a beam core. That's easy. We can build that right now. And then you have these little teleporters. But I don't know why we'd want to use them as opposed to the ones we already have when we have to jump through all these hoops to build it anyway. And it's not going to take us between dimensions like these. If the recipe was like way simpler and easier to build, or maybe there was some way to... You know what I miss is the wand that we've had in previous series. I think in particular Sky Factory series tends to have this thing. You just hold the wand and you can either right click and it'll zoop you through the air, or you can set up dedicated like teleporting pads that you stand on. And when you have the wand, you can zoop right to those pads, or you can stand on them and look around at other ones and you can see them through space and time. It's pretty cool. I like that idea. First things first, let's head upstairs though. You know, we're definitely going to build your regular bog standard teleporter, and we are going to go out here real quick and see whether or not we've had any progress on our trees. I understand. Listen, I know. We spend too much time out here. You know, this is basically turned into that time the Yogscast ended the Tekkit, the Jaffa factory, to pursue bees, and no one liked it, and I understand that, all right? Trust me, that's not lost on me, but we were invested at this point, so we're going to see it through. That's all I can say. What have we got? We got a teak, everybody! Isn't that what we were going for? I'm pretty sure we wanted a teak, and then what can I use the teak? The teak can be used to make... Was it balsa? And then balsa can be used to make the thing that we wanted? What type of sapling were we trying to get this whole time? Hold on, we were trying to build it for this house here, right? It's balsa wood. Yeah, okay. So that's what I thought. I looked it up here, and balsa is just teak and acacia. We're so close! We're so close to actually doing it, and then what are we gonna do? Go take down his house and rebuild it? Absolutely not. But it'll be nice to have accomplished that. So if there have been any other mutations, or any other cross-pollinations, I'm not finding them. Which is odd, because it's been a while. I did leave it on overnight. I guess the bees weren't running, though. Because the bees stopped running. Is that like a different color, or is that just a shadow? I think it's just a shadow. The bees don't run overnight, you know, they just run till they die. Alright, well, let's go ahead, and we'll take down maybe this tree here. We're going to give this one charge, and then take down just this tree here. We're not going to be crazy. So we do teak, and then we do acacia, and we need lots of bone meal. And then it's just a matter of waiting for these two to be cross-pollinated, which I understand might take ages, just because... Ooh, goodness. That's a cute little tree. It might take ages just because that's the only two, and who knows if it'll ever actually happen, but we can hope. Did I just spend 10 minutes shuffling bees around? Yes. Are you gonna watch it? No. I'm not gonna subject you to that, because I care about you and your time. And I've already wasted enough of it. Let's build a teleporter, shall we? I added the teleporter hub, but we're not building that. Let's not be silly. This in itself requires 2 teleporters, as well as iridium plate, which here's the thing. Can we even build that? Do we have any lying around? Before I commit to building this, first off, why did I come here? Let's not go to the penthouse. Let's go to the factory. Hopefully this will be one of the last times we use that teleport. It's useful if that's where you want to go, but more often than not, I feel like this is where we want to be. Over here. And we're not, because we simply do not have a teleporter over here. But iridium plate, I don't think we have, like, any of stocked up. It's all going to other projects. And we don't have any UU matter lying around to build. So we kind of just can't build that today, which sucks. It kind of looks like we're just going to be building some teleporters, but that's okay. That'll be fun in and of itself. It'll be progress is what it'll be. Why did I come here? I keep going and using the wrong teleporter. This one. We're going to repurpose this one to take us all the way clear to the other side of the factory is what we're going to do. That's what that one's going to do. We're going to build 3 new teleporters. At least 3 teleporters here today. So, can we do that inside of here? Do we have what we need inside of here already by chance? We're missing the frequency transmitter. Does it keep the frequency transmitter when it builds it? I actually don't remember whether or not it does. Really? What are we missing? Too many side projects got crafted in the process? There's some iridium plate in here, I just realized. How many did we need? We needed 4! Now wait a minute! Hey! Now wait just a gosh darn minute. We'll come back to that. There's a frequency transmitter. So can we build one of these now? What if I swap that out? Can we build one of these now? You need glowstone dust. What if we swap that out? Can you build one of these now? You need glass fiber cable? Okay. Let's see. What can we get rid of? Probably the gold cable? Can you build one of these now? I mean, more glowstone dust, huh? I don't know if this is actually faster than just manually grabbing the individual components, but I would prefer to do it this way. We do need more frequency. Okay, let's see. We'll build... They don't stack, I think, is the issue. So we'll build... 3 is what we need. We've got 1, and then possibly 2 for this. So we'll need to build 5 total. So we got the 4 frequency transmitters now. And then it's just a matter of moving those in there one at a time. Oh, baby, what did we run out of? So many things. Copper block in particular. I wonder how many this is supposed to be manufacturing. Do we ever put a limit on it? It doesn't really matter one way or the other. Oh, look, it's getting dark. Now is a great time to demonstrate how well this thing holds up at night. So something I did want to note, because I'm sure someone out there was wondering, But no, it doesn't matter that the sun is not directly shining on this in the afternoons. It doesn't take into consideration direct line of sunlight. So in the morning, when the sun is very clearly not actually shining down here, as long as it's up and you have clear view of the sky, it works perfectly. But we are now in the nighttime or sunset hours, meaning it's cut off. But you saw there before, it didn't make a difference that the sun was like setting over there. But now we're drawing power from the MFSUs, and as you can see, it is draining it pretty quickly, but you gotta remember it's going to drain the outside ones in. For some reason, I think just because of the way that this thing calculates power consumption, it just defaults to draining all of the energy from the outside ones like at a faster rate than the ones in the middle. Now, I've never actually stopped to make sure that this continues running all night, so this might be like a good opportunity for us. We're not gonna like stay down here, but we'll go upstairs and continue working our teleporters, and we'll just kind of check in there from time to time. 4 and 5. 5 new teleporters. 3. How did I want to configure this? We'll need 2 down there, and we need 1 down... Hold on, I'm confused. It doesn't matter. What matters now, though, is are we going to attempt to build the portable teleporter? I want to say yes, we are. I want to say that we're going to do that. What exactly do we need here? So we need 6 advanced circuits, we need some iridium. We already have the iridium plate, thankfully, right here in my inventory. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if I came over here and I opened up IC Classic 2 and we had some UU matter. There you go. Should we hold on to that? We'll hoard 2 of them and we'll go throw one of them down. We have magnets too. We really don't need those magnets. We can go add those into the system. I don't need to be holding on to them. It might be, tell you what, we'll keep a stack. We'll keep a stack of UU matter. We'll keep a stack of magnets, and everything else goes and gets put into the system for furthering our setup here. So let's see. Here's to the backlog. There you go. That's going to be gone in an instant. Just you watch and wait. There it goes. Oh, but not completely. Oh, but because... Never mind, no. Because it has to get to a certain amount before it extracts it. Which, I believe that amount is 7, because this is probably going to go directly into iridium construction. How are we doing on this, though? We're doing okay. Meanwhile, we need 16 plasma cores, and we should have that many. This poor system has been, like, struggling away trying to manufacture these, and I'm coming in here to take 16 of them. Why is that the amount that it's trying to hold? That I don't get, but whatever. 16 of those. And then we need 1 PESD, which is also being automated, conveniently right over here. And we'll just take one of those. 6 advanced circuits. We probably have some of those lying around that I've collected for other projects that never got used. But for the sake of just, you know, being fully prepared, let's grab some new ones. What is that? Yeah, 6 of them. We have too many as it is. We have quite a few of those from the before days of the better automation system. Is that everything that we needed? Hold on. So 2 of those, 4 of those. Yep, looks like that's everything. We will need to make a new memory stick. We could sacrifice one that we have, but something tells me if I did that, we'd get to a point in this series where I'm like, oh yeah, we have some spare memory sticks right inside of here somewhere. Right there, and then, oh, we literally had one for everything you need to build teleporters. As well as generators. We never need to build generators. We're going to sacrifice this one. I've made that decision. I don't think you can do it in the project bench, because the project bench won't let you stack objects. So, we're going to need just like a regular crafting table for this. And we'll go ahead and build that. Maybe right next door to this one. Speaking of, do we have the crafting table? Hold on. Crafting... There's a crafting table, like MK... Is it the crafting table 4? Is this the sequel to the 3? This thing, if this is what I think it is, this thing was amazing back in the day, because the crafting table 3, I want to say is what it was called, would allow you to, if you had the items in your inventory, just click the item and it would construct it. So you had to kind of memorize the recipes, but you didn't need to memorize exactly where they went or go through the effort of putting everything in the correct order. Now, these days, you know, you can just grab the recipe like so and have your way. But I'm kind of more interested now in whether or not this is what I think it is. So we're going to build one of these. Welcome to episode 80 or 90 some odd of this series, where we're building one of the earliest game items one might build. This is the crafting table MK4. Let's get rid of this and we'll plop it down here. And yeah, that seems to be what it is. So if I toss all of this stuff in here, Why glowstone? Hello? Do you not work the way I think you work? Maybe this isn't what I thought it was. Okay, let's see. Portable... Yeah, you know what? Every so often in life, you do a thing, and it doesn't work out. And you know what you do? You carry on. Why do we have a piston? Why do we have 8 furnaces? These are the questions that'll haunt my nightmares. Is there room for this thing up here? Oh, there's a pocket crafting table. That's kind of a little bit more useful. I want to get this thing out of my inventory. I don't want to destroy it though. Put it in there with the enchantment books. That'll be fine. That'll be perfectly fine. Where's the portable crafting? Where did it go? Hold on. Portable crafting, doohickey, manufactory. There we are. We actually did it. A lot of you thought we wouldn't do it, but by golly, we've gone and done it now. Now we have to get to our charger, which is behind a large screen monitor. We should consider, and this is just an idea, but we should consider relocating the advanced monitor to some other place. How long is this going to take? Oh my, but it does hold a lot of energy, doesn't it? I didn't consider how annoying it would be to have to constantly charge this, but also, is this even the best charging pad? Hold on. Are there better charge pads? I don't know if there are. I feel like the fission one, yeah, appears to be the best one. Is it good on power, though? It has a pretty big power storage system. You know what we could do, if we wanted to be able to charge this thing without thinking about it, is we could figure out where do we stand a lot when I'm just, like, monologuing and yapping. Where do I tend to stand? Where, like, right here, for example. I think we spend a lot of time, maybe even right here, actually, not right up on top of the crafting table. We could just plop a charge pad, like, right here, and then when I'm doing crafting and things, it'll just be passively charging whatever I have in my hand at the time. And then maybe the same over here with the bees. Just throw down another one, like, right here, if you please, so that we can, like, get around here to all of these things while we're working. Just an idea. Speaking of ideas, we're gonna head down here real fast. Maybe a little faster than this, please. Maybe not. We're gonna check and see how we're doing here. So, the outermost MFSUs have still not run dry, and the inner ones are a little past halfway. I'm wondering now, though, can I just leave this thing here for a bit? Is there a way to charge this thing inside of here? Inside of an MFSU? I guess there isn't. What if I just tossed it into a solar panel? Understandably, there's no power right now, so I can't do that. Looks like I'm going to have to stand on the pad and charge it. But for now, we got to clear this out and add more teleporting bays. I don't have lights. I don't have extra basalt. I don't really have anything I need for this. How are we doing on power, though, in the few seconds? I think the sun's going to be coming up here soon. And we've not burned through the outermost MFSU still, but it's getting close. If you were wondering, using these teleporters doesn't eat into the power from over there, because they are individually charged directly from the solar panel that is designed to power the big electric flux generator that is designed to power just the logistics power junction. So, I think we're fine. We should have eaten through all the power in the external system, though. By now, surely? Not quite? I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to be just fine. I'd like to stay down here and, like, verify, but here comes the sun. I'll tell you what, yeah, let's stay down here and verify. This will be good. Because I've just sort of been assuming that we had enough juice. Didn't we do the math and figure out that there was enough power to keep these going for about 16 minutes? So that should have been plenty. So it is slowly decreasing. The sun is coming up. We don't quite have solar energy yet. We'll know when it kicks in, though. And again, it is eating through the ones on the outside first. So these are going to... Oh, they're going back up. They're filling back up. We've got sun. We've got sun. So now they're going to slowly... I guess now it's a matter of waiting and seeing whether or not they actually fill up throughout the course of the day. Or not. Now, these are going to fill up much more rapidly, because remember, in the same way that those are the first to drain, they are the last to recharge. These are going to recharge at a faster pace towards the center. None of that... Let's focus on what we're actually doing. Let's... You know what? Relevancy is a thing that we need to learn to practice. You know what? It is not just lights and things we need. We need MFSUs as well. That's sort of important for teleporters. I'm not sure if you folks knew that or not. Glass fiber cables, also very important. Need to keep these on you at all times. You never know when you're going to be expected to plug things in. So, little word of advice, keep it all handy. All right, there we go. That looks pretty decent. And then I do have the mercurial eye set up and ready to go. Getting all that tidied up and looking a lot better. Nothing worse than just bare stone, you know what I mean? No one likes that. You don't want that in your life. I can't quite see... Yeah, there you go, it does hook in. Perfect. I guess I could see better than I anticipated. And we'll throw down the MFSU. And we'll throw down the teleporter. Wonderful. So, that was a mistake. Can I just break this with a regular... This isn't... I don't think that this is a thing that you have to have a electric wrench for, or even a precision wrench, which I know is right in front of me. I just have to track it down. But maybe we also shouldn't just, like, smack it, because we're not sure. And the last thing I want to do is break one of these teleporters we've done all this hard work to manufacture. So, we're going to get a reinforced stair, because I think that's how we did all these other ones, right? Yeah. Lovely little reinforced stair on top. And a lovely little bit of marble. And then we've got to get the last ingredients, which are a button and a sign. And I'll tell you what else. These are not the right buttons, first off. So get rid of sign, and then find me the correct style of button. There we go, stone buttons. We might redo some of these. We might have factory, like, west and factory east. And then this will be... the penthouse, which means we're going to have to reprogram all of these. And in fact, now that I've said it, where are we going to put these back in the factory? Let's find the frequency doohickey first off. We had a frequency transmitter. We've used it many times. Every time, in fact, we've tried to set up one of these teleporters. So, I don't quite understand what could have happened to it or why it's not in our bag. It's not a difficult thing to construct. We can just make a new one. It's just, I know that we have some already, so I don't know where they've gone. Let's go to the factory first off, and let's figure out where we're going to set these up. I guess maybe right about here, but tucked inside of the wall would be kind of cool. And it would be pretty conveniently located compared to all of the other places we tend to want to go out here. Because normally when we come over here, this is the corner we go to. This is the corner where we spend the most of our time when we are here on the factory floor. So this, I think, makes the most sense. The issue now is placement and power. So how do we get juice to it? There's not really any power leads in the direct vicinity. We gotta remember to use an HV transformer to bring the power down. Because there is power literally right here. I guess we could slap an HV transformer right here, and then have it go into an MFSU, and then have the teleporter be right on top of that, and it'll be a little bit messy down below, but it'll look fine from the factory floor, which is... that's okay. So these? It could be these. These look right. HV transformer. That's correct. And, yeah, no one... if we ever do tours of the factory, no one's ever gonna actually, you know, get down here. We could tuck a lot of this stuff back behind it, if we wanted to, and kind of keep it out of sight with this, for some reason, this part of the roof is a little bit lower than all the others. We could take advantage of that. We're not going to. We're just going to plop this down right here, and then plop down a glass fiber cable to carry the juice. And actually, is that the input or the output? We can check. Okay, that's an input. We want to flip that right back around before we blow anything up. MFSU. No explosions so far. Flip that right side up. And then right above it here, going to put down our teleporter. And our button. And our sign that we will label... what are we going to label it? We're going to call it the Nexus. Because I don't think we really call that area where all of the teleporters are anything just yet. And we're going to, from now on, call it the Nexus. So we will hook that into here. And then what we're going to do is, like I said, we're going to rename these... let's see, the north is directly in a thiswardly direction. So this is west and this is east. So we'll have factory west and factory east. So yeah, penthouse is getting moved. It's going to become... well, first off, we'll pair these two together. Link established. Does it work? That was horrifying. Why did I almost die? Was it the sign? Wait, hold on. No, isn't that the same place the signs are in here? Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's rename this sign. Factory, and then in brackets, east. Wonderful. Or we could just do... well, I've messed that one up. That one's going to have to get redone anyway. What I was going to say is what we could do if we wanted just to be one line. We could do factory, and then, like, W for west. Factory west. And then we could do the same over here. And just have it be, not the same, because that would be useless, but we'll do factory east. And then we'll remake this one as the penthouse. Which does mean that I now have to do this. Why does that one injure me? Why? I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's not going to kill me, I don't think. It's just annoying. We'll have to relink this one now, though. Wowzers, but this is quite a flight. Straight up. It feels like it takes a really long time, too. It's a good thing that there is a teleporter up here, and that this is hopefully the last time we'll ever have to make the flight all the way up. There we go. Link established, and then we want to note that this is the Nexus link. Wonderful. And then back to the Nexus we go. No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not what I did. That's not what I did! Oh, I forgot to clear it. Oh no. Big bozo energy. Falling takes just as long. Okay. Penthouse, and then we shift and right-click to clear the dang thing. And then we select Factory East. We go back to Factory West. I can't believe I did that very basic mistake. That is an embarrassment. Alright, and then we... just right-click it. Then shift right-click to go ahead and immediately erase it so we don't make that mistake again, but that'll take us back to here. This will take us back to the penthouse as soon as we actually put down a button, which is interesting because that means we've never used this teleporter before. Again with the damn... Why? That's not right! Where do you take me? You son of a gun. That... Wait, Wait, no, penthouse, though. That should take me... You've got to be shrekking me right now. You've got to be shrekking me. Oh my gosh. We're gonna get old going up and down this thing, I tell ya. So, there we go, link established. Where do you currently take me? Unbelievable. Okay. Penthouse. Please take me to the penthouse. Please take me to the Nexus. Please take me to the Factory East. Please take me to the Nexus. Please take me to Factory West. Please take me to the Nexus. We've done it. And in case you were curious about the progress of the recharge, it's going along. It's not quite going along as fast as I thought it would, though. Do we need to double the number of solar panels? Is that truly what we need to do? For now, as the sun sets, which it is doing, and, yeah, that stuff downstairs is not charged. You might be wondering, well, geez, Reese, didn't you leave it on for, like, a whole, like, 16 hours? And it was charged when you came back. Yeah, look, I'm gonna confess something to you folks. There's a command you can punch into the game called do day-night cycle, where you can make it never get dark. And if you're leaving your computer and you want to create UU matter all night, dadgummit, that's a surefire effective way to do it, let me tell you. I'm not saying that's what I did. I'm just saying that it's possible that such a maneuver could have been used. Okay? I'm just saying that maybe that's what happened, and it certainly would have resulted in, 16, 20 straight hours of real lifetime of product generation without power ever going out. We're going to probably, because I'm not going to pay attention to this. I'm going to forget that it's nighttime, and I'm going to not sleep. And we're going to want to maybe add more solar panels. It's fun. It's fine. Or get the ones that keep running a little bit at night. That is actually what I want to do. That is what I want to do. Because I think those generating at night, along with a full buffer in the MFSU, that is going to be what actually keeps us going all night. But for right now, we've done a great job here. Let's figure out how the heck you're supposed to use this now. The portable teleporter. If we go back upstairs here, I think the idea is that we click it onto a teleporter. So let's just use this one here. I think that one goes to no teleporting target. What if I shift click on it? Target set. Okay. And then from no matter where I am in the world, I can just right-click and be back here. That's pretty handy. How much power did that use, though? I don't remember how much was in there to start with. Is that the most useful place to have it right now? Because no matter where we are, we tend to want to get back into there. Or should we put it at the Nexus? If we assign it to a teleporter at the Nexus, I wonder if it even needs to be charged. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you need power for it to work? If I slapped a teleporter down right here without any power on it, some of you are going to think this is crazy, but hear me out, okay? Because it's just using this as a target. Oh, hold on. Target set. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be plugged into juice. Meaning no matter where I am in the world, if I'm like off far away, like let's say I'm, first off, let's rename this. It's no longer Space Center, right? What is this now? It's B-Land. Or you know what? It's the B-Wing, right? You know, like to have A-Wings and B-Wings and whatnot? I'm not talking about Star Wars, but as soon as I said, you know, like A-Wings and B-Wings, the first thing that went through my mind was a hospital, followed very quickly by just Star Wars starfighters zooming through my head. To clarify, I mean like in a building. We'll have the West Wing, or if you go in a hospital, they're like, ah yes, babies, A-Wing, go that way. This is the B-Wing, where bees are made, okay? But now, let's say we fly away, and let's say we're dealing with, I don't know, let's say we're talking to a pigman here. What's up, buddy? Absolutely, sir. I'll go do that for you. I'll be right back. Oh, did it not work? Is it out of power? Do you have to be within a certain distance of it? There we go. I'm assuming that what happened there was we just didn't have enough power, yeah, to get me all the way back to here. It's handy, though, because then from there I can go anywhere I need to go. The issue is going to be, though, that it has to be charged, and we have to recharge it. And I mean, it's gonna take so dang long to charge it like this. But there are no faster charging pads. We have the Fission charge pad. If you look up charge pads, that's the peak right there. So unless we cover the ground in charge pads, which I am not opposed to, can you imagine every square inch of the factory floor being a charge pad? There's no way to wirelessly charge these things, I think. Is there? Comment down below, let me know. That would be really handy. Go ahead and add this over here, and then we're going to check for wireless. Let's see what we get. Yeah, nothing in here for wirelessly charging devices, which is a gosh darn shame, because that would be super useful. But I think we're just going to have to build Fission charge pads and put them in more convenient places than where this one is. Which we can't do because we've burned through all of our iridium plate now. I don't think the rest of these were particularly difficult to construct. But for right now, we've just got this one. And I guess what I'll do is I'll just stand here and charge it. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye and Merry Christmas to you all. Howdy folks, how are you all doing? My name is Reese and Merry Christmas to you all. Welcome back to our Tekkit 2 Let's Play adventure, where today I spy something with my little eye that's new, but there's a couple of things I want to talk about first. I mean, first things first, and we're not going to spend a whole lot of time out here, but I just want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that we now have a noble queen, and if we go into the basement, we've also procured something very curious that I was not even aware would be on the... If I can just get down the hole here. This isn't a bit, by the way. It's really hard to get down there sometimes. We also now have an ancient drone. Now, having a look at this thing, it looks like in terms of bee breeding, what we really want is to combine an ancient with a secluded or an ancient with the primeval. Now, in order to get a primeval, you have to get a secluded and an ancient to get the you get the idea. And then to get a secluded, heavens, I don't know. I've got to get an austere and a monastic. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll get there eventually, but for now I'm just hanging on to the fella and keeping him in here. Maybe we should breed him and possibly get more. We'll see in the future what we end up doing. But something else I wanted to note is the charge pad. Turns out there are upgrades you can get for it. None of them are great, though. There's some that have a sound to them, like, oh, they're going to charge things when you're not standing directly on the pad. But no, what they actually do is it just charges things, either other items in the hotbar, other items in your inventory, items that you're currently wearing. Basically, it just expands the usability outside of the item you're currently holding in your hand. Neat, but useless. There's one that makes it sound like it's going to charge kind of everything around you. There's also a drain conversion module, which sounds like a good time. But let's see, which one is this? Let me see if I can find it. Basic field expansion expands the range where the charge pad can affect people. Okay, that's the one. This effect can be installed only once. Installing the same type more often will have no effect. Also, you still have to stay on the charge pad to keep it activated. It's useful in a multiplayer scenario when you've got a lot of people you need to charge up. Just have one guy get on there and other people gather around. Cool, very cool, no denying that it's cool. Not useful for us, so as of right now, not very handy, but I am liking that teleporter. So something else I did was I once again left the game running by accident this time. If you are a channel member and you watched the Final Fantasy 16 live stream, we did the DLC, you'll know that at the end of that, I suddenly had a revelation that I had left this thing running for about 36 hours, and it's full of UU matter, and all of these are full of UU matter, and that's a darn shame. Because what we could be doing this whole time is have it pumping into a chest to get even more UU matter, which is exactly what we're going to do now. We're going to correct this mistake. We're going to go back here to this factory, and we are going to reconfigure this setup that we have in order to get more. So what we're going to do is, where is the UU matter at? Right here. So that's the UU matter. We got to figure out exactly how we're going to play this, because we need to be able to route the UU matter all around the place and get it from downstairs to upstairs, meaning that having the white purple chest is still necessary. But also, considering how difficult UU matter, like how long it takes to manufacture, the fact that there's been any time in which UU matter has not been assembled is quite... Oh, this one's still running. Oh, of course they'd still be running. Because I assume UU matters... Oh, you sweet son of a gun. I have no idea what this chest is doing here. I have no idea why. Oh my gosh, we're reusing this... Okay, so the ones downstairs weren't running, but these never stopped, and that's wonderful. Because that means that at least those were continuing to make more UU matter. Well, what we actually want is a... never-ending pit to dump UU matter into. Reason being, that just makes sense. It takes so long to manufacture it, and it's such a pain in the neck that if we're ever in a situation where the game gets left running for 36 hours for some reason, we definitely want it all going into a black hole unit. This is the one item that I can justify running non-stop and potentially filling up. We're never going to fill it up, though, is the issue. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to... Ooh, okay, very delicately break that chest. We're going to replace that with this. And we're going to empty our player inventory into there. We're going to lock it. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but my brother's here playing video games in the living room. He just keeps screaming about something. I think he's playing something online, some kind of crazy multiplayer thing for the youngins. Okay, so what we've done here now is we're going to fill this up first, and then that'll empty into this ender chest. But now, we need to get the contents of the ender chest downstairs, here, and into this black hole unit. Which, how are we going to accomplish that? Basically what we need to do is we need to change the ender chest downstairs to be something slightly different. Maybe we'll do purple. You know what? Downstairs is green, isn't it? Maybe we'll do lime green, purple. Or maybe we'll just do triple purple, because I don't think we have a purple floor. I don't know. We'll figure out some color, and then we'll need to have it dump into here, and then reconfigure how this works. I think we might need to move this chest, though. This chest is in a not-so-great position for what we need to... Ooh, actually, how are we going to configure this? It's complicated. It's complicated is the problem. Because we need to now have an additional chest that's going to dump its contents into this black hole storage unit. Although we might have more room to do this downstairs, actually. That might make more sense. Okay, that's what we'll do. we'll take this, very delicately pick that up, break this, and we'll have this go here, okay? And so that should all continue to empty in there just fine, except for it's full right now. So what we need to do is get back into the basement. There we go. That makes way faster trip, doesn't it? And then instead of having everything get dumped into this chest, instead what we need to do... This is going to get confusing for a second, but I think I'm working it out in my head. If we have that be there... And we have this. Where are you? Very delicately. And then we have gravity pipe. Ooh, right, no, those do not have an EMC value. But we should have some gravity pipes in our inventory here. We were using the heck out of them before. It's possible they're right in front of me, I just don't see them. Let's type in gravity. There they are. I knew it. Alright. So we'll have this be on top of it, and then there we go. What I'm doing right now might seem confusing, and that's only because I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. What we're going to do is we're going to break this, okay? And then replace that with a unrouted pipe. That should work just fine. We're going to move that pipe up here and slap it on right there, along with the item sink, and then this is going to need to be... Ooh, come here, you. Actually, because of where this is going to hook in, I think it might get mad if we don't put a basic pipe. Like, obviously we have to have a basic pipe here, because we're about to tee off of this, but I'm wondering if putting a basic pipe here next to the logistics junction is going to make it freak out? No, it seems fine. Okay, so UU matter is going to start coming out of there, and going into here. Okay, so now everything that produces UU matter is going into here, and we can have this be right here. Right, so far so good. Everything's so far so good. So that's lovely, that's what we want to see, and all of this will kick off and start running again. Kind of wish that I had done this beforehand. Really regret not. So here's the issue. We now need to start routing all of this back up top. So it looks like that's empty now. That's good. So what we're going to actually do is we're going to change the color of this one. Right now it's white, purple, purple. I don't know if white, purple is taken. Let's see. Well, that would actually be bone meal, wouldn't it? So we're going to change this to bone meal. And there's nothing in there. We're going to then need to grab another chest. Are you following me so far? Are you with me here? Or am I losing you? Hold on, we need to go back up to, yeah, Factory East. Boy, that's so much quicker to get around. We need to change this one also to bone meal. Okay. So, nothing in there. Boom. So those are now linked. And now, everything in here that currently uses the ender chests is configured to use purple, purple, white. So we don't want to change that. What we do want to do is, I'm sorry, white, purple, purple, is go in here and grab 2 purple dyes. Okay? And then here's a question that I don't remember. I know that we cannot item translocate into one of these, but can we item translocate out of one of them? That I don't remember. Let's find out together. This is going to be our moment. Finding out whether or not this is going to work. Because then what we're going to do is set this up to white, purple, purple. And that should keep everything upstairs fed. Assuming this works. Yes, it does! Wonderful. Okay, so you can hop out of them. I haven't checked to see whether or not there's been updates for this pack. If there are. So this will update it to do a stack at a time. That'll fill this up. So now what we've done, and you're still getting sunlight, right? No, because it's getting dark outside. That's okay. That's not a problem. But effectively what we've done is everything that now generates UU matter, both upstairs and down here, is going into the black hole unit, which will fill up indefinitely forever. And then we have this chest down here that gets fed from the black hole unit. And conveniently, we can use item translocators to make sure it never overflows. And then if we go back up to Factory East, because that's set up to white, purple, purple, everything that still uses white, purple, purple, well, that's white, pink, pink, hold on, bad example. Everything that still uses white, purple, purple is still getting fed plenty of UU matter. This is full. Are you full? Hold on, let me take a look at you. You are full. See, this is the issue with the way that we have decided to do this, is that 32 slots of 64 items, whatever that comes out to. Also, is it 32 slots? It's actually 9 times 3, isn't it? 9 times 3 is 27, times 64 is 1,728. So I would actually like this to be bigger. So what I'm going to do is very delicately break it. I have to be careful because you can easily break what's underneath it, okay? And then I'm going to put this down in its place. And this is the new buffer, right? So that's going to start running again, which is going to consume a lot of the UU matter we've gone through the effort of collecting. We're going to place this on top of it, though. And we are going to grab more of... if I can get the correct item open here, we're going to get more item translocators, which are on the screen right in front of me, I'm sure. But as per usual, I'm having difficulty locating the objects that I am seeking. They're all up here across the top of the screen. Naturally. Alright, gonna hook these up. And there we go. So now this will fill up, and this will fill up. And because this is already set up, the Brashiat Cub doing this weird automation has caused certain things to be a little bit more complicated than they should be. But that's not connected, right? Yeah, it's got the red line, which I think means we're fine to go there. But, okay, so that should now... we should get more of that. What about this? This is an object that we've been struggling to maintain a certain amount of. What are we looking at here? Okay. Really? That's how many of those we decided to keep in stock at any given time? I guess, provided you have enough UU matter, it does manufacture them very quickly. But I feel like more of those is in order. So, let's grab the iridium plate out. And let's say that we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stacks of iridium plate, please. There we go. Lovely. So that'll fill that up, which will be handy in the future. Magnets? What are we doing with magnets? What's the situation with magnets? How many of those do we have? Why are we not just maxing these things out? This is odd. This is an odd choice. I don't know why we've decided to do almost tons of full stacks here, but we're gonna correct that mistake. What the heck is it doing? There we go. Okay. That's something at least. Although, wait a minute, this is based on machinery, which means that we could easily set this up differently. We don't have to be using provider modules and active suppliers. What we could be using instead is we could come over here. We could simplify this quite a bit. We can do kind of what we did over there. We'll grab a item sync and a quicksort module, and we'll grab a big chest, like so. By the way, we can figure out how many one of these holds here in a second, too. But, where are magnets? Got turned around. We will delicately break this chest here. Hello. Ever so delicately. And then we'll plop this down in its place. Oh man, I was kind of hoping that would stay there that entire time. Oh, we need to go put up the other one too, I forgot. Okay, hold on. There we go. So, it should start dumping those into here now. But we are going to actually change it. We're going to get rid of that and add a quicksort. Get rid of this and add an active supplier with a configuration for magnets. And now the way it should run is anytime there is a magnet in here, it'll automatically spit it out into here, and it should make them indefinitely until this is full. And then once more, you know, we're just going to keep building onto this wacky system that Brashiat left us. Why change it when we can just continue to compound our issues by adding more to it? You know what I mean? This obviously makes way more sense. Glowstone, power, there we go. So that should fill that up. And then once that's full, this will fill up. And then once this is full, it will no longer sync these. So this will run until it's full and it'll be done. And then all of this should continue to operate as it currently is configured to operate. So we should be good to go there. But we are going to grab another magnet. And there we go. Come back over here with a couple of item frames. I still like using the white-backed ones. I think that was a good call on Brashiat. Clearly I've done something wrong. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that in a minute. For right now, that, and then also this. There we go. Now, what seems to be the issue here? Yes. Okay. But why, though? It looks like UU matter, diamonds, and advanced alloy. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab, because I don't know how else to very quickly address this in the time that we have been given, we are going to grab 1, 2, 3 of these, alright? And here's what we'll do. Hold on, we're also going to need the appropriate... This is so dumb. This is so dumb. Do I not have any in here? I need like an MK1. Oh, I've got 3 of them right here. There we go. Alright, what we'll do is we'll go 1, 1, 2, 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. We will dump all of those into there. Okay, lock that. We will dump all of the diamonds into here, and we will dump all of the extremely precious UU matter into here that we definitely don't want to despawn. That would be a nightmare. I don't know why it summoned so... I guess it tried to summon enough to do the whole of the crafting operation. Like, however many of these we've summoned, it tried to summon enough to do them all in one go, which is stupid and insane, and I don't know why it would do that. Also, I think these actually need to be tier 2 now that I think about it. Don't believe I have any of those in my handy bag of tricks, unless I do. And that's possible that they're literally right here. So that's good. We actually want to go ahead and get provider modules as well. And we will configure each one of these up with an item sync that is going to say, hey, I am a default route. So am I. Now, normally this would mean that anything that doesn't have a place to go will go to this chest. That's not exactly how we're going to be using it, though. We're going to use each one of these as a dedicated route, but the fact that they're locked should prevent them from accidentally picking up other items. So, there we go. And then once we plug in these, yeah, there we go. It'll allow it to start exporting those items and then move them around, and then in the event that it orders too many, it'll pump them back into here, into these various storage locations. And then we've got some, like, spill over here. Although, honestly, I would like to see all of that emptied out. But I'm worried then... You know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and we're going to decommission this. We're going to take out that item sync. And now... Because I think there's only 3 things used in this recipe. Yeah. It should slowly go through and use these. Hopefully. What are you? You're the advanced alloy? I was going to say let's take out its provider module and force it to use these first, but I'm not going to worry about it. If I really wanted to, I could manually extract all of these. First off, sort them. And then manually go through here and dump them out. And I'll be darned if that wasn't really something I wanted to do, and yet here I am doing it. Isn't that just so funny how that works out? Boop, boop, boop. There we go. So, it looked like it went through all the UU matter. We'll see about the rest of this stuff. Did it do this? What are you waiting for now? What do you not have that you need? Have we gone through all the UU matter that we'd stored up? Looks like all the UU matter is gone. Man, that big excess of UU matter was short-lived, wasn't it? But it's fine. As long as I leave the game running for another 2 weeks, we gotta fill up all the extra space we've left for ourselves. What's your story? What are you doing? You're also configured oddly. Go ahead and just crank this one up to 64 as well. There we go. I don't know if I need to have a big chest full of those. In fact, we didn't check and see how many the big chest holds anyway. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, so 9 times 12 times 64 is 6,912 items. So that is how many plasma cells we will have, plus however many this holds. That gets us up to what? 7, 8, 8-ish thousand, some odd, somewhere in that range. Cool. Alright, well, now, hopefully we have enough solar panels that down in the basement, I'll be able to build a second and third one of these and have them also be independently powered, which is very important to me. Has the sun come back up yet? Sun's up. These are recharging. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The system works, I tell you. The system works, I think. I guess it must. I guess it must, because it worked for several days in a row. Good. Oh, and it's the morning, too. Yeah, the extra solar panels, I think, make a difference, although we still want to replace those with the ultimate hybrids. And honestly, like, most of this stuff is already being manufactured. It's really this stuff down here I don't know about. So if I wanted to go from advanced solar panels, we would need to automate... All of this is already being automated. It's just whatever irradiant glass is. So I need to automate the construction of irradiant uranium, which is just ender pearl enriched uranium. We'll have to get a uranium enricher, an ender pearl generator, a refined uranium generator, which is just going to be uranium being dumped into a rotary compressor or whatever it's called. And then from there, all of that is being, except for whatever enriched scenarium is. Okay, we can automate that. That'll be super easy. And then from there, we get to this. Looking a little bit more complicated, but not really. Kind of everything we needed to automate beforehand is basically getting automated. Biochunk, don't know about that unless that's easier to manufacture. Compressed... That was a big noise. That was in real life, though. You're not going to hear that. What is this? Compressed coal ball and obsidian. Okay, coal ball. All right, again, something that can be automated. I'm wondering if there's an alternative that I can use for the coal... Oh, gosh darn it, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. I see that it needs coal dust. Chiseling? What? I can get a block of charcoal and chisel it into a coal ball? Really? I don't know how to automate that, though. Might also be easier to just... It's industrial craft coal dust. We know how to make that using a macerator. In fact, I think we already have that automated, so that's nothing. This can be done pretty easily. It might be a couple of videos worth of work that, dedicated hard work, but we can get there in the end, and we'll definitely need more UU matter, though, because a lot of those recipes required UU matter. So, back up to the house now, where I guess we're going to go check in on whatever that is. But first, before we do... I had a little experiment I wanted to run. I wanted to see, because I've been looking at the Christmas tree and feeling depressed. Because it's just so bland. All we've done is we've effectively made a big tree, and there's no fun in that, is there? What happens if you saw a light? Because I think that's the issue with these, is that they're too big. If I saw a light, you can't. What if I saw a light using a slightly different saw? You can't. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. What are my other... Let's see, inverted. What are my other options here? If we have a look at these. What are these? A light fixture? It's a little fella. I can't tell how big it's supposed to be. It looks like a pain in the neck to manufacture, though, doesn't it? Don't like that. We've built these before. I don't know. If this can be slapped on the side of a tree, it might be worth it for me. Cathodes, huh? What have we got in here? I was going to say, I know we have things like that. We have circuit plates from Project... Grab those, and then do we have any cathodes? That's a cathode. Let's grab that, and then we need red Illumar and glass panes. Glass panes, I think, are just, like, lying around in various places. There's some. Red Illumar, that is just a matter of getting some rose red and getting some glowstone. We can make that right now. We don't even need to go into the basement, which is normally where I go to do this, just because everything I need to do is already laid out down there. Is this shapeless? It is. Well, go figure. Alright then, in that case, we've got everything we need right here. Anodes and cathodes and whatever else galore. All I've got to do is hit the button. Wah-war! Wah-war. This is an annoying recipe, and if we decide to do this, it's one I'm going to automate. But let's see what happens if I just slap this on the tree. Nothing, because you can't put it on... Why not on the side, though? Why not on the side? Why can't I put things on the side? Okay, you know what? How about this? How about this? How about we get some wool, okay? Do we have any wool? This is the wrong thing to be opening. What we want to do is look here. And we have lime wool, okay? And what about cactus green? That'll make it a little darker. Will it kind of blend in a little bit with the tree? The last thing I want is an artificial tree. But if I get rid of just this one leaf here, okay? Okay, that's not what I meant to do. And then I put this here. Is that, like, painfully obvious what we've done? And then we just slap that on the side? That's awful. It's just awful. And there's no coming out of it. It's just no matter what we do, it's gonna be awful. Fine. You know what? I don't even care. I even had the idea of making the horrible, hideous, ugly star look better by changing it from yellow lights to yellow wool, and then you can use the inverted pieces on the side, right? So if we grab those, what are they called? Slopes? If we grab some, first off, not slaps. If we grab some slants, that's what they're called, and we get some wool, we even have yellow wool, okay? Hear me out. We'll have to replace the whole thing, because otherwise it'll look awful. But you could do this, and you can get gosh darn close to an honest-to-goodness point. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of a blunt issue up here at the top. Right, though? Right? It might be something to consider. I'll leave that there right now for consideration. It's not going to look nearly as bright. Also, I've never actually looked at it from a distance. It might not be as bad as it feels like it is. It is as bad. It is as bad, and it doesn't really look like those slants in the side are helping. At least you can tell what it is from here. Unlike this, no idea what this is. Let's go have a look. We were told that they were working on the docks and a Senate chamber, and I'm assuming that this is going to be a Senate chamber. Yep, it's got that kind of a vibe to it. Where is the fire? Is it the one underground way over there? Actually, it's probably underground here as well. It's very annoying, though. Napier! This looks great! What is this? Is this the Senate chamber? Indeed. Fantastic. Who said that? Oh, that fellow over there. I guess those are workers. Well, Napier, I've got to say, I am thoroughly impressed with everything you've done here. Who's going to be in charge of the Senate? Senator Supreme, of course. What a title. I was expecting Supreme Chancellor, President, or, what do they have if you have, like a House of Lords and a House of Commons? You have, what is that called? Prime Minister. That's the one. What do they call that system? Parliament! That's what it's called. Had to look it up. Napier, who's gonna be the Supreme Senator? Or Senator Supreme? Whatever you just said. There will be a vote, though the outcome is almost certainly decided already. It's gonna be me, probably. We'll see. Alright, Napier, keep up the good work. It's looking great in here. Looking absolutely fantastic. I wonder if they're gonna connect these somehow. Put like a train station around here somewhere. It does look cool. It does look cool. I wonder where everyone's gonna sit, because normally you gotta sit, because being in government's actually very boring. It's mostly sitting around and then waiting to get... I mean, you can't call them bribes for legal reasons, but let's just say if you sign my new green electric deal, you'll have a place to retire to when, you know, the folks back home get sick of your shenanigans and finally vote you out, or more likely you retire at the age of, you know, 98, and you got about 6 months left in you to earn as many millions as you possibly can. I'm not saying the system's corrupt, but I'm not saying it isn't. I'm not saying that for sure. Alright, let's head back home and get rid of all this stuff. Something else I was considering was, do you know how if we go back to the factory on the east side, there's all these different floors? Well, I was trying to look at it and figure out where exactly, and you can see I've already been kind of experimenting with the idea up here. Or no, I didn't. I undid it so that we could organically discuss this together and pretend like I hadn't done it. Remember, I like to build things in such a way that you don't need magic or technology to get around, and we've sort of failed at that here. But I want to undo that. I want to correct my mistakes. Now, what I was thinking about doing is, because we already... Sorry, my nose is very itchy. Because we already have cables going all the way from the basement up into the ceiling, what I was thinking we would do is right here, we could have a teleporter. So basically you have your cable, your MFSU, and your teleporter, and then on this side you could have a ladder. And what we'll need for that is some lights, and we no longer really keep lights handy because they take up way too much space inside of our pack. That is not going to teleport me anywhere at all whatsoever. There we go. Home upstairs. I'm going to get real lazy with that thing here soon enough. You know what? No, peak lazy is when we just have no more actual portals, and in my inventory I just have like 13 different like handheld teleporters that I use to zoom around. That's going to be unmanageable and a nightmare. But here's what I'm looking at here, okay? Just to kind of give you an idea. Also, is it faster to just punch these? Is it faster to just punch these? It feels like it's the same speed as using the tool. Except without the possibility of accidentally breaking your way through the floor. Are you kidding me? Is that actually the case? That's almost infuriating. Are you kidding me? Why? Why is this... What? For reason beyond explanation, the game has decided to choose violence. So... what we're going to do now is break these, and we will have the lights come along like so, okay? And then also we could probably put a light there. There's no reason to have just a regular old gap there. That doesn't benefit us at all. But then, oh, also, can we do that here? Is that going to be okay? This is the only side we can do this on, because this is the only side where it's completely smooth all the way up. So then we want to grab ladders, and we're probably going to use the iron ladders, because we're rather fond of those. Did we figure out whether or not this had the mod where you can, like, just keep clicking and it builds them up? It doesn't appear so. Does this have the mod where you can just keep clicking and it builds them down? Yes, it does. So we can just right-click there. So we'll have a ladder going all the way to the top in case we're in a situation where we no longer have access to magic, or we no longer have access to technology, and we just need to manually move about the place. We'll be able to do so. Now, you could say that makes the place inherently less secure, because now any old body could... Oh, wait, this doesn't go all the way down, and it can't. Unless we dig a hole out that way, but doesn't that technically go beyond the bounds of the level beneath us? We'll figure that out later. We'll tuck one away over there or something. And then the teleporter is going to be right up here, which we're going to, before we do this, because we're going to want a teleporter for every floor, we're going to need to automate teleporters, okay? Because that's going to be a nightmare to manufacture this. And the only thing we're missing to do that, by the way, is the frequency transmitter. Automate that, and then automate teleporters. Everything we need is already down there being manufactured, so it's not even really a difficult task. But you cable, MFSU, teleporter. The real question is then, where's the hub of all of this going to be? I don't like the idea of needing to go all the way back to the Nexus. Like, if you're on the 3rd floor and you want to quickly get to the 9th floor, you don't want to go to a teleporter, go back to the Nexus, go down the hallway in the Nexus, get in the thing for the 9th floor, then teleport back here and go to the 9th floor. What I would much rather do is have maybe a row of them down here on this wall, because there's nothing else going on this wall, and there's already a teleporter here. We might relocate this one, in fact. There is, I know, a lot going on beneath here that's technically like a hallway. Yeah. So what we're effectively doing is looking at adding MFSUs along the ceiling here, pretty much all the way down. I did not mean to do that, but I don't think that's going to have any negative consequences. What is that plugged into? Is that being used for anything? Why are we doing that? That's silly. Oh, good gosh. Alright, well, whatever. I guess that's the system we're using here. Where are they? Here we go. We'll get it hooked back up. I didn't mean to unplug it. I was just clicking like a madman. I did not understand the potential consequences of my actions. Somehow we shaved a cable off of the setup, so we've actually made things more economical, so good on us, I suppose. We'll have to reroute that cable. It doesn't matter! We'll have MFSUs all the way down as far as the eye can see. That's change, baby. Sometimes in life you gotta change things. Or what we could do... No, we'll do that. We'll do that. I like that idea. I was gonna say what we could do is have the teleporters be underneath here. Out of sight, out of mind, but that necessitates getting down here to get to any of the teleports. So we'll have the Nexus teleporter be maybe moved to here, and then we'll have a teleporter boom, 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 all the way up. So if you're on the 9th floor, you teleport back to the bottom floor, go down a bit, hop in, teleport to the 3rd floor. It's better than going all the way back to the Nexus. Probably better in terms of like world load times and all that as well. Can we go all the way up to the top? Actually, the quickest way to do that as of right now, speak of annoying things, is to go all the way back down to the Nexus and then go, hey, did these charge up all the way? Did they? It looks like they did. Yeah. Yeah, okay. The system works. The system is good. The system is good and it works. Let's go to bed. Let's just go to bed real quick. Let's take a quick nap. And then we will head up to the penthouse. And from there, we're going to start placing ladders. Okay? So here we are. Oh, shoot. Wait, I've got to break all of the blocks underneath here first. Alright, that's fine. I'll go ahead and do that. And you know what? Yeah, we'll go ahead and use the tool. Because it doesn't matter. That'll make breaking through the glass way quicker. And then the only levels where we'll have to stop for a second are ones where I've already placed lights. Otherwise, we're zipping all the way down through here. This is quite exhilarating, actually. What a thrill we're experiencing. I'm not sure if we're picking up the lights as we go. I think after this floor, there'll be the orange floor. And then we should be down to where the ladder already is. Yep. And now we go back to here. And then... Oh, I wanted to say, I fixed the Factory East teleport. You don't take damage anymore. You gotta have a space above your head. That's why they are the way they are back at the Nexus. Is because you have to have that space above your head. Because you'll notice when you spawn in, we kind of like watch our feet. We drop a little bit. We actually spawn kind of like a block higher. Which is why we were taking damage, so I figured that out. Alright. This is not going to be enough ladders. I don't know how many ladders we need. I do know that I don't have enough space in my inventory for all this. Let's go ahead and grab 4 more stacks of ladders. And then it's going to be like a fun game of just holding down the button until the number of ladders stops going down. And that means that we've made it. Can we actually see this happening? Not anymore. They've already gone so far that we can no longer see it. Also, apparently you can be on the ladder while this is happening, which is fun. And actually, maybe we should go ahead and put them out through the ceiling as well. Oh my gosh, how many... Okay, we've still got 2 more stacks in our inventory. I guess, how tall is the world? 128 blocks? No. Was it 256 now? It used to be 128. I think it's 256. There we go. That's all the way to the bottom. And in fact, I think it's even higher now. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because haven't they raised it in even more recent versions of Minecraft to be even more absurdly high? Let's see if we can break through here. This is going to be the top of the world. This is going to be an extremely dangerous climb, by the way. I would not advise anyone partake of this. I also can't apparently place this on a reinforced framed stair, so let's break that. Okay. And then we will grab the raw marble. Okay. I think that's the build limit. Yeah, you can't build higher than that. So that's as high as you can possibly go. And hello? There we go. So we now have a ladder that goes all the way from the bottom of the world up, up to the top. Lovely. If we ever need to come up here for any reason. And then, there's nothing I can do about accidentally falling off. I can't build any higher. This does look silly, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to, like, blend this in a bit more. By breaking these off the side. There we go. And having this little funnel sort of situation here. And then also, these keep disappearing, I think because they're so close to the world limit. For whatever reason, the blocks, like, despawn out of them. Okay, so this is pretty risky. Like, getting out of the top here, because you're effectively climbing up. And then if you're not paying attention, you could... Oh! Go right over the edge, see? It's very dangerous, but there's nothing you can do. But we now do have a way to get all the way to the ceiling. I guess one thing we could do is we could get a hatch. We can get a reinforced framed trap door. Okay. Get rid of this ladder. I don't know why I keep saying okay. 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 Here we go. Okay. Okay. Hello? Really? Is this so... It was a fun idea. I guess it's just gonna be open to the elements. That's alright. It's a penthouse. All the heat of the factory rises. Okay? So not only does it pass through the glass, because glass by itself is a very poor insulator. Unless it's like double or triple paned, and then you fill the inside with some sort of gas like argon. You know, and at that point you create like a barrier that it's hard for heat to transfer through, but we haven't. These are just solid blocks of glass. Granted, thick ones. Might be better than your average pane of glass. But there's this giant gaping hole in the middle, and all the heat from the factory just goes straight up through this flume. That's actually why this is open, you know, is so that all the heat from the factory can just gush out the top. If you could thermal image this factory, what would you see is the whole factory would basically be blue compared to the burning hot, like white, just boost of heat coming out the top. It's hard to even stand here, man. Let me tell you, it's toasty. It gets toasty. I will tell you that much right now. But I live for it. Don't look straight down either with your eyes wide. It will dry out your eyes like you wouldn't believe. But there we go. We've got the ladder situation dealt with over here. And, oh, you know what? Actually, a lot of the heat does escape out of the unfinished sides. We gotta fix this place up, man. We gotta finish this factory. It was never actually finished, frustratingly. Oh, interesting. You go down faster when you're looking straight down. Look at that. You can even find the point at which the transition takes place. This is great, though, because now, in a situation where something happens, we can just... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Grab that. Hello? Can I not? Get all this nonsense out of my inventory. Okay, we're bound to find more of those as we go. Like the blue one? Nope, but the orange one. Yep. And we're down here now, where you just have to kind of run off the edge. I thought for sure those were items floating in the air. Speaking of, is everything good over here? Everything fine? Looks like everything's fine. Okay. I think that's what we'll do next episode. We'll go ahead and we'll automate the construction of teleporters, and we might even dabble in the automation of these better solar panels, or at least start with the advanced, the hybrid, the ultimate. We might even use a more traditional automation system, by which I mean a bunch of automated crafting tables in a row, one next to the other, because that makes way more sense than what was done down there. That furious, infuriating mess. I will not leave the game running. Or I might. We'll see. But until next time, thank you folks for watching. Merry Christmas to all! God bless you, and we're actually going to do something a little bit different. I want to go through and read off the name of all of our channel members that are currently supporting the channel. It's been a little while since we've done this, and I think it's going to be a good time. So I'm going to give a big shout out to the Cosmic Lucas Kits, the Otherworldly Purple Lemons, the legendary Maria Amor, the Otherworldly Jake Yates, the legendary Gilliam, the mythic Ryan Wilson, the legendary GSNL, the mythic Jankas64, the mythic David Grindle, the mythic James Davis, the mythic JC Light, the mythic Zevzi, the mythic Braxton, the legendary Heather Hancock, the mythic Ben Ridout, the mythic The Broken Lightbulb, the mythic Lena the mythic L, the mythic Renus Dirksen, the mythic Death Walks, the mythic Jeremiah Zippetti, the mythic Hakar, the mythic Matthew Rorbel, the mythic CJ, the fabled Gamer225, the fabled Atale Perez, the fabled Marius Schaefer, Marius, the fabled Jonas, the fabled JD Wheeler, the fabled GCBW, the fabled T. Hopka, and the fabled Ojala. Thank you all so much. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but I appreciate your support on the channel so very much. And if you're considering becoming a channel member, please feel free to. But you're under no obligation to do so. And if you don't want to, or you can't, I completely understand, that's fine. It just goes towards helping support the channel and buy cool stuff like this LED light ring that I'm now getting ready to... I'm trying to figure out how to diffuse it. What I thought about doing was getting big frosted tubing and putting it all around it, and that would help further diffuse it so that the other light ring, the part that I put on the bottom of the monitor... I just wanted to make the lighting better. And what have I done? I've created more work for myself. I've created a situation where I had to solder poorly. It's still holding on somehow. I'm just throwing that out there. The solders don't look good, but they're holding on. Thank heavens. Oh gosh, I should not have touched that one. Okay, I'm gonna zip tie that in place. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Howdy, folks! folks? How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Craftmas to all. Merry Christmas to everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful holiday season. Welcome back to Tekkit 2, the series that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends, with no ending planned or in sight. What on earth is this? Has there always been torches here? Why am I just now noticing these? I guess that just sort of happens, right? That just comes with the territory of inheriting a house from an evil maniac, crazy AI. You don't realize certain things. Do we have better torches? I have a whole plan for today's episode. We're going to be addressing a problem. I like these. These look cool. We're actually gonna replace our current torches with these. And you know what? I realize that now, even as I'm doing this, those do look really cool. But also, we could probably just search for a. You might have just gotten a little spoiler for what we're doing today, if you were paying close attention. If we type in torch, though, what have we got? We've got torch arrows. That's pretty cool. A web string. Don't know why you'd want that. Torch placer. Tri-torch. What does that do? Why would you want that? What is the function of a tri-torch? I mean, obviously we're gonna get one. Is this something that was done before? Is this like a Brashiat Cub thing that I didn't realize has already been done and tried? It says it's for Steve's carts. So now that I've built it, I'm almost positive I can do nothing with it. And it's just gonna languish inside of the chest of nonsense until the end of all time. When space comes to a conclusion and the universe goes cold or whatever. Oh, today, I would like to address something that we figured out in a previous installment and fix it via a little bit of automation. All around the factory, there are these here world spikes. Probably too many of them. And I had a theory running for a while that maybe the multitude of world spikes throughout the known universe has possibly been leading to some of the lag that you get when you go up to the factory, when in reality, I think if we just go to the factory, the actual issue with the factory is the fact that the game's view distance is all the way up at the absolute maximum, and there's just a lot going on in here, and if I lowered the view distance, there probably wouldn't be as much, lag, but I refuse, because it looks cool, doesn't it? What the heck? Oh, right, no, there is actually a roof there. That is the I cannot fly through that. What I was going to say is, I like being able to see that tower there. I like being able to keep an eye on that and then turn around and see the little pigmen base. So, sometimes the game is 20 frames a second and we just learn to live with it, It's like playing games on the old Nintendo 64, a console I never owned. I would like to get one, though. I'm looking around at the used market. Keep an eye on the Howdy Folks gaming channel. If I get a hold of one, I'll make a video all about it. But I've done some testing, and what I've discovered is if we go to someplace like Venus here, right? Theoretically, it should stay loaded because there is a world spike here. And yet, if we get here, this is not filling up, and this has not consumed any of its fuel. Almost like when we leave this dimension, it doesn't actually stay loaded the way it's supposed to. Also, why don't we add a high-voltage solar panel to this place? That would charge this thing up a heck of a lot faster. And there's no denying there's enough sunlight for it. And yeah, I realize I'm in a bad way in terms of, my oxygen setup is invalid and we're on a hostile planet and we're dying slowly. In any case, we do want to keep certain Did you see the game freeze up? Did you see how locked up it was when we got back here? We want to keep some aspects of the factory running no matter where we are. So when we're over here, I mean, with the view distance cranked up the way it is, the basement's still running. But, theoretically, if we wandered off somewhere, we would want all of this to keep running, and the way we're going to accomplish that is by automating the production of void powder and having it automatically distributed to our various world spikes. So I placed one here, and I'll tell you why. If you tap F9, okay, it's going to give you a little outline here. The red are the corners of individual chunks, and if you hit it a couple of more times, well, just one more time, you get these great green bars. It looks like we're in the Matrix. It doesn't really look like the Matrix at all. It looks more like that Cyber Chase show that I didn't watch, but I know had Gilbert Gottfried voicing one of the birds, because that's what that man was born to do. That man plays a bird in everything. He also does parody 50 Shades of Grey audiobook reading. I can't remember, was that like a College Humor or a Funny or Die skit? I don't remember it, but it's one of the funniest things, all right? When that man says, and then he touched Michael. Well, you can go watch the video yourself. Very good stuff. High quality comedy. Here we go, though. If we're not mistaken, and I don't think that I am, I think the standard world spike, if we type it in here, I think it keeps loaded a 3x3 area. And I can just look that up. There's no reason why I can't just look up standard world spike and find out about how it works. Why does standard world spike railcraft bring up nothing? What if that just... It's called a world anchor, apparently, in most chunk loader. 3x3 is what I'm getting from all of these various websites as I scroll through them. So we're going to assume that that is correct. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that this thing is placed in an area where it's going to keep the entire basement loaded, because eventually the entire basement is going to be producing UU matter. And if we have a look at the basement, it's absolutely centered on this chunk, and that means that chunks in that direction and that direction are loaded. Remember, it's 3x3. So where it is right now, this chunk, and this chunk are staying loaded, as well as, one chunk back and down, and one chunk forward and down. So yeah, it's perfect. It's covering everything we need it to, except for the small issue of the fact that currently at present it is not turned on because it's all out of fuel. So we're going to go down here and break this one. The fact that there was ever 2 of these in this basement is ridiculous. That was never necessary and never accomplishing anything when you could just have the one centered here. I think this was the one that was over there. Or maybe the one I'm holding was the one that was over there, and then this one was the one that got moved over there. And why does it have a different top when it's placed down? Maybe it turns green when it's running. I don't know. We'll find out. But what we need to do is automate 3 things, one of which is already automated. So we already have coal dust being produced upstairs in the factory, so we don't need to worry about that. Now, this is not what we're doing here. We're doing it with a macerator, which is also what we're going to do with the ender powder, as well as the obsidian dust. Now, I might be crazy, but I thought... That was an odd noise. You're not going to hear that. I think that was some weird electrical interference with my audio interface. I just heard some weird static. I thought that we might already have, not coal dust running. Where's all the frames on the items? What the heck? Oh, there's some of them have it. Maybe let's do a quick relog and we'll just see what's going on. Just take a itty-bitty little minute here. There we go. That's what we like to see. And now we can see all the places where I forgot to put frames, which I will need to fix in the future. But maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're not already churning up obsidian dust, and that's fine. I am going to actually do this automation over here, and I'm going to do it slightly differently. We're not going to do the sort of crazy, wacky, Brashiat-style automation. We're going to do a more traditional, classic-style automation, all right? So we're going to move it over here because this is where solar panels are built. And we're not doing solar panels. We're doing something different. We're going to tuck it away over here, probably just inside of this square, or we might bring it up a little bit closer to the wall. I don't know if it needs to follow this grid pattern here, or if that matters. Heck, we could put it right up against the wall for all I care, as long as there is enough space around all of the machines and everything to get around. We probably should keep it down to like a by 3 grid, so there's room for things on the front and back. And in fact, what I'm going to go ahead and do, controversial, some of you might not agree with what's about to happen here. Please feel free to leave your angry messages down below in the comment section. If you find the actions that I am about to take to be completely outrageous and unquestionably morally wrong and a sign of complete moral bankruptcy. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab a few lights, and I'm going to create a 3x3 square. And we will go right here, I guess, for no reason other than we want an equal amount of space, don't we? Away from this wall? Maybe not so egregiously far back. Maybe just like right here. Tell you what. What if we do right here, okay? And then we go trust me, there's a rhyme and a reason to all of this. There we go. And so the machines will go in the middle, and any accompanying sort of cabling or pipage will go around the outsides there, and that'll be fine. So the way we're going to need to do this is we have coal dust being manufactured over here. What I don't want to do, and I will do if I have to, we'll go ahead and we'll just use the coal dust coming out of an ender chest. That's fine. We won't redo coal dust. It's already been automated. But I don't really want to use ender chests for everything because that's a bit ridiculous. You know, I think I got myself into the mindset of the Brashiat Cub AI. I think I understand the reason he did all of this the way that he did, but I don't personally prescribe to it. I think we could do things a little bit differently over here, all right? So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our machines. So we've already got coal dust. We're not going to worry about that. But we do still need 2 more macerators, okay? So we're going to build 2 more of the rotary macerators in particular, because those are my favorite. And we are going to... I mean, they're just faster. They're better overall. We are going to store the contents of the produced... Like, we're going to store it... Maybe I should just go ahead and do it, right? Like, maybe that makes more sense. Let's just go ahead and get to work. I'm going to start by building the macerators, and then we'll go from there. It's funny, because now that we have sort of an endless amount of scrap metal being produced, it makes doing the recipe like this, instead of like this, way simpler, way easier. This is definitely the better approach, to be sure. Doing this recipe right now really makes me wish that Brashiat Cub had done the basement differently. Because if everything that was being produced in there was hooked up to a, what are they called? Like, not the summoning pipe. What is it called? The active supplier request pipe? Maybe it's a request pipe? Then we could probably just request what we're trying to build here, and it's got almost everything it needs to manufacture it, but he didn't set it up that way. For some reason. We can correct that, and in fact, I think I'd like to correct it. And I know of a way to do it without sort of ruining this whole setup, involving just taking the output chests and putting them all against the wall over there, plugged in, and yeah, I think it would be that easy. You might say, wait a minute, Reese, but they're all plugged in already. Yeah, but there's like firewall rules. This is all, I don't know. It's like stepping into some other system that you've never learned before. It's like learning how to eat cereal with a spoon and then being handed a knife and said, here, do the same thing. I don't know how to do it anymore, all right? I learned with a spoon. Don't eat cereal with a knife, just by the way. I don't advise that. It's not going to end well for you. What are you missing? Oh, hold on. There we go. That's enough for one of them. I need more than that. Fortunately, I'm not an idiot, and I knew that, and I had some more cooking. So after saying that we weren't going to build a dedicated one for the coal, somehow I ended up building 3 of these, because I guess I just wasn't paying attention. But we're not actually going to use all 3 of them. We already have coal manufactured, so we're not going to worry about that. What we are going to do is we are going to, I guess against this wall, we are going to get the appropriate, here it is, yep, right there, ender chest, and we're going to figure out which one of these is coal. I think it's this one. That's white, black, gray. So it's actually white, ink, and gray. So it's white, black, gray. There is our coal dust. And then I'm trying to figure out, I would like to extend the storage options here, but we also need somewhere for these to fall back on in the event that some get mixed up in the system and they need to kick back somewhere. So what I thought about doing is just getting a regular old chest here, like a big obsidian chest, and we can move this up a little bit. We need a diamond nougat. Ooh, this goes down here, I believe, is what we want. So we want to regulate. We want this to always have a full... Hello. Oh, no, oh. Forgot that this mod is so fundamentally broken that if you attempt to scroll to adjust the count, it crashes the game. How foolish of me to forget that fact about this wonderful, very broken mod. Hey, welcome back. That took a hot minute, didn't it? It's okay, though. It's okay, because in the end, we got there. We got there. In the end. Okay, so we're good now, and we can grab something like our item translocators. Plop those bad boys on there. Come over here. Get ourselves some diamond! Specifically nugget. Plop that in there. Right-click. And we want to keep I was going to say a stack of coal. We want to keep more than that. The issue is, are you going to lose your mind? See, I can left click and right click to raise it up and down. But doesn't it not work past a certain... Like, if we put 64 in here, doesn't it run forever? What about 65? What happens? Fundamentally broken. Trash mod. I really do like this mod. It's just very frustrating how it doesn't really work at all. What if we lowered this, okay, to 63, and then we set that to 63? Would it put in 2 stacks... Again, just fundamentally broken. If we got rid of this, though, right? If we completely just right-click... You know what? What if we just did that? Because that's a whole lot faster. You've got to be shrekking me right now. What if we did that? Because it's a whole lot faster. And what... I need an empty hand is what I need, because I just had another idea. Oh, son of a gun. Hold on. There we go. No! No! Stop! It won't... It literally will not turn off. Okay, now we can get rid of that one. Okay. Okay, and then we add this back. Okay, and then it's set to 63. Why is it still running? What, because one of the stacks didn't... This is not the way. See, what I would like to do, and this is what I want to do, but what I will never be able to accomplish doing, is keep this chest down here partially filled, okay? Have it be the source chest, and have this fill it up whenever it starts to run empty, but still have room for excess items to go back into here if something orders too many of them. Because that happens from time to time. I suppose what I could do is just have this running with black hole units, but that means everything's running all of the time, which is something that historically we've wanted to avoid. We don't want everything running all of the time, so I'm trying to come up with a better solution. Okay, what if these are stacked on top of each other, right? And then also, what if this one no longer exists? Because to heck with that. If the way I'm currently envisioning this works, then we don't need that anymore anyway. It's dead weight is what it is. It's a nuisance. It's a pain in the neck. Give me a black hole unit. We don't already have one of these. Do we, with what we want in it? Didn't we used to have a black hole unit over here that was full of... Right there. We already have one that's full of coal dust. What are you trying to do? Are you currently... Things aren't emptying into you, are they? How does this system work? I don't care. I'm taking it. I'm taking it and I'm moving this down here. Because Shrek me if I don't know what the heck was going on over here to begin with, okay? And then once that's hooked in, what I'll do... Why is this here? This doesn't need to be here. What does this do? Well, I'm so confused. Somebody give me a gosh darn wrench. I need to look into these things and figure out what's going on. Active supplier module. Well, that's just absurd. That's just asking for too much. And then I don't know what's happening. This is all getting changed. We're changing all of this right now. This is all going to be... This is not what today's episode was supposed to be, but I'll be gosh darned if not. This is not what this episode has become. We need an item sync, okay, and we need 4 quicksort modules. And then I think that's all we need. Nope, we need more than that, because why is there a provider and an item sync? What is the item sync doing here? Why does it have an item? Why do these have item syncs in them? What function does it serve? My confusion in this moment knows no bounds. I can't even put it to work. Son of a gun. My confusion in this moment knows no bounds. I can't even put it into words. I do need one more of these. I might need 2 more, now that I think about it. Take me back down to the Paradise City. The East Factory, there we go. We're doing something different now. First off, I keep running past it. This just needs to be a regular old, basic, unrouted pipe. And I know that we should have some of those right inside of here. And in fact, it wouldn't shock me if there was one right there in front of me, because there was. So there we go. There's that situation dealt with. Now you. What are you doing? You have an item sync as well and an active... Why do you have both of those? That makes no sense. Take you out. None of these machines make any sense either. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. It does not matter, okay? It really doesn't. At the end of the day, who cares? I don't care. Do you care? If you care, that's your fault. We need one of these all along here. So there we go. There's that situation taken care of. Now, inside of these, we want to configure them with not provider module. Why is there a provider module in here to begin with? Why? We want to put a quicksort module in here. Okay, so there's a quicksort. And there's a quicksort. I'm just scrolling up one to put the quicksorts in there. All right, and then inside of here, we want to have an item sync, but we need to have it be empty. Why are you summoning? Where are you summoning blocks of coal from? You're getting blocks of coal from ender chests. You don't need these. What do you need? You need these. You need coal dust. Please summon coal dust. That one from Industrial Craft Classic. There you go. So that ought to work. So if I open this up and I take one of these out, it's so simple. It's so easy. Why wasn't it like this before? I don't know if I can be mad. It's an AI based on my brain. That means that, in a sense, I came up with this system. But that doesn't make me any happier about it. It kind of makes me more angry. Because what does that say about me on a raw human level? Where we do need a provider and a supplier, though, is going to be over here, because this is how we're going to regulate how much coal dust we have inside of this black hole unit. Although this black hole unit is so full of coal dust, I don't know if it'll ever need to make more. We don't need this chest anymore either. We're not doing it that way. I've changed my mind. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this, but we're gonna figure it out together, okay? This is inconvenient because now where we're going to is like equidistant between Factory East and Factory West, and neither of the teleporters that we have are convenient for it, but that doesn't matter. So what we're going to do is we're going to have one of these here and one of these here. And up top, we're going to add a blank provider, and on the bottom, we're going to have this active supplier set to... does this even work? I don't know. Whatever. Plug that in there. That'll keep that topped off, as if that is ever going to run out. It is not. It is going to be filled till the very end of this series. That's what this is. There you go. How many of these can we have? If we put a gap in between them, we can do let's see, a gap there, and then boop, boop, gap, boop, boop, gap, boop, boop, gap, boop, boop, gap. That's fine. Yeah, that'll be fine then. And then hold on. This is bothering me. There we go. Okay. That's much better. Hold on. I gotta get right back there. Perfect. So that is set up. Now we just have to get power to it and route it over here. Oh, look at that. There's a whole hallway underneath here. How convenient. I am all out of the unrouted transport. No, I'm not. Never mind. Alright, we need to run them all the way along there, though, to this wall. Okay, so we're going to have a little bit of an issue right here, where this happens, as well as right here where this happens. So what we're going to do is a little thing I called ignoring the issue and plowing forward. I understand that we're going to have to fix that, and I'm going to do it right now, because I don't really remember what these are plugged into, but I'm sure they serve some sort of form or function, and we don't want to worry about that. One thing I did consider doing, because we don't really need this connected to the rest of the network. Where was I even going to go with that? Oh, we don't actually need to run this all the way down here, because it's never going to actually interact with the rest of the network. We could just set it up with its own power supply and have it run independently of the rest of this. Heck, I mean, considering the network down here is pretty much done and never going to grow, we can just take one of these, because we don't need them all. I mean, look, I think this one gets used a little bit. This one gets used a little bit. All these ones in the middle here aren't doing anything. So if we wanted to just, you know, nip one of these and one of these, you know, we could do that. You know, and then coming off of down here, where you have this massive... I mean, we don't even need to tie into here, really. right? 'Cause look, we already got high voltage right here. How far back are we going? Where's the hole in the ceiling? Is it right here? Okay, alright, so what we do is we just like tee off of here with an HV transformer. What are we doing? Okay, there was a slight moment of concern where I thought maybe I was about to blow everything up. Because possibly I didn't hook it all in correctly. But there we go. Its own dedicated HV transformer. Its own dedicated big flux electric generator. And its own dedicated logistics power junction. That's my YouTube presenter voice. Hello, and welcome to another YouTube video. In today's video, we'll be exploring the world of IC2 Classic. Industrial Craft Classic has gone through a lot of changes over the years. And then, at long last, we have power. What a blast. That should be producing... Well, nothing's gonna happen. First off, did we even put the things in here? We did. Provider module, active supplier module, and then I kind of wanted to try to find a way to make sure that it would only extract from the black hole unit and never extract from the ender chest. We might still try to find a way. The only way I can think to do that would be with a firewall. The issue is, if we install one of those, where is it going to go where it's going to actually separate the two of these, but then not be in the way of the next machine up? Because if we do a gap and then another, you know, ender chest and black hole unit or whatever we may end up doing, I don't know about that. I'm not too sure about that. But this one is set up. That's how that's going to be, okay? And so the next two that we need to actually go ahead and proceed with assembling these. We need to have our two rotary macerators. Here's the catch, right? Here's the rub, as the kids say, right? If we have our two rotary macerators, boom, boom, what they need in order to operate is they're going to need, first off, they're going to need ender pearls, and then they're also going to need obsidian. Are either of those automated already up here? Do we have obsidian and ender pearls being made? And if so, kind of where? I don't think it would be on this floor, maybe. But no, not this floor. The blue floor. This is the natural floor, right? Yeah, this is where wood and sticky resin. Why isn't blue? Why isn't it themed blue for, like, sea creatures? I don't get that. What is the black floor for? What do? You do this. Okay. What about this floor? What is this floor up to? This floor isn't even color-coded. There's just a thing hanging out here not doing anything. That's fun in a kind of wacky way. I think red is for nether. Well, do we need to do a themed floor for ender things? If this is the nether, is this going to be the ender floor? I guess so. I suppose that makes sense. So this is where we'll make the ender pearls. I gotta figure out... I've never built one of these before, so I have to figure that out now. I think... for some reason I'm thinking lime. For the ender floor. But I think that's only because that is the color... Oh, sorry, of their rail line. For some reason they have a... Well, there's green in the eye, I guess, and then their rail line is lime. So I don't know... Oh, okay, see, so I told you I'm new at this. I've not done this before, so I'm still trying to figure out my way around this. But there we go. I did get one over here. See, I built one. Did we go with the lime? Because I was thinking turquoise or cyan. Cayenne, if you're so inclined. Almost looks more like an ender pearl, and that made a lot of sense to me until I thought, wait a minute though, but lime, like the rail line. But then again, we did the ender one as red, or sorry, the nether one is red when their rail line was orange. But then again, orange was already taken by a different floor. To Shrek it, I'm going to say Shrek it, we're gonna go with cayenne or cyan, if you're so inclined. I personally don't care which. I'm not super invested one way or the other. And then for the ender pearls, they don't really look that color, do they? Shrek me sideways, we're going with lime. If I could spell it properly, we're gonna go with lime. And then, you know what? we're gonna make this chest is the lime white. I don't care. It's whatever. It is whatever. There you go. And then cyan, and then that's gonna be where these end up. And I have so many of them because I accidentally turned one of these on early when I didn't mean to. But there we go. So that's gonna be where we get our ender pearl supply from. And now we're gonna go do obsidian. And I'm trying to figure out where I want to do that. Would that be obsidian? You gotta use obsidian to get to the end, or to the nether, I should say. So maybe you should go on the nether floor, but then also you find it in the overworld, and it's just a regular old block. So maybe it goes not here where things that are manufactured are located, but perhaps it goes down here on this floor where you might find all the ores, or maybe in fact it'll go on this floor here, where in fact it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it could go over here with all the different coals and things, because you dig it up. I'm going to put it on the floor with all the nether things, because it's what you need to get the nether portal. So that's what I'm going to do, and there's very little you can do about it. If you dislike that or you're upset about it, I strongly advise that you as a person get over yourself and accept that not everything in the world needs to be made to your liking, because you aren't the most important person alive. And no one really needs to concern themselves with what you want or what you like, because it's largely irrelevant to most people. You're largely irrelevant to most people, and I think that's a lesson a lot of young folks could learn to learn now, early in life, because it'll do them well to keep it in mind moving forward, and it'll reduce their sense of entitlement, see? Because I think a lot of youngins have a sense of entitlement these days, and it causes them to do a lot of weird, cringe, and embarrassing things, and I'd like for them to stop. But what we're going to do now is go over here and make sure that I built this like the ones down below. Yeah, I did. Okay, so they look the same. Because I'm sure you would have complained because you have a weird sense of entitlement. I don't know what this voice is. Yeah, so while setting up the one beneath this, I realized I'd done something horrifically wrong. The way that this is supposed to be configured is that it has double color on the line. So it is supposed to be lime, cyan or cayenne if you're so inclined. If you're a big pepper fan, you know, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Some people will, though. Someone in the comments will. So sound off down below. Are you a cyan or are you a cayenne? We've got to empty everything out of here, though, because we've got to have consistency between the floors. There you go. That's all we had to do. And now we can pump all of this back in here. There we are. And then we can turn that back on. Lovely. So this one's red, red, orange, and then I think that means that magenta is next. So we want 2 rows red and 1 not that many maz. Red, red, magenta. Lovely. And that is going to be for the... Why don't I have item transferers? This is such a mess of an episode. This was supposed to be a quick and easy episode. Because I don't have... You know what? This was supposed to be a quick and easy episode. I thought I'd be able to film this in like 20 minutes and then be on my way. And the reason that matters, because you might think, wow, Reese, really? Aren't you dedicated to your craft? I am! Don't mistake me for a moment here, okay? I am dedicated to my craft. However... I gotta go to bed at some point, alright? I'm not telling you when I'm recording this, but what I will say is I had to work this morning. So when do you think I'm recording? It's after that. It's late in the evening. She's wondering what clothes to wear. I need a black hole unit, and I need a couple of them with nothing in them, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. A lot of these are full of things that... Oh, well, there we go. There's one that, you know what? In a heartbeat. I can go ahead and... There, that one's empty now. Perfect. I would much prefer to have the ability to configure this up to, you know, the thousands. I would like to configure it to hold 1,000 items, but you simply can't. It doesn't work like that. This doesn't go any higher than... Wonderful. At least this one doesn't break when you scroll it. That's something. You can only go up to 127. What's 127 times 9? 1,143. I guess it's enough. So here's where we see whether or not what I'm trying to... Well, that is confusing. Can I even recreate that? I was holding this, and I shift right-click, which is not going to work, but I need someone to explain what happened there. If you are an expert in Minecraft, please explain down below, because I am personally deeply confused. So it should be red, red, magenta. Alright? And then here, we're going to need an MK3. Trust me on this, because inside of this MK3, we've got to add a lot of things, alright? So first off, in the event that we ever end up, and I didn't even grab one of these, and I'm going to need one, so let me hop back out of here and go grab one. But in the event that we ever have excess obsidian running around the network, possibly creating a problem, we're going to want to have an item sync module, just so the excess obsidian has a place to go back to. And, of course, because it's a black hole unit, it'll always have room, basically, more or less. Oh, but is that going to... No, never mind. No, I figured out the answer to my question, so we're good to go there. So that's going to go in there first, because... For no real reason, and we can change it if we want to. In fact, I'm going to put it at the bottom now, just because. And then we want to have a provider module, because it's going to provide things to the network, and then we want to have an active supplier module, where we want this thing to keep a... You know what? Can we just grab a stack? This will make things a lot faster. If I do this, why does it sometimes do, like, a full stack? Like, right there. And then sometimes it doesn't. And then I've got to go through here. Oh, you've got to be shrekking me sideways right now. Then I can go through here and just, like... You gotta scroll like a madman. How come sometimes it goes past and sometimes it doesn't? Who makes this? I'm very upset with it. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. Do I need to click? That brings it down. Why? Why is that what happens? Stop! Why? I'm very upset with the performance of my free Minecraft mods. I would like them to run better, please. Thank you. Can I crank that up now? I don't know if it's supposed to go to 100 and... You know what? I'm starting to think maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's not meant to, and somehow we've broken it. Because somehow it works fine with this one over here. It doesn't mind that, but with this one here, it says, no, sir, no going past 175. Or sorry, 65. And then if you tick it down, it just goes, whatever. What is 64 times 9? 576! So we'll plop that in there, and then I think that's everything we want. So, it's going to, with the active supplier module, pull some down from the ender chest, up to a limit. It'll provide them to the network using the provider, and the item sync will give excess a place to go. Then on top of that, we want to add this, with just a basic provider. And what should happen now is obsidian should start traveling into here until it reaches... First off, let's lock that, make sure it doesn't come back out. Until it reaches... What did we say it would be? Was it 76? 576? Is that what our calculation was? That was exactly what it was. And that is exactly what has happened. And it worked. And that is what we like to see around here. 9 stacks of 64 is not a lot, though. I'd like for it to be more. I suppose I could make an MK4, and then have 2 active supplier modules, and at the very least we'd be able to double it to 18 stacks. We could just let it run forever. But we don't want that. Okay, well now I've just realized that I messed something up upstairs, which we now have to go fix, because as I was setting this up I remembered, oh right, you don't just get to pick willy-nilly what the color is up here, you have to go through them in order, and we did not do that on the ender floor, and my gosh, you know what we should have done, was we should have just automated the creation of the portals, so gosh darn it, we wouldn't be doing this right now, because this is getting just a little bit old flying up and down here, but I completely shreked up here by setting this to lime, because if you have a look at wool, we will see that it should have been lime orange. And so now I have to fix that by first grabbing orange, and then I have to do, and this is going to be really annoying is what I'm going to have to do next. Okay, I'm going to have to open this up, and I'm going to have to take all these out again, but I have nowhere for them. You know what? No, I don't. No, I'm going to leave them in there. And someday, we'll end up recreating an ender chest with lime, And then, what was it? Teal, cyan, cayenne, doesn't matter. And we'll go, wait a minute, why is it full of ender eyes? And I'm not going to remember this, but some wonderful individual comment down below and go, if you look back, that's how they're going to sound, though. If you look back at a previous episode, you'll find that actually you're just a forgetful idiot. And I'll go, I know! There we go, there's ender pearls. Oh, this is going to suck even more, because these only go up to 16. Unless we can just... Do you reckon it'll cheese because we have... Oh. I mean, a little bit, but not super consistently is the issue. It'll... If you really try really hard... But no, this is trash is what it is. Provider, and then all 3 of these, and I don't remember what the order was. Can I go back a level? Yeah, I figured we would be safely underground here. Red, blue, and green, and then red, blue, and... I got the exact same order. Hey, real quick on this one, it's not accidentally set to default route. No, it isn't. Good. And on this one... It is also not set to default route. Alright, excellent. So it looks like both of those are set up properly. That is so sad that it doesn't matter. Now we need to actually tie those into this machine here, and in order to do that, I'm gonna very temporarily put a hole in the floor here. Gosh, you would put it right there, wouldn't you? Is there anywhere I can put it where I can easily get down here? Right here. That's where it's gonna be for the time being. Just for right now. So... Where are the machines? I don't even know where the machines are located relative to... Where's my hole in the floor? So the machines are here, which means we need to have this be here. What direction to get outside? Oh, I should note I built a hallway. Not for any real reason, I just wanted to build a hallway. Yeah, no, I didn't quite consider that it might be complicated to get wiring over here. That didn't occur to me. And I don't know why. I'm going to temporarily clear out this whole corner. If I want to close it back in later, I can. But for now, I need to get these over to here, where we can plug them into our 2 machines. And so to do that, we're going to start off with... Do we want to export and import out of these at the same time? Probably. We'll go ahead and use the MK2s. That makes the most sense in the world. And then we need to hook them up using at first, and then this. So that will go... Maybe along this route here. And then, yeah, no, this is gonna get really messy. All of this is gonna have to be altered a little bit moving forward, but not today. For right now, it's fine. We live with it. It can be changed. We can have that go straight down and under. In fact, that would probably work way better, because at least then it's out of sight, and when it's out of sight, it's out of mind. As they oftentimes say. Why don't I just go ahead and do that? I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. You can't stop me. You're not my boss. Unless you're a channel member. In which case, first off, thank you for the support. And then also, you're kinda like a boss. I mean, you get to watch content early, almost like a boss might review something. And then you do get to vote in exclusive polls that help shape the content, almost like a boss would. In fact, I would say that everybody who is a channel member is like a boss. Just severely date this video, because who says that anymore? And when I say date this video, I don't mean, like, you know, buy it flowers and hold its hand and give it all your hours. No, I mean I make this channel sound old. Like me. I'm old. There we go. So there's that setup, and now I've got to go grab even more nonsense. Wait a minute, you know what I just realized? Oh my goodness, I just realized we're going to take the provider modules out of these, because for right now we don't need provider modules. Depending on how the automation is set up in the future, that could be different, you know, I don't know yet, but it could be different in the future. But for right now, we don't need those. What we need is some basic item sinks. Perfect, okay, we're going to leave these behind, but not there, because they actually go in this chest over here. Okay, and then we also need some quicksort modules, because how we're going to set these up... My inventory is just way too full, is the issue I'm facing right now. Let's get rid of some of these ender pearls, and then let's grab the bye-bye bag, and we can get rid of things like limestone, because who wants that? I have 1 magnet. I could get rid of that, but it makes infinitely more sense to toss it in here. At least then it's going to go towards a good cause. And you know what? I don't need to be carrying around coal or any of these things anymore, because we're not building any more of these. Okay, there we go. And inventory's in a slightly more manageable state now, I would have to say. Perfect, because we're also going to need to grab Gosh, dang it. Do we have... Oh, look at this right here. We can get a couple of black hole units out of here. Do we need them, though? I don't think we need black hole units. You know what? We're going to go ahead and grab some black... you know what? Because we're going to want to actually limit the amount of production, so I don't know if we're actually going to want a black hole unit. How are we going to set this up here? What are we going to do here? How are we going to set the... Let me explain to you the situation, right? What we are going to do to make these operate is we are going to put in some quicksort modules over here. And then that means that all we need to get this running is to configure this to say, hey, give me some obsidian. And then configure this one to say, hey, give me some ender pearls. Right? And then we want to put these in here in the same order that they are up there. I mean, we don't need to. It's not a necessity, but that's how I'm going to do it. So this one, I think, is the obsidian. This one is the ender pearls. So just like that, what we should get is a nice flow of items coming through here. If we're patient. Oh, wait, we have to power these. Not that that has anything to do with the flow of items. The items should be flowing because they have quicksort modules in them. You know, I don't know why items are not flowing out of these. It makes no sense to me. They should absolutely be flowing out and into here, where they are configured with item sinks, saying, hey, send me these items. So I don't know why they aren't, but it doesn't matter because they do need power. So, right, maybe we should route the cables along the back or along the top. Kinda like what we already did over yonder. Alright, so you missed it, but we'll demonstrate again. Now that I've plugged them in from the back, you'll notice a little magical thing happen where suddenly it works, because it likes that. Don't know why, but there you go. And then it's a matter of getting power to it, which does mean that we're going to need another high voltage transformer. Wonder where we're going to get one of those, Mr. Powers. That's not Dr. Evil. That was an embarrassment. Please, let's just all forget that happened and carry on with our lives. But we do have an HV transformer machine generating HV transformers, and then we do have high voltage just right here, conveniently located. Although what we don't want to do is do that, because I think that inverts the transfusion of power. And transfusion of power is not the right terminology, but it doesn't really matter. So there we go. I was wrong! I was wrong! I had it! Oh no, I wasn't wrong. I was right. But it's medium voltage or transformers that we needed. We needed to put transformers in the machines. Some of you would have anticipated that, I'm sure. Well, that was quite devastating. Okay! A long time later, I've got my upgrades. We need to put one there, and we need to put one there. And I reckon that's it. I think that's it. I think that we're... Yeah, because we're going from the higher voltage to high voltage, and then that'll transform it to medium voltage. So what I think is going to happen now is once we plug these in, nothing bad will happen. That is the exhale of a person who wasn't really confident in what he was saying whatsoever. So now we need to get some levers, and this is going to immediately cause some issues. Some of you can already predict what's going to happen here, but boom, boom, there go the lights. I'll have to make some non-inverted lamps. I'm not worried about that right now. What I'm worried about now is getting stuff out of here and getting it somewhere where it's going to be stored. And in this case, we're going to go to our chest options here. We're going to grab a couple of obsidian chests, slap those on top, and then we're going to go back up to the house and kind of hope against hope that maybe in some beautiful, wonderful world, if I open this up, we're just going to have two, not basic export upgrades. I'd actually like the full-on export upgrade, if that's possible. That's not too hard to build. I'll go ahead and take that one, because we're going to need it anyway. And then where's the blank template? Did anyone else see something that looked like it hopped off the top of that house over there? I guess that was just me. And I found an export upgrade. Just a full-on export upgrade in this chest down here. Oh, there's also transformers just in my bag! What did I waste my time on, then? I feel cheated! I feel cheated so badly right now! I'm so upset. Why do I have two frequency transmitters? I want to go to bed! This is good. This is good. This is good. This is going to help me get to bed, because that means all I need is 2 of these. So there's 3 of them, which is too many. Okay, so I need the 2 of those, and then I need a rabattery. And a rabattery can be had right here, right next to it. We have so many rabatteries. Lovely. Put them together, and what have you got? Flippity-floppity-flew. Hit the wrong button, and then you'll be something. You flittery-flottery-flew. Why don't these stack now? What have you got? Ooh, they're both upgrade. They're both export upgrades. Ooh, they seem to be configured differently in spite of the fact that they're the same. Something is causing them to be different than one another. Maybe they're set up in different directions? This one's set up to up? What? Down and down? Do they stack now? They're set up the same. That was it! We figured it out together! Like a little team. We got together and we did some teamwork. I did it all myself, though. Alright, so you don't actually have to click on the machine. This is a big learning thing for me. Apparently all you gotta do is shift-click facing the ground. And it puts them into up mode, which is exactly what we want. I thought. Up mode. Am I just an idiot? Do I not understand something about this? Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I want it to go down. Right? Maybe that's what I want. No, that's not what I want. That makes no sense. If I had just kept that basic export upgrade, would it be working right now? I feel sadness in my heart. Why won't you work, darn you? Why won't you work? Why won't you... Do you just not like spitting out of the top? I want you to go up. Please. Please just export things up. I don't think it likes going up. I don't want to... I don't feel like it today. I don't really want to do this work today. I don't really want to do this work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today. Here. You know what? Shrug off. I don't care. I just don't care. Whatever. Just work. Are you kidding me? Maybe they don't put out the top. Maybe that's why all of these are set up exporting out the back. Fine! Disconnect the power. Okay. There we go. So we don't have any accidents. And then we break this gosh darn son of a gun. Alright, and then we move it. And where do we move it to? It's a good question. We move it to literally 1 block over! Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and grab those chests from before. Plop and 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 have it export to the... Where's the sunrise? If that's the north, then it sets in then that's where the sun sets. So we actually want it to go this direction. We want you to go west. Young man, haven't you been told? California's full of whiskey, women and gold. Sleeping out all night beneath the desert stars. A dream in my eye and a prayer in my heart. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. I'll be wearing my 6-shooter, riding my pony in the cattle drive. Stealing them young girls' hearts. Just like Jean and Roy. Singing those campfire songs. I should have been a cowboy. I'll be a cowboy, baby. I'll be a I've lost my mind is what's happened today. There we go. Okay, those are all connected up. And then inside of here, we want to make sure we have that placed. And inside of here, we want to make sure that we put in our transformer, because we're not making the same mistake twice in the same video, but again in the future, possibly. So we just plug everything back in now. Nothing blows up. Everything's good. This machine still needs power, obviously, so we're going to have to... I could have come very close just then, using the Morning Star to breaking this macerator, and that would have been a disaster. So now the only real problem we need to address is you. Also, we need to put this lever back on. There we go. But also, we accidentally put a lot of ender pearls in here, so we need to address that problem. Okay, well, after all these livelong years, I can finally say we have managed to automate obsidian dust and ender powder, and then over here we've already had this whole time coal dust. So that's wonderful, and it's gonna go till it fills up these chests. That's just great. That is just wonderful. So you might be wondering, geez, Reese, these are gonna run till these are full. So if you set up an auto crafting table and you end up with too much, where does it go? I don't know. I also... it doesn't matter. I don't care. Let's go find a crafting table and get this stupid thing over with. Give me the logistics pipes crafting tables, okay? I'm gonna need a couple of those, and I think that might be it for right now. I actually only need the one. I only need one of them, okay? I thought about actually setting this up somewhere else, too, just having this be sort of dedicated to be its own thing, like, oh, this is where the raw parts get made, but then the automation is gonna be somewhere else. And then I decided, no, it's not. It's gonna be right gosh darn it there, and we do need a crafting pipe, because for some reason the crafting table is not considered a crafting pipe in and of itself. You have to have a completely separate, different crafting pipe, because someone decided that that made sense, and who am I to argue? And then also, you know what? Provider pipes exist. Why aren't we using provider pipes, right? Give me these. Give me these provider pipes. What do you do? What is your story? Shift for details. Attach an inventory consisting in a network on request. Ignore suppliers on the same network. Why aren't we using these in places like, you know, like here? Why are we using MK1s when we could be using... well, Shrek me sideways. When we could be using dedicated pipes for the purpose. I don't know. I'm going to break that, though, and plop that there. Okay, and then we're going to need to configure these. So, I need to set it to what's inside of here, which is obsidian dust, or I guess it'll just provide whatever's in there. That's perfect then. So we got a crafting pipe here, which we want to configure it to manufacture at long last. Look, we can get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and this is what we want it to make. So we need to type in void. Alright. Actually, you know what? We don't need to. We don't need to. We can open this up, pull in that recipe. Let's see, both of these should be the, yeah, industrial craft variety, there we go. And then here we can just hit import, okay? So there we go. And then now we just need a place to store them, which is, of course, going to end up being a... because we want to be able to teleport it all around the world, and then also, potentially, other dimensions, even though I think at the beginning of this episode, we pretty much proved beyond the shadow of any doubt that that isn't actually going to work for us. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm going to plop this on top, because why would I put it next to it? You know? Just why? And then inside of here, hold on. Is there such thing as an active supplier pipe? Automatically fills a chest or machine, can get items from any source, ignores providers on the same block. It doesn't say that it's active is the only thing that concerns me. That's the active item requester. It literally does say that's what it does. Why don't we just use... hold on. Yeah, why don't we just use that? Why don't we just use a supplier? Instead of using an MK1 and then a module, why don't we just do that? It wouldn't shock me if we hadn't already built one of these. The supplier logistics pipe is likely to be one of the few things left in here that has not been compiled, which we are now compiling it. By the way, so glad that we figured out how to search, because that was an annoying process, wasn't it? Can you believe that there are people out there who, when they need to make something, they just reflash this? Like, how annoying must that be? not having a dedicated logistics programmer. Ugh. I actually managed to make myself tear up during that sing-along bit earlier, and now my eyes are all crusty. I'm just such a dang good actor, I suppose. I really sell my performances. Make me one of these, please. Yeah, I know. Here, make me one of these now, please. I think I just need the one for the time being, but that might change in the future. Just you wait and see. Are we going to need to add a central teleporter over here to make this a little bit quicker in the future? Possibly. Plop this sucker on. This is great. Okay, now give me one of these. And we need to configure this to always keep... let's see, we want to go with partial, and then we want to add void powder. So we actually have to look it up over here. Void powder. And then, for some reason, this one can be scrolled just fine, no issues. Oh, this one can be scrolled all the way up to 100. See, now that's a little bit strange, isn't it? How now if I go over here, though, and I go to this one, this... Why does it work now? What changed? What happened? You know what it is? I think I remember this from one of Brashiat's videos. If you have any in your inventory, for some reason, it freaks this thing out. I have like a vague memory of that now. Yeah. So you can't have any of your inventory in order to make this work, or it won't work. I can't believe that we didn't remember that, or that it just came back to me. I say we, like you at home didn't remember it and weren't just screaming at your screens, Reese! How could you not know? I saw that one in the middle went back to normal. Hold on, we're gonna set it right. There we go. Okay, so what we should see now is this should hold the maximum of whatever we said 120, was it 127? Times 9 is, which is 1,000. Okay, and then we divide that by 64. 17 stacks? Well, we don't quite have 17 stacks. That's not happening for some reason. Is it because this is empty? No, it can provide plenty. It's just not working. It doesn't matter. It's holding more. That's what matters. This one, though, let's crank it up, and we'll see whether or not it hits the correct number. See, that one, for some reason... We got to the 127, and then it went down to 0. And I don't know what to do about that. I don't think I can have any kind of influence over that. But these we can crank all the way up to 127. Obsidian! And we begin scrolling once more. We get to 127. There we go, across the board. Love to see it. So inside of here, yeah, it's close to whatever we said it was. I'm having to do it again because I forgot. 1,143. It kind of hangs out in that space. Perfect. Oh, good. This has spit some out on the ground here instead of putting it inside of here. That's lovely. Why is that? Because, oh, right, I forgot to finish. So how much void powder does this build operation create? 3? Okay. So we'll do 3 stacks. I did just realize that there is one issue with doing it like this, and that is that if it manufactures 1 extra, you know, because of how it manufactures them, it does them 3 at a time. If it hits this limit, which is 127 times 3, and there's any extra in the build process, it'll just throw them out on the ground because we're using the supplier pipe. So maybe that's not the best move, and what we should do is go with a active supplier, alright, and then also one of these item sinks set to be the... I mean, we could set it to default route, but also what we could do is we could just have it set up with void powder. So the excess will go in here. That might be the better move. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then we're going to configure this one basically the same. So we'll do... Actually, you know what? I'm going to configure this one differently. We're going to configure it to have 9 stacks, because that'll fill up 1/3 of the chests, while leaving room for the excess to go somewhere. Why am I wasting my time when I can come over here and I can just grab a stack out of here and then manually come through here and do boop da boop da boop da bop. And there we go. So that is set up. And now, I mean, this is cool, and I'm glad we built it, and I think that in the future, we'll be using dedicated pipes more, because it's just easier than having, like, chassis, MK2, MK3 chassis everywhere, and having to go inside of them to automate. Excuse me, what do you do? You're not even configured. What was that all about? We do want that in there, and we do want the item sync. And then that will hopefully prevent this in the future from spilling extra onto the ground, and we'll kind of find out here in a minute whether or not that's how it works. This should technically go indefinitely. It shouldn't ever run out. Oh, no, it will run out, because these are going to run dry eventually. Okay, I'm assuming that's the reason why it didn't just automatically do this. So we should end up with an extra in the process here, because it makes 3 at a time. We should end up in a situation where this hits 64, and then the extra, instead of being thrown out on the ground, will go into here. Yeah, okay, good. Because it has that item sync, and then I can also throw that stack in there. And then what are you set to? Oh, we've Shrek'd up here by setting it to triple white, because that's not what we're going to leave it at. These are kind of a dark blue. Alright, we'll do white, or no, we'll do white, and then we'll do lapis is the dark blue, isn't it? I think. There's 2 different colors of blue. There's a light blue, so we'll do lapis. And then the white one will be full, and I don't care. Yeah, I do care, actually. I for some reason, I do care. So I'm going to actually transfer those out of there. And accidentally throw that on the ground, and then have to grab more lapis. So, heaven help me. It's so close, the end of this. I can almost, if I put my tongue out, I can almost just barely taste it on the wind. There's that. There is that. We'll have to make some inverted lamps, but there is that. That is wonderful. We are so close now, folks. All we got to do now is we just can't Shrek this up. We got to get this right. We got to teleport down here, okay? And then we don't need this to be fast, so I'm just going to grab a regular old hopper. It doesn't need to be fast. Plop it on there. We're going to put down our white, blue, blue. There you go. It's going to slowly hop in the void powder. And we did it. It's going to bother me, though, if I stop now. I got to go upstairs. I got to fix those gosh darn lights. Dang it. I think it's just a matter of, instead of using redstone, you just use... I'm sorry, what? Energy control. That's a completely different mod. What is this white lamp? Not seen this before. What is that? What is happening here? Why have I not heard of these before? That is irrelevant. We just use redstone instead. So we take that out, and we replace it with a speckling. We probably have some of these lying around the factory somewhere. You know, that's probably true. But we just need 2 of them. So we'll grab 2 of them. And we'll zoom over here, and we're going to use an MV transformer for this so that we don't actually break anything by accident. We're just going to punch the floor with an MV transformer and replace these with inverted lamps. Grab those out from downstairs here. Lovely. This is also going to bother me if we don't fix it, so I'll just kind of tidy this up a bit. And you know what? None of that's ever going to be seen. But there you go. It's tidied up real nice. Close all of this in underneath. There you are. There you are. That looks lovely. Fix the hole in the wall and the floor and that there, and then also patch that though, and then there you go. And then that's being manufactured, and it's gonna keep that top row ready to go. And I am done now. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless you. Merry Christmas. I'm going to bed at last. At last, I am free at last. I don't want you to get the idea that I'm not having fun and that I'm not happy with what we did. I did just genuinely underestimate how long it would take. When I sat down, I was like, I can crunch this out in maybe 30 minutes. The recording's an hour and 40 minutes long, and there was a lot of big pauses in there, right? Like, I paused the recording. So it's longer than that I've been here. I'm trying to tell based on what time it is. I think I've been here for about 3 hours. Thank you folks for watching. It didn't need to be that complicated, but every step of the way, I kept deciding to do whatever this is. Bye! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to Tekkit 2, and Merry Christmas to all of you out there in the world watching this video. Even if you're watching in June of 2025, or October of 2024, or maybe it's 2026 and Christmas is rolling around again, it doesn't matter. You're here in this moment with me, and that's what matters. And today, we are celebrating Christmas the only way we know how. You matter. We're waiting on it. This whole thing has been running for a long time. Did I leave it on for another 24 hours? Maybe. But what matters is that it didn't fill it up, even if I did. So what does it really matter at the end of the day? Are my lights flickering? Do these look like they're flickering? Am I flickering in and out of brightness for you? I know I can make them flicker if I mess with this power supply. But I thought I'd fixed it. I'm not... The saga of the broken LEDs is one of the most tragic things we've ever had to deal with here, okay? We're gonna get it worked out. The lighting setup is gonna be raring to go for 2024, hopefully, or it will be worse, depending on if the solders hold. I need to get my own soldering iron, maybe one with, like, the digital readout where you can adjust the temperature, because I didn't have that when I did this, and I'm not even sure what kind of solder I was using. It was just stuff I borrowed from my listen, things were a mess, okay? Things were a mess, and at the end of the day, we have lights, even if they don't work very well. We're gonna head now into Factory E, and we're gonna have a look at things that use UU matter. We know that this does, but what is around here still going? I think this is set up to go forever, but because it's so slow, this isn't really a big consumer of UU matter. It consumes UU matter, but it takes a really long time to process it, so even when it gets one... I mean, eventually I'd like to see it completely filled and functional, but, you know, we'll get there eventually. I think this right here was, for the longest time, a big consumer of UU matter, but it should have slowed down now, because we're no longer building iridium plates. Although, I guess we're probably still trying to build... Is this gonna fill up? What is this configured to do? I actually have no idea. Ooh, that's messy. Don't like the way that looks, but it doesn't matter. We've just got to build more UU matter at the end of the day. And the way we're going to do that is by using more solar panels. Although this is configured to only do 8 because it takes so much to process and build them. I didn't want to kind of overload things, but we should probably increase that number a little bit. What do y'all think? Should we go ahead and crank this thing up to maybe like 32? Let's just say we try to keep 32 in there, half a stack at all times. And then, you know, once it actually manages to craft that many, we made it to 16. Don't know what we ran out of. Probably something further back down the line that we don't keep a high enough stock of. It's not those. You know what? The easiest way to check is to just go down here. We can have a look in each one of these chests. It could be this that I accidentally flipped over. It's not. It could be the medium voltage solar panel. Could be. Doesn't appear to be. We're at 17 now. Medium voltage solar panel. Is that you? Is that true, Dan? It looks like it's the medium voltage solar panels that are the issue here. So what are we out of there? Okay, I know what we're out of. So what are we out of here? What's the issue? Not that. It's definitely not that. Is it regular solar panels? It looks like it's regular solar panels. Well, what are you running out of? We have infinite those. Not quite infinite those. Infinite the 2 of these. You. What is your issue? Oh, there we go. It's interesting. What? Where are those being built? Back over here. Well, what are you running low on? Really? Cables. Okay, well, what are you... Where are those being made? Back over here? What are you running low on? You should have everything. You're not running low on anything. You're just being a silly goose is what you're being. Why is this chest not completely full? This is full. It should be emptying into here. It should be keeping that stocked. Why is it not? Okay, I've got an idea. You know what? I think we've already determined previously that we can hop... Just because the item translocators are broken going into, they're not broken coming out of the infinite storage... What are they called? Black hole units. Why do I struggle to remember the name of that? So here we go. We're going to do one of these numbers. And we're going to grab ourselves a little bit of glowstone. And what we're about... Actually, you know what? We're not going to use glowstone. We'll just do this. There we go. What I don't want to have happen is for the manufacturing over here to kick off, and then this be full and have them go out on the ground. I'd rather avoid that if possible. And then also, can we get some... You know what? Actually, seeing how quickly those were being drained out of there, we are going to go ahead and slap one of these onto here if we can. If I can just get that angle just right. There we go. Perfect. And then we'll grab some glass. And the final thing that we will do here, the last sort of step, is I am going to go ahead and get from over here, we're going to grab a... Oh, let's see. Just a regular MK1 would be fine if I have one in here right in front of me. But it doesn't appear that I do. Perhaps there's one inside of here. In fact, I would wager that there probably is. I just don't see it. I actually tried to clean this thing out a little bit because I noticed it was getting full of clutter. And that's the last thing I need to be carrying around with me is just a bunch of clutter. But there's still just so much in here to keep track of. Leave all this nonsense up here. Get rid of you, deposit all of these into here, and then we will head back upstairs real quick to, is that Napier? I don't know who that is. We'll deal with that in a minute. That's not priority. That is not priority. What is priority right now is I would like to get a particular type of pipe. If there's an item sink pipe, there's not an item sink pipe. In that case, I would like to get a particular type of pipe. And in terms of item sinks, those already exist. There's no reason for us to use the handheld just then. There was a portal that would have taken us directly down here. That was an absolute waste. What we need to do, though, this isn't probably going to be an issue. This is probably me just overthinking it. But just to avoid any kind of spills or problems, we're going to go ahead and plop that on there and configure this. Oh my gosh, that was so close to being what we wanted. We want it to be a copper... cable, item sink, lovely, and we'll just plop that on there. So in the event that this, you know, what's in here summons some out of there, but then is filled up by this, and it makes some anyway, they have somewhere to go, and they don't spill out on the ground. But that takes care of the copper cable shortage, presumably. We're not making them any faster, we just have a lot of them. So if we come over here now, this should be going at a very, very strong pace here. I'm not sure how to make that any faster than it currently is, and that's beautiful. We love to see that. And then if we come over here now, that means that these should be flowing more quickly. That means these should be getting made more quickly, presumably. Yep, boom, there we go. And once we get down here, we're getting ever closer to having, hopefully, 32 of them. This whole setup is weird and wacky, and I don't quite follow it. And I wish I had time to redo it. And in fact, we might in the near future. But first off... who in the heck are you and what do you want? Hello, Reesecrafts. The Senator Supreme has requested your presence within the Senate chambers. I thought I was going to be Senator Supreme. I didn't even realize there had been an election. The election wasn't held last night. Sorry you weren't told. The election wasn't apparently held last night. That's fine. I guess we'll go see what they want. I wonder who... actually got elected Senator Supreme. What if it's Iroth? That seems unlikely. Never mind. What if it's the AI? We put him inside of a locked zip file, but I didn't take it out of the Minecraft world. So that's possible. It could really be anything waiting in here. I didn't notice they'd finished this. It looks quite nice. I like the lighting. There's just guards out front. Oh! Wow, okay, everybody's here. Napier! Senator Supreme! Sorry, Napier, didn't mean to jump on you there. Senator Supreme, huh? A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Yeah, I'm sure. What's up, Napier? I was told that you needed something from me. What's going on around here? How can I help you? The Republic would like to purchase your land, home, and factory. We are willing to pay well above market value. For what purpose? Haven't you spent enough time trying to make up for your AI's indiscretions Surely you must be ready to move on by now. Napier, you're asking me to end my series effectively. Without the home and the factory and the land, what am I supposed to do? Just move everything somewhere else in the world? I mean, there's lots of other places to move it, to be fair. I mean, it is a big world, and we've effectively spent all of our time kind of right here. And not even, more so just like here. This is where the majority of our time has been spent. And there's so much more to do and see out there. Heck, we could like literally pack up everything, go over here, or we could move on to another mod pack. But that's an awful lot to consider, Napier. Do you need an answer right now? Of course, how about you let me know at our Christmas party next week. Sorry, Craftmas party next week. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll be thinking, well, like everybody's just like talking to each other. They're having some kind of like whispered conversations. Yeah, that'll work for me. That'll work for me. Thank you, Napier. Thank you, Reese Crafts. Merry Christmas to you. Well, Craftmas. Merry Craftmas to you too, Napier. Oof, what is this for? Hi. No, I don't like this. I feel like I'm being judged for something. Okay. Well, what's that? Is that a portal to the Twilight Forests? That is not in this mod pack by default. Why is it being guarded? Oh, I don't know, folks. I don't know. Christmas, or Craftmas as it were, is a week away. So that gives me exactly a week to think about all this. And I'll be honest, that's a lot to think about. Are we ready to end this series? I don't know. I mean, we've done a lot. We've done a whole lot. I mean, look at this basement down here where we're generating UU matter. That's not nearly as impressive as if you go out to Factory East, you know, and you just have a look at this place. Look at this place running like a well-oiled machine, generating, of all things, high-voltage solar panels without any thought or input from me. They just get made in the background. It's beautiful and wonderful. And then not only that, but look at this tower. It's massive. And I guess you could make the argument that I didn't build this. This was all built by an AI, but I built the AI. This is probably the most I have ever done in any Minecraft series that I have ever made. This is the furthest we've ever pushed into a mod pack. It's the most that's ever been built. It's the most ideas that have ever been followed up on. I mean, people love Tekkit Legends. I think a lot of that's nostalgia, but, I mean, it was a pretty good series. We just gotta admit, it never went this far. Look at the size of this place. Compare this to the Tekkit Legends house. It was effectively the size of, like, that. And then, there's all these villagers, and an unfinished orphanage. There's more we could do, but there's a lot we've done. I don't think I can do today's video. I had an idea. We were gonna go over some comments and suggestions, but I might need to take some time off and think this offer through. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are. Do you think we should sell the lands and move on to something else, or should we continue the series? Comment down below, please, and let me know. Until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Bye. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Craftmas to you all, and to all a wonderful day, night, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world, and whatever you're doing. Welcome to Tekkit 2, where today we're not gonna think much about Napier's offer to buy my house, my factory, and my land, because we have till Christmas to figure that out. I'm still looking for comments on the videos to help me make an informed decision, but what we're going to do instead today is we're going to respond to some comments that I got, and we're going to actually test out some things that you folks recommended that we try. Now, my lights, anytime I move, seem to be flickering. This is the same problem we had in yesterday's video, and every time I think I've fixed it, it's revealed to me that I have not. We're going to carry on and just hope no one notices and that it doesn't matter all that much. Today, this little doodad here has been absolutely indispensable for us. We love the portable teleporter, but the problem with the portable teleporter is the charging of the portable teleporter. Now, I did get a fantastic comment from Mark Sund, who said, hey, you can throw that thing into your Pesu to charge it. I got a little nervous there because the world took a little bit longer than usual to load. Thought we might be heading into a crash of some kind, but we're gonna just pretend like everything is fine and nothing weird happened. And I believe that's probably true. We probably can toss this thing in here. And, oh yeah, it charges it up really quickly. Okay, well there's an option for us. What we could do, and I thought about this, right? What if we had 2 Pesus? This one here, obviously, we just leave it here. We put another one upstairs, though. And we have 2 portable teleporters. And they're both set to the same destination, but we just swap them out, right? So as this one starts to go bad, we just, you know, zoop in, turn around. There's like a Pesu here in the wall or something. I put this one in there. I take the other one out. Bada bing, bada boom. Your mom's your uncle, and your third cousin is really invested in your... I was trying to think of something clever, like for some reason landscaping business kept coming to mind, but I was like, is that anything? Is that a thing? Like landscape, that's just like a good thing to get into. Everybody needs a landscaper, and it pays well. You can set your own hours. Eventually you can have your own little landscaping industry. Your third cousin should be invested in that. Sometimes my brain doesn't work right, and I just get kind of stalled trying to figure things out, and that happens from time to time. But that's an idea, and building a Pesu is a little bit of a messu, right? That's the issue. It requires a lot of very expensive things. Iridium stone, iridium plate, PESDs. We actually could just build these with materials we have lying around the factory, now that I've said it, now that I've made it seem like it's going to be this big, complicated ordeal. It simply is not. I mean, look, we've got these here, and we're struggling with them, but we do have them, and eventually this thing will stop doing whatever it's doing. I thought there was more in there before. What happened to them? This is full. Where are they going? No one else should be using these, unless something else is using them, in which case, I don't care. They're probably being used over here now that I think about it. Yeah, how many of these are you trying to manufacture? Is that what's happening here? These are full. You're just trying to make 3 stacks of those? We have those. And then we do have these. We have, like, quite a few of them. And I think everything we need to make more of them is tucked away inside of here, so we could just make more if we wanted to. So yeah, we could just make another Pez, and our Pesu, I should say, and we could just make another portable teleporter. And I'm putting everything in there because I'm now considering it like a real genuine option. This is something we might do. This isn't even complicated. I mean, plasma cores and a Pez. Yeah, you know what, it's involved, but whatever. We could just have 2 of them. That's our option. The other option is we did get a comment from someone saying, this is from Cardmaster, there is an overclocker upgrade for the charging pad. Maybe that'll speed things up. It might. It just might. I'm not sure. We'll have to test it, but it seems reasonable to think that, yeah, maybe we could add some overclocker upgrades to the charging pad, and it'll charge this up more quickly. What we do need to do is we need to drain it a little bit, because right now it is almost full, and the best way I know to do that is to just go far away. Go far away, and then teleport. And then that'll consume a bunch of power. Also, if you have a ton of things in your inventory when you teleport, that helps too. Isn't this where we, like, made an artificial island? Not us, but, you know, like, Brashiat. Didn't he, like, destroy the world here? Yeah, you can see the remnants of it there. Crazy guy. Crazy guy. Given way too much power and absolutely nothing to moderate or mediate it. Look at this little island here. We could do a little survival island series on this island if it was surrounded by nothing but water on all sides. It's a great, big, beautiful world. Take me back. How much power did that consume? A little bit. Enough that if we go upstairs and we stand on top of the charger with some, and I did check before this, we do have 4 overclocker upgrades. Those have been in there for a while. We should be able to maybe see a difference in charging speed. I found something else interesting, though, that I might want to build, but let's stand on here first and we'll start charging. So, that's what it looks like, okay? Get a good 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, about 3 seconds to get, I'll show you what I'm counting here. I'm counting, oh shoot, dang it, hold on, go back. I guess we'll go to the B-Wing. What I was counting from was, well, you know what, hold on, just give me 1 second, we're gonna get over here. I'm going to click the correct button this time. I'm counting from that third number. So 1 Mississippi, 2... Yeah, no, that is faster. So we're counting not the 48, but right there... Oh, everything just froze. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so much faster. Okay, well, there we go. We're full. Is that 50 million? I'm having trouble, like, counting the zeros. I think it's 50, 500, 5,000, 50,000, 500,000, 5 million... 50 million. Yeah, I had to actually block out one circle at a time and kind of count them out. I apologize. Look, when there's not commas to separate the numbers, all I see is a bunch of zeros and I have no idea what the number is. I need those separations so that I can tell what I just... Some people can do that. They can just look at a number and 10 zeros, and their brain can just calculate what they're looking at, and I look at it and I'm like, I gotta count the zeros, because I don't know how many zeros there are. There's so many, it hurts my brain. I'd say I could probably do it with 100,000. Let me type in, let's see, so that's 100,000. Looking at that, I can tell pretty clearly that's 100,000. If I had another one, I'm lost. That's too many zeros, and then I have to count them. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's a million. Comment down below if you're also like this. And yeah, I just typed that out inside of a search bar in a browser for demonstration, even though you can't see it. What I could have done and what I should have done was I should have done like this, right? And then I could have done like, look, 100, you can look at that, you can tell what that is. 1,000, you can look at that and tell what that is. 10,000, sure. 100,000, yes. Million, it's starting to get complicated. Don't pretend otherwise. If I had 2 more zeros, you look at that number and you tell me what that is without adding, the appropriate, like, look. See, we add that. And then we add that. And it's like, oh, well, that's 100 million. Easy. But without those, it's just a mess. We've talked about this for way too long. It definitely appears as though the overclocker upgrades do make it quite a bit faster, and that might be better than having a second PESU, but there might actually be something better than the overclocker upgrade. And that's this. See, I looked up overclockers. I didn't realize we had some already in a chest. I was going to make some more, and I noticed the quantum overclocker upgrade. All right, so look, expensive to manufacture, but here's the difference, all right? A regular overclocker upgrade gives you a 30% speed boost with a 60% power consumption boost. This flips that on its head, and for 30% more power, you get 60% more speed, and you can stack up to 64 of the darn things. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty good to me, and everything we need to build these, or convert the ones that we have into those, is right downstairs here, baby. All we've got to do is run into the Factory East, right? And it should all be right around here, right? Because what do we need? We need 4 times 4 of these, so we need 16 of these. Guess what? We've got an entire chest full of them. 16 of those, and then it's going to be 8 of them. Them's right over here, and we definitely have plenty of those to go around. 8 advanced, so you know what? I probably have some of those upstairs. I feel like every time I need some, I come down here and I get some, and I end up with like way more than I thought I needed, or whatever, but here we go. So that's, remember, we're upgrading the 4 of these that we already have. If we wanted to make, yeah, look, there's one of those. If we wanted to make more, I'd have to get whatever goes into making a regular overclocker upgrade. That's not bad. I could just make more. We could probably make a stack of those if we wanted to. I wish there was an alternative. Oh, look, we could just also build like base upgrades if we wanted to. If we had silver and or copper and like, sure, Bob, but you have to have a mining pot. That almost seems more irritating, honestly, than just doing this recipe up here, because these and these are being automatically manufactured. And these, I think we could just, like, yeah, make an abundance of with... Hold on, I might be making 64 of these, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. First off, we only need to make 60 of them, because here's the 4 of these. And I really want to, like, test this. Hold on, let's use a lot of power. Hold on. Let's go to the moon, and then let's go back. I really want to test this thing, and I want to see this thing be drained, and I want to watch it refill. Where else can I go that's far away? Take me to the asteroid belt. I think this one is one of the few you can stand in where you're actually inside of a safety bubble. I think all of the other ones are, you're just like left to your own devices out in the wilderness. Also, yeah, it's definitely not keeping these places loaded, in case you couldn't tell. Oh man, I do still like the asteroid belt. Maybe I just like the bubble we created, where there's like life and everything, and there's power being generated, and it's beautiful. And I'm like, in my head, I associate that with all of these big, empty, and uninteresting rocks, which is just not the case. But how are we looking here now? I think that's good. Okay, I don't know if we're actually going to be able to tell the difference of speed, but we're going to try our best, okay? So we're going to come back over here, and we're going to stand on the pad. We're going to hover over. We're going to get this selected, get an idea of how long it takes. All right, look at that. Come back over here. Drop these bad boys in there. Have a look at it now. I did not mean to teleport. I think that's what I did last time. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same mistake I made last time, but we're going to do it correctly this time. All right, have it in our hand. Open up this menu. Oh my gosh, it is notably faster. That is recognizably faster. But also something changed inside of here, and I wanted to see what that was. So when I took that out, oh, it must have been the output. Okay, yeah, look, you can actually see the output change. I don't know how we didn't notice that before. So it goes from what looks like 2048 EU per tick to 30, is that 3277? It's very small. The print is very small. It could be 3222. And then from there it goes to 52, 83, 1300. That is incredibly ludicrous output. Okay, but it's going to get crazier because I wasn't joking. I think we're going to make 60 more of these, and for that we're gonna need 60 electronic circuits, and we're gonna need 120 copper cable. And you'll never guess where we're gonna find all of those things. We're gonna go back to the old Diagon Alley. By the way, I think going to other dimensions is what makes the items disappear from their plaques and from the black hole labels. Apparently, on some of these at least. Or this is just empty and was never locked to begin with, which is also possible. Why are some of them, like, unlocked in the first place? I thought I did a better job. It doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, it actually ate through all the electronic circuits. We no longer have a massive backlog of electronic circuits, presumably because it's just trying to make 32 high-voltage solar panels. Oh my gosh, I thought we had so many of them. Clearly, what we're doing right now for storage is not working out, because keeping a few of them inside of here, like, we have to come up with a better storage idea. That doesn't involve running everything forever all of the time. I have had an idea that I want to consider and possibly execute on, but for right now, I don't know. We'll grab the cables we needed, and then also we'll grab some extra, because I think what we're going to have to do is just manually make a whole lot of these, which I can do. I can't wait until we make all those teleporters to get around the factory a bit easier. I'm looking forward to that. Where is iron? So, I mean, I didn't actually do any math. I just grabbed a bunch of everything and sort of hoped this would work out for me. Let's see. How many of those can you make me? 32. What did we run out of? Redstone. Really? Unfortunate. Easiest thing to replace in the world, though. We can grab another stack of that, no problem. Can we try again, please? Thank you. 64 of them? We need 60, but that's close enough. So now we need more copper cables, because I didn't grab enough of those. And then we just need 10. And we'll just grab 10. And then we should already have the Eventide, or the Evertide even, amulet. And just assemble these around there. It does not consume it for this recipe. Do these stack? These don't stack. Boy, am I glad I didn't just hold down Shift. We could have automated this process. I want to throw that out there, and I'm aware of it. And it might be less annoying if we'd automated it. But we didn't automate it yet, and we're not going to now, because we're just doing this as a funny goof. This is just an absolutely thrilling sort of process here. Let me tell you, I'm having just the grandest of times right now, alternating between these two manufacturing processes. Just the grandest of times, alright? Boom! 60 of the darn things, with a lot of leftover nonsense just cluttering up my inventory. But for now, we're gonna go ahead and do a little experiment here. I want to see what happens. I want to see the difference between when we have nothing and then 60 of these. That's a big number! Wait a minute, does it scale? Will each one added? I thought each one augmented the base, but does each one augment based on the one before it? It must, based on these... That's a big jump, but we're not done yet, because now we've got to turn them all into the quantum variety, which is going to give us a much bigger number here. That's a really obscenely large number, and I'm wondering if that's more than what this thing actually holds. Are we about to drain this entire thing's value in one go? That would be interesting. But look, we're not stopping now, because again, it makes it more efficient, and efficiency is key. Although, is it? Wait, does it matter if it's efficient? Hold on, let's go take one more look, because now that I think about it, it's just moving electricity. It's not performing any kind of operation. So is there a difference between these? 37, or 3277, 2662. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Because like I said before, it's not just about the difference between power consumption, but this is 30% speed, 60% power. This is 30% power, 60% speed. So it is giving you a higher speed boost to the Jezebel. I'm an idiot. I should have realized that. I should have thought about that. Obviously, what do we need to do to convert these to the better versions? Get rid of that there. We're not doing that. I'm not building another one of these or these either. We've pretty much decided that this is the course we're going to take. So we need a lot of carbon plating. So in order to get to 60 of these, we're going to need 200 and let's hold on, 60, 120, so 240 carbon plate. 4 stacks basically ought to get the job done. Plasma cores, those are the ones that stack, I think. And we're just going to get full stacks, even though I know we're not going to consume them. I don't like not having any labels. I can't find anything. We're going to have to relog. Couple of stacks of plasma cores, which is going to cause a lot of issue, because now that's got to come back here and start consuming all of these plasma cells that we had built up. What a nightmare. I need to stop accidentally rotating these things. I think it's still wrong. There we go. I think that's more or less correct. Not that anyone would be able to tell. Or is it supposed to be like this? That seems more right. That's what it is above it. Okay, good. Advanced cells is the last thing that we need. I did just say advanced cells, and I meant advanced circuits, but you didn't notice that, nor do you care, right? Good. It's actually, you know what's crazy is that it's going to take less time to convert all of these into their upgraded forms than it took to build them in the first place, just because of dealing with these 10K coolant cells and all of their nonsense. But here we are. Let's make a full stack of these, and we do have some parts left over. I'll take those back down to the basement and kind of put them in the system. But first, let's look at the big number and see if we can work out what it is. You know, we'll have to count the numbers, you know, we will probably. Let's put that in there. It's too small a number. The number is too small. I'm zooming in with my phone to take a picture so I can actually see. I don't know why the number is so small. It is very small, though. If I'm not mistaken, that is 2,147,483,647 EU per tick. What does this thing even hold? I don't know. Let's watch what happens. It didn't feel that fast, did it? It was fast. It just... Maybe there's a practical limit on here of how much power it can export at any given time. You know? What if I spread these out? Oh! Oh, wait, there is a practical limit. Look, when I take half of them out, the number doesn't change. And if I take half of those out, the number does change. So I guess we just keep adding them until we hit whatever that practical limit was. Which is going to be... right there. 30. Hold on. If we add it back up to 30... so that's 29. 30... no change with 31. So if you were thinking about doing this, there's no reason to add more than 30 quantum overclocker upgrades, because it's not going to go past that for the fission charge pad. That is ridiculously fast, though. Like, that was absurdly fast. I can't even believe how fast that reloaded. I would like to maybe move it down here, where we have the teleporter, you know, and just have it, like, right here, so we can fast travel right to here and recharge it. Because right now, in order to get to it, you have to go all the way to the B-wing, and then fly over here and go around back behind an advanced monitor, which is just a bit of an odd maneuver, but geez, that thing fills up fast, doesn't it? Right now it's full of energy, and we're going to lose all that energy when we break the charging pad. What's underneath the charging pad, by the way? Okay, so it's just hardwired in. We can just hardwire that in anywhere. Question is, how are we going to feed power to it? Because if we put it downstairs, right? First off, let's fix the mistake I've just made. Let's replace this trap door. In what direction do these turn? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Let's put it down in the right spot. Let's not put it there on the ground. You know what? I'm starting to think that maybe, practically speaking, this does not make a good sort of all-around daily driver use piece of equipment. It breaks things too easily. But if we go back down here, this is not connected to the main grid for reasons that we are not going to go into again. But it's not connected to the main grid. And the only thing we have down here producing power is the high-voltage solar panel. So that is the only thing that is providing power to all of the teleporters and everything. That's the only thing keeping them topped off, and it is doing a pretty decent job of keeping them topped off, I'll add. You know, it is filling them back up. We don't use them super heavily, so that's fine. I suppose there's got to be a better place to put it, though, than back behind a gosh darn monitor. That's also nowhere near any of the teleporting pads. That's the weird part, too. We have to go on, like, a journey to get over here to a machine that we basically only use to recharge a teleporter. We could put it upstairs, maybe? I'd like to have it tapped into... Because I think right now it's tapped into the high voltage. Because I think high voltage... yeah, that's an MFSU. And then it gets converted to MV. That's why it's tapped in right here where it is. Oh well, you know what? That doesn't matter. For right now, we have built an insanely fast charge pad, and that is going to change everything moving forward. Who the heck said that? Cardmaster, thank you. Thank you so much for that recommendation. It just never would have occurred to me to add overclocker upgrades. I don't know why, but that's made a huge difference, and that's going to make using this thing... I can, like, flippantly use it now if I'm too lazy to walk across the room, you know? I'm not worried about it. It'll charge up really fast when we're ready, so that's great. But the next thing we want to look at is we got a comment from Wordsmith who said, you want automation upgrades for the mass fabricators. Also, a maximum power input of high voltage doesn't actually limit the power input per unit. So starting off with the first thing in the comment, the automation upgrade is not actually going to work for us. What it does is it adds all slots to all sides, which is a complicated way, I think, to say that it means every single side can access any slot in the machine, meaning we could theoretically load and unload things from just the top or just the side. Unfortunately, there is nowhere to put upgrades inside of the mass fabricator, so we can't really do anything to that. But the second part of that comment from Wordsmith intrigued me, because it made me realize something. Yes, each one of these can accept 512 EU per tick maximum. Or can it? It can accept 512 EU per packet as a maximum, but there's no limit on the number of packets it might be able to receive. So I wanted to run an experiment, and this is part of the reason why at the start of this episode, or was that last episode? Spoilers! Last episode, I planned on doing what we're doing today. That was before we got the offer to sell the factory, and it kind of took me back a step. This was our original intention for the previous episode, and we're now getting to it. But that's why I wanted to create all of these high-voltage solar panels, is because I wanted to run a little bit of an experiment. And we're going to go ahead and grab a few of these. So we're going to test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need at least 6 high-voltage solar panels for the experiment that we are about to run. We're also going to need some additional mass fabricators, which means I'll have to build some mass fabricators, which we did in the previous episode. Didn't we talk about automating the construction of these? That would make a ton of sense, but they're not hard to build, you know, so I'll just head back to Factory East, where I just was moments ago, and we will grab... We're going to need 3 of these for the experiment, so 6 advanced blocks and 5... advanced... Actually, we have some advanced circuits upstairs. We might have enough. We're not gonna... I was gonna say, we have at least 1, but we might have more after the last thing we just did. But we're definitely gonna need 6 of these, more or less. And I think that's it. Oh, and you know what we'll also need? We'll need some glowstone and some lapatron crystals. So actually, back... Oh, gosh, let me just teleport back to here. There we go. That's gonna help me get to this hallway so much more quickly. Lovely. Lapatron crystals. I think we still have an abundance of these. Yeah. We do. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, we have 8 advanced circuits and 1 in my inventory. We have a ton of Lapotron crystals. We've got those. We've got these, couple of those, and a couple of these. 3 mass fabricators for the trees. They don't need them. We can take a nap as well, so that actually, no, we're not. This is perfect. This is perfect for the setup because of what we're about to do here. We don't want any sunlight. We don't want any solar because we're going to do a bit of a drag race. Do I have any cables with me? I do. Good. Because I want to configure this in a couple of different ways. So let's make sure that there's no power being generated. Good. And we're going to set up our experiment. So first off, we're going to drag race a single mass fabricator with a single high voltage solar panel. Then we're going to drag race 2 high voltage solar panels with a single mass fabricator. And then we're going to drag race 3 It's just turned into counting, hasn't it? We're going to see whether or not feeding one of these machines with multiple sources of high voltage energy is maybe more sensible than having a bunch of individual machines, each with their own power source, which is what we've effectively done here. Each of these machines has its own, well, 2 dedicated high voltage solar panels, but the way we've got them configured, they can't really accept power in that manner. So, you know, we might have shreked ourselves up a little bit here. We might need to reconfigure the entire situation here. We could possibly, I mean, at some point we need to move out of the basement. I know I went through a lot of effort to get this all set up here, but if we could somehow manufacture this setup in such a way, what if we just did nothing but solar panels along the ceiling here, right? So all around, just a flat ceiling of solar panels, all collected together and plugged into a single one of these. And what if that was the fastest way to generate? What if pumping all of these solar panels into a single mass fabricator was the most ludicrously fast way of generating UU matter? We're going to find out if that's the case. We're going to find out, because we're going to go to bed, and as soon as we wake up. Now, we are doing this test without scrap. That's by default. We want to, that's with intention. We want to see how fast it is just without scrap. As a, you know, that's right, they do need power. I forgot about that. Hold on, no, that one's going. Hold on, no. Yeah, that one's also going. And this one's going. Okay, so they're all going. You all have light. Yeah. You're at 1.7%. You're at 3.8%, and you're at 4%. I am confused. Are you equally confused? Interesting. I would have expected this to go down differently. I would have expected... Well, first off, let's see whether or not this one's actually consuming a ton of power. Where's my meter? Let's see if the... we should be getting 512 times 3. We're not. We're getting 769... Interesting. Okay. Okay. So the one that has access to more... Oh, wait a minute. That one's also connected to the ground down there. I did not notice that. That might have thrown off all of our... Oh, wait a minute. Oh my gosh. They're all connected, not all of them. It's possible, though, that our results are skewed right now. Because, as you can see, this is connecting to the underground, and I bet you there's cables running in underneath here, tapping into these as well. The whole thing's been shreked up. We've shreked up the whole thing. We've got to start over from scratch. We've got to restart the entire process, because the whole system... I don't know where the... Have I explained what's happening, or have I just figured it out in my mind and I'm not putting it into words properly? Much like that cable connecting to the ground, there are cables hidden underground, like this one here, and I bet what's happening is they're, like, touching, maybe not that solar panel, but some of these other solar panels, and sucking some of the juice from them, and sending them to other parts of the factory, meaning not 100% of the power was going into the mass fabricators, and thus our results were skewed. And we don't want skewed results, so we're going to take all of these down, and we are going to start over. It's got to be dark, though, is the problem, in order for the test to be truly fair. We're going to use sand to separate everything from the ground and make sure that there's no sort of errant voltages going anywhere they ought not be going. And then, I don't know, I suppose what I could do is we could wire these things up with a switch and flip them. Or, I'll tell you what we'll do. And we'll even give one of them a bit of a head start, you know? We are going to set up the solar panels. So we'll do the 1 solar panel. We'll do the 2 solar panels. And we will do the 3 solar panels. And we will add the cables here. All right, and then we're going to go through and we're going to place these down. It's not going to be a real drag race anymore because they're not all being placed at the same time. We've actually given this one, though, with one panel, we've given it a little bit of a head start, right? So we've given it a bit of favor. It's at 1%. This one has surpassed it. This one is going twice as fast, and we would expect this one to be going 3 times as fast. So if we check our voltages now, we should see this one's got 512 in, 512, nothing out. 512 gain, I guess, but it is consuming power. So this is at 1024. This one is at 1536. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. And then what about these here? What's the situation with these down here? 560, 528, 429. Yeah, so the ones in the middle are running faster than the ones on the outside because of the way that power is pooled with this sort of array back here. But I think we've just learned a valuable lesson here. More power. I don't know how... That's the lesson learned, more power. So this one is now at 7%. This one's now at 14%. This one's now at 21. So this kind of gives me an idea here that I want to test and experiment with. And it kind of makes me wonder whether or not some of these machines are also maybe sitting on old power lines. Remember, the way we check is by looking at the ground, and we're looking for a change in right there. Instead of being French 2, it just says nothing. There's a power running through that block right there. That's not a real block. Neither of these are real blocks. See how hard that one is? Compared to that one? Yeah, okay. That doesn't matter. We're going to set up a bit of an experiment here, and I need, let's see, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's go grab a couple more solar panels. There we are. So the 2 of these are now configured to extract out of the top and deposit scrap into the bottoms, which means it is time to add our mass fabricators back down. And I think it's getting dark, so we're going to need to go to bed soon, but we're going to go ahead and start this drag race, where this has 8 high-voltage solar panels, and it will soon have scrap, so that'll definitely speed it up quite a bit, or make it more efficient, or whatever it does. It looks like it does speed it up from the looks of things, is what's happening here. And compared to this one, which is about to hit about 8%, this one is about to hit about 80%. Yeah, this is the speed difference I think we would expect to see. Yeah, look, it's done. This one is still... Wait, has this one produced one yet? I don't think it has. This one's halfway to producing the next one. This one's just getting to 20%. Folks, we did this all wrong. And I'm willing to admit and accept that. I can admit my failures and my failings. It just produced another one. What we should have done was we should have just had one of them with a lot of power being pumped into it. But it can't be high voltage. Well, it has to be high voltage, but it can't be a really higher voltage. It needs to be a lot of packets of high voltage, which does mean that my idea of having a bunch of dedicated solar panels be run into it is actually brilliant. And we can still use MFSUs if we wanted to, because each of those outputs a high voltage. So that would be fine. We could have the MFSU, and then, you know, they just empty out into... if we got rid of all of these, what I think we're learning is if we got rid of all of these mass fabricators and we just had one at the end, we'd be getting to the same place, more or less, that we're at right now with a lot of them, and then a dedicated mass fabricator. This is a lot for me to take in here, because this changes all of my plans. This changes everything we thought about doing. And this one's still not made it, baby. It's still at 62. Look at this one go, though. Look at this absolute slayer. So... what do we do? You know what I mean? Like, what comes next? Do we, in fact, cover the... we could replace the glass up here with... I mean, I kind of like having this giant pit you look down into, but... Should we build this somewhere else, I guess, is the question? Hold on, I don't have the patience to fly back down here. Let's go upstairs. We could build a separate location for all of the... We need, like, a big flat area, basically, that is currently unused, which we don't have a whole lot of, for a bunch of solar panels. It kind of feels like this is the spot to do it, doesn't it? It kind of feels like we don't have to... we can keep this glass, and we can put the solar panels closer to the floor, but, I mean, are we gonna miss having this big open pit all the way down, basically to bedrock? I think I might. I think I like this big pit basically to bedrock. You know? Where else would we put them, though? I mean, we could dedicate one of these entire sectors here to just UU matter production and have the whole, like, section of it covered in solar panels. Or we can have this pit go all the way down to almost bedrock, but then right down there at the bottom, like right above these, sort of in this range, have the solar panels create like a little roof all the way around and all connected up to a single one of these. Because look, how are we doing here? It must have created one because it's back down to 22%. But like, come on. This seems like the way more efficient thing to do. Just have something dedicated to pumping scrap into here and have like 64 solar panels hooked up to it and running, you know, during the day. And then we can upgrade them to the better solar panels, and that way we'll still have power at night. Why not? Or we just get really aggressive about sleeping. That's not that hard. I mean, it's nice when it has power to run overnight. That's good. That's a good thing to have. But watching this thing tick up 1% at a time, and then you can look over here and watch it tick up at almost the same speed, 10% at a time, is just insane. What was that sound effect, and why? Is it trying to tell me that I'm close to like an underground cavern? I think that's what that effect normally means, which I know that. This is where the old mines are located. Yeah, no, these sound effects are creepy and unnecessary. It makes me feel like I'm gonna, like, turn down one of these hallways and there'll be something at the end of it staring back at me, you know what I mean? Like Herobrine style. I could go the rest of my life without that feeling things. I've got actual goosebumps now on my legs of all places, so we're gonna carry on. Tell you what, I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna do, but we are gonna fly over here and charge this thing up at a ludicrous pace. And then while we're in the area, you know, now that that's already topped off, we'll go ahead and fill this back up. And then I think I've got an idea of what we'll do. Really, we don't need to make a crazy amount of UU matter forever. We just need to create enough to get through the current shortage and then stockpile, right? Because it's going to start filling up that... The one thing we've decided we want running forever and going into a black hole storage unit is UU matter, so it's going to start filling that up. I'm gonna just do a thing real quick. Alrighty, folks. Let me kind of give you a little rundown of what I've done here and sort of explain it a little bit before we press on. Basically, what I've done is I've moved all of the solar panels that were down here, so all of the ones that were over here, all of the ones that were down here, they're now kind of tucked away into these corners along the wall here, and they are all run together using glass fiber cable, which means that this one is also now tied into this, but should prioritize keeping the MFSU full. We'll see. So this should be fine. I don't think the glass fiber cable is going to present any kind of throttle. Then what I've done is I've plugged them all into these MFSUs, and we also have the output from the MFSU. And the reason for this is, I think the way it should work is these should fill up first, and then once they're full, you know, the excess power should continue down along this line here into the mass fabricator, and at no point should this ever be hampered or throttled, I think. Because the power isn't going exclusively into them, it's also tapping in down here to their export, so we should get everything going to here. The only way we're going to find out whether or not this is as ludicrously fast as I would like it to be is by going to bed, waking up in the morning, gotta be fresh, gotta go downstairs, gotta have our bowl, gotta have cereal, seeing everything, the time is running, ticking on and on, everybody's rushing, gotta get down to the bus stop, gotta catch the bus, I see my friends. Is this ludicrously fast? It kind of doesn't feel like it, does it? I'm confused. Didn't it feel like this one was going faster earlier? Are we actually some way limiting this thing without realizing it in terms of power? These are all running, right? They've all got full sunlight, and if we have a look here, that's the wrong device to use for this situation. What we actually want is an EU reader. What is wrong here? Yeah, no, something is wrong. This one's not putting out its full potential. 0 in, 494 out. How does that work? I am confused. I am deeply confused. How much power are you consuming? 2,285 per tick. I wonder if this thing has like a practical limit on how much power it can accept. A practical limit on how many packets it can accept even. So what did that say? Hold on. 2285 divided by what are the 512. So that's approximately the power of 4.5 solar panels, high voltage solar panels. So that's not even like the maximum power we could be getting out of this MFSU. Oh wait, is it actually trying to dump all of the power into the MFSUs? It kind of looks like that's what it's doing right now. Well, maybe once they're full then. Yeah, because look, it's accepting a 1480N. But that still doesn't make sense. That still doesn't work because it doesn't explain why there's not more power passing through here. But you know what? For the sake of experimentation, we're going to do this. And we're going to eliminate this line entirely, meaning all of the power should now be passing through directly to the machine. And if we hop back here and grab these, and then we figure out why I got rid of that, and we take a little measurement reading here, 38. So 38 times 512 should be 19,000. And we've got full sunlight right now, so you should be getting that full 19,000. You're not. Why aren't you... You are getting more every time I click, until now. Why aren't you getting the full 19,000? You should be getting more, actually. It should be getting more because these MFSUs also have output potential. There's 16,500 passing through there. There's 17,000 passing through there. There is 19,941 passing through there, and yet... Oh. Was it amping up or something? Now that's the speed we expected to see right there. That is the speed we expected to see. That is the ludicrous nonsense we wanted this whole time. It's having trouble keeping up with the scrap metal. I thought about actually just moving the scrap metal. Which one of you are doing that? Is that you? I thought about just moving that over here and hooking it up directly to this, because if we're just going to have one mass fabricator, there is no reason to have it routed anymore. That's a bit silly. And in fact, I wonder if that's even having, like, maybe an impact on... Gosh dang it, I can't do anything right down here, can I? I keep accidentally clicking the wrong things and causing all kinds of problems for myself. You, how are you doing? You're actually keeping up just fine. I thought maybe having so many move operations might be impacting that, but let's actually... We are going to go ahead, and before we break it, let's be prepared to move it as quickly as possible, because we don't want any downtime. So first off, let's grab the white bag. Out of there, we will grab 2 item translocators, as well as a speckling of glowstone, not gold dust, which is what I was about to say. And then you can just be very delicately broken in such a way that we won't accidentally break anything else. There we go. And then go right into my hand. Thank you. We will place this thing down, I guess right here above it will be fine. See no reason not to put it there. We're going to have to, like, try to get ourselves into the ground a little bit. Go. And bloop. So that'll keep that filled no matter what now. That will never run dry. So this is what we're getting. This is the crazy speed that we're getting. This is the crazy speed we would expect to get. I don't know why we didn't. I'm curious now. Is it draining these? Is this actually like... So these aren't having any impact on it. Were they? Is the weird question. I feel like they might have been. Can I hook those back up now? Because what I was hoping would happen is that with these plugged into the system, they would charge up during the day, and then at night it would accept power from all of these simultaneously. Let's see whether or not what we've just done is going to cause some kind of a problem. So there's 7,000 passing through there, and there's 21,000 passing through there. And then if we come down here all the way at the end, we've got 19,941... 19,919, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't look like that's had any negative impact on the overall power. So we're good. We're good here is what we're seeing. This is running ludicrously fast. It's producing these very quickly, which we like to see. And I think that overall this is probably better than what we were doing. So how do we continue this? Well, I think we double the number of solar panels first off and continue them all the way around the outside, along with more of the glass fiber cables. Then I think we maybe upgrade them to the ultimate hybrid solar panels. So at night, instead of relying on these, they'll just continue to operate. And they'll run at a reduced speed, but we won't be dealing with a whole bunch of MFSUs, and that'll be good. And then this will just continue to pump out at a very quick pace. Like, how fast is that, actually? I'm going to start a timer. I could 1 Mississippi it, but this will be more accurate. Although it does depend on me clicking the button at the right time. So here we go. I'm about to hit start. Definitely a little bit of a delay, but that's fine as long as the little bit of delay is the same. 3.5 seconds. 3.5 seconds it takes. We could do a frame count. I'm not going to. You could if you're interested. Please feel free and put your results in the description. But 3.5 seconds feels about right for what we're seeing happening here. That's going very quickly. Now, it's getting consumed as soon as they're done, which is the real sad part about it all. Man, we can condense this so much more now. We don't really need all this mess in the middle, or we can leave all this mess in the middle exactly as it is, and we can just move that up here and have that be a part of this ridiculous, like, constructed, nonsensical thing, which could be fun. We could probably take all of this down, though, and kind of reorient it and have it make more sense. Probably need to do that. If we head back to Factory East, which, by the way, it used to have a world chunk loader, which I think we need, because you'll note that when we fast travel back to the Nexus using this, like, it's instantaneous and we're here, and I think that's because the world is currently loaded here, whereas when we go to Factory East, even though the chunks are loaded in terms of view, there's something different going on here. We probably need to set up one of those, maybe close to the middle, maybe even underground. That could be the move, kind of out of sight. Like right down here, maybe right in the middle of this area. Oh, there is one. Right here. World Spike. Okay, it's just not automated. I think it's an ender chest, and then I don't remember what the colors are. So I'll have to go back down to the basement and figure that out. What color is this? This is white, purple. Wait a minute. Nope, that's the wrong one. Hold on, no, it's this one. It's white lapis. The real question is whether or not 3x3 chunks is going to be enough, but we're about to find out. So this is going to be a little bit ugly the way this is going to be set up, because this is going to just be a chest here in the middle of this hallway, which is unpleasant, but here we go. White, blue, and then that's plenty of these for you. Lovely. And then now I guess the way we would check this is we're going to go just above and tap F10 a couple of times. Was it F10? No, it was F9. There we go, twice. So I think that the center of it is roughly here, and it does depend on which one of these chunks it's in. If it's right here, then let's see. 1, 2... it's not quite in it. You know what? I think a better thing to do would be to just test it. So back down here we go, and then back up here we go. Yeah, no, that didn't make any difference on the sort of weird nonsense that occurs. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think that's working for us. We might need to have 2 of them and kind of have them set up, maybe one in that corner and then one in that corner, and then that would kind of help keep the whole thing loaded, maybe. Or maybe I thought those were giant blocks for a minute. I didn't realize how close they were. I thought they were like outside of the window and for some reason coming towards the factory. That is not the case, though. I came down here for more solar panels, though, because I figured, you know what? If the slowdown for more solar panels is UU matter, then we might as well just try to make more UU matter so that we can speed up the production of solar panels, assuming that that is the slowdown. It could be any number of other things, because I'm assuming, yeah, we're running low on these, probably because we're running low on these, probably because we're running low on these, probably because there's plenty of those. I mean, I don't know what the slowdown here would be, but probably the copper cables. I'd imagine we've probably finally, maybe almost burned through our copper cable supply. No, they're just not going in there for some reason. No, this is empty, in spite of what the label said. Ridiculous. So what we've come down to now is this thing is not manufacturing fast enough. It needs to go faster. Must go faster. And it just isn't. I wonder how we have this configured right now. How are you set up? Well, copper cables may be one of those things where I'd be alright with it running forever. You know what I mean? So let's get those out of my inventory first off so that I can now actually scroll these up. We might change this, though. This is one of the products where I can easily see, like, so many base objects need copper cables. What am I saying? We're just going to go ahead and do it. This was the copper cable black hole unit, right? There wasn't any others over here that had copper cables. No. Okay, yeah. We're going to reconfigure this thing because I do, when I think about it, I think to myself, yep, you know what, copper cables forever is good for me. So black hole unit, and we actually managed to get that placed down before the There we go. Before the copper cables, before the... Oh my gosh, why can't I talk? So now we're going to reconfigure this to say we don't really need any of this in here. We just need one copper cable. And we will drag that over, and we will set this to infinite, which I think that means it'll just run forever, right? Yeah, there we go. It took a second, but it did start running. So that should mean... I mean, I don't know why it occasionally stops. It should go forever. It does occasionally stop. But then it goes again. Does it make a difference if I come over here and I say, hey, actually what I want you to do is make a stack forever? I can't imagine that making any kind of difference. Oh, but you know what? We do still need to export them, now that I think about it. We did, because of the way this is configured, we did break everything. We need to put this back down and set these back up. There we go. So that'll continue to supply the world. But we're now effectively making infinite copper cables. Good job. Alright, so I grabbed all of the high voltage solar panels that were available downstairs, and I brought them up here. It was enough to fill in this little section and kind of get started over here. But if we have a look now at this line, we are looking at, just shy of right around 30,000 EU per tick, which is enough to fill these up, keep them filled up, and continue to pump a ton of power into here, about 30,177 EU per tick, and as you can see, that has most certainly once again sped this up. Now, we need to keep it sped up, we need this to keep going at ludicrous speed, so we'll just continue to add more power to it, I guess, as time passes, but yeah, this has kind of changed everything, hasn't it? Because the original plan, and the reason I just hadn't done it yet, was because I knew it would be a bit fiddly. The original plan was to build, like, a couple more banks like we had before. And I was like, I'll get around to it. I just don't feel like doing it right now, because I've got to go build, you know, like another stack of mass fabricators and all the appropriate doodahs, bits, and bobs. But now I don't. Now I don't have to do that, because it turns out that's a waste of time and effort, when you could just pump infinite power into one of these. Again, I don't know if there's a practical limit to the amount of packets one of these can accept. Maybe if I dug around on the wiki for Industrial Craft Classic, I might find out. But for right now, we're just going to keep, you know, like, because upstairs, for example, hold on, let's fast travel back to here because it's such a long walk. Over here, we did find out that there was a practical limit to how many of these you could stuff in here, and that was about 30. And it makes me wonder if maybe if we had regular overclockers, maybe 30 of these is equivalent to 64 of those? Possibly, because I think we hit the same maximum number here. I don't quite know. I'm an idiot for not like having this selected, though, while we look down here and just like immediately filling it back up at, once again, speeds that are downright insane. And if we had some of those other upgrades in there that let you charge more than one item in your hotbar at a time, we could be charging up the precision wrench as well. But for right now, you know, we're just enjoying this ridiculous speed. It actually... I love that it charges it up so fast that it drains its internal buffer faster than power can be added back into it. We should add a PASU to this thing. We should build its own dedicated PASU right underneath here. Doesn't it have... It doesn't have anything. So yeah, I think you can pipe a PASU into here. I'm not sure. Tier 4. I don't know what Tier 4 is. Plugging a PASU in directly might blow it up. I have no idea. But it might be a good idea, because that would keep it, you know, fully charged. Not blowing it up. That wouldn't be a good idea. But this is going well. It is actually consuming scrap metal faster than it's being generated, which is not something I'd ever considered potentially being a problem. So, first things first, I've got some in my inventory that I don't need. We'll put that in there. And then again, walking over here is such a long, drawn-out affair. I'd much rather fast travel. This is where this is being manufactured. Not quite at maximum speed, but it's close. It's at 82%. We really do need it to get up to 100. At 100, it might be fast enough to maintain. But is that 90 or is that 80? I think that's 83%. It's climbing. It's definitely climbing. It would be great to have it export more quickly. It's importing directly because it's got an import upgrade. It's got a transformer upgrade. If we could add an export upgrade, we'd be really getting somewhere. I think we'd have to put the import and the export inside of one of those upgrade... What are they called? Like there's like a little upgrade container thing you can get. This is all basically useless now, though. Look how slow this is. This is pointless. We should just get rid of this. It's no longer useful to us. Heck, if we wanted to, we could plug all those solar panels into the main grid. And then that way we'd have a ton of high voltage packets just in the main grid. And then we could move, just keep one of these mass fabricators here and just have it all be back up here in the factory like it was before. Our little experiment in the basement has come to a conclusion. But yeah, we're really not generating those quickly enough. I think at some point, remember we were generating too many, and sometimes they would get dumped into here. And now we're at a point where it's like, yeah, no, you cannot make these fast enough. And the faster you go, the better. It's at 92. It's almost at 100%. We might have to add another compacting recycler. There's a possibility that in order to keep that one machine in the basement fed, we might have to have 2 dedicated compacting recyclers to get the job done, because we're about to hit 94%. Remember, it's not one of these every time. It's not guaranteed, I don't believe. I think inside of the recycler, let's see, random out 0 to 2, and that's for a hoe. What we actually want to find is just regular old iron, but that's not even an option, apparently. If I look at iron, and I look at, there we go. Hold on, no, I did it wrong. Okay, recycler, there we go. 25% chance. That's what we're looking for. I was in the I was in the recipe instead of inside of the uses. So that's a regular recycler. I'm assuming it's the same for the compacting recycler. It's just faster. And boy, howdy is it. There's probably an upgrade we could get for this thing. In fact, if we have a look here, I don't think you can't put overclocking upgrades inside of the compacting recyclers, or any of the upgraded machines for that matter. If we could, whoa, can you imagine? I do wonder if that means a stack of 64 of those overclocker upgrades would technically make a regular... It doesn't matter. What I was going to say is there any way to boost the amount of output? There's an efficiency upgrade, but that might not be what we want it to be. Radio transmitter? What is energy control? That doesn't matter. That's not what we're here for. What I was trying to find was something that would upgrade the percentage... Hold on, what does this do? Modify the access on the block side you click on. No, not that. Rotation disabler, slot type upgrade. I was trying to see if there was like a percentage upgrader or something that would increase the likelihood of an item getting produced. It doesn't look like it, but I haven't actually given this the most in-depth go over. So comment down below if you know. Stack limiter upgrade. That could be potentially useful. Okay, but at 100% speed, how are we looking? Can observe here for a moment. What we're looking for is for this not to drain and this to hit. Yeah, no, it's not happening. We want this to go up and this not to drain, and that is not happening. And look, I understand there's gonna be... There's going to be these machines are going to be consuming them as well. So, I mean, yeah, no, we're going to have to do something here. Didn't we make an extra? No, we didn't make an extra recycler. We made an extra of the rotary macerators in the past. Ooh, wait a minute. Do we want to test my theory about having a regular recycler with a whole bunch of ludicrously fast upgrades in it? We might want to test that. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to test it. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so in order to do this, we will need to have... Oh... Wait a minute. Hold on. First off, we need some transformer upgrades. And I know that there was 2 in here previously, and I would love to know what happened to them. Did we put them in this bag? This is where they were. Okay, because we don't want to blow this recycler up. So let's get back over here to the... do we want to do this in the east side basement? We could just, like... You know what? Hold on. I know what we're going to do. We're going to come over here, and first things first is we're going to disconnect power, because we're not idiots. So this thing is hooked up to its own MFSU, which is fun and cute. Love that. Going to take it down. Okay, and then we are going to bring everything to a screeching halt here. Hook up our regular old not the compacting one, our regular old bog standard recycler. Okay, I mean, we only need 2 of these, right? That'll get it to medium voltage. That'll get it to high voltage. I didn't realize that there was little outlines in here. Hold on, excuse me. No, we need 2. Do they not stack inside of here? Really? Is that a thing? What button do you have to hold down to take these out? What is it? There we go. They do stack. You just have to hold down Alt to make alterations to them. 34 of those, because that seems silly and ludicrous. All right, and then it also does need the import upgrade to start importing, and I think it needs power in order for that to operate. So, well, I suppose now we'll hope nothing blows up, because that would be unfortunate. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but then that needs to be facing straight up. Lovely. So this should be running now? No? You're getting power? You have power. Why aren't you running? Oh. That's simply, we cannot provide enough power to it with that many in there. So how many can we add before power starts becoming an issue? What is that at? 8, 10, 12. And I guess what we'd need to do is look in here to see whether or not power's still coming in faster than it's going out. Okay, so we're at 12 right now. 14. Okay, 15 is obviously too many. 14, though. 14 is good. 15, though. Oh, no, that's 13. 15, though. Yeah, no. 14, though. Yeah! What we could do, if we wanted to, is we could add another transformer upgrade, and we could go up another power level, and we could have power coming in directly from the HV cable back here, instead of going through these transformers, right? And then we'd be really cooking with gas. But hold on, this is going pretty quick as it is. So now I guess we'll just check over here and we'll kind of see whether or not this is better or worse than what it was before. So before, this was full, and is it not? Oh, it's nighttime. Oh, of course, the basement's not running right now. Maybe for the best. Maybe we ought to give this thing a bit of an opportunity. It looks like it's going through these really quick. Is it going faster, though? This is so fast that it's no longer even displaying. That's how quickly the operations are going. So this could be faster. Let's head downstairs where we have the secret bed located in the secret tunnel. That isn't a secret because it's just right here through a gap. And the bed is also right there, and everyone knows that it's there, so no one is surprised by this. I use the term secret very loosely around here these days. We're just going to go into the tunnel. I mean, I suppose the tunnel, the fact that there's a basement here isn't a secret anymore. Never mind, because there's actually a giant hole over there, as well as a staircase here to get down there. So really, it's a secret hatch into a very well-known tunnel. And if you're in the tunnel, the hatch is no longer a secret, because you can just look straight up and see it. It's here in its own little alcove. I'm not good at the secrets and everything, but how are you doing? You're just going. Let's go ahead and slap this back down. You, though, hold on. It looks like you're having trouble maintaining the iron. That's good. I wonder if we're actually look at the rate at which iron is being consumed here, I just realized. It is processing iron very fast, I want to throw out there. And how are we doing here? Is these numbers going up? Is these numbers going down? I guess what we'd be doing is sorting. And what we want to see is this grow. But it looks like this is shrinking. But it's not shrinking by a lot. And then every so often it do grow. I don't know if this is better or not. I genuinely have no clue. Do you reckon if we pumped more than a single packet of high voltage into this machine, if it might be faster? What if we took this machine down, okay? And we took this with us, okay? And then we went... Oh, are we all out of storage space? That is not at all surprising. Get rid of some of that glowstone. And then take me back down to the basement. We want to be careful about this. We definitely don't want to blow anything up here. So we'll go ahead and we will put the machine down right here, where it's not going to be direct... I mean, I'd like to put it back here, but this is in the way. This is where it is currently getting scrapped from. So we might be able to reconfigure all of this in the near future, if we wanted to. But for right now, for the sake of testing, we'll put this here. We'll put the two of these over here, okay? And then we'll add however many I said. Was it 14? We'll put 15 in there, because we're going to have more 512 packets available, assuming this works. And then we need to put that in there, plop this back onto the top. So that should start importing once we provide power to it, which, just to verify, yes, those are in there. It's not going to blow up. Thank goodness. So 14 is still the limit. We still can't get more than 14, even if we do this. Even though there is, like, I wonder why that is. I wonder if it just... It's interesting. It's interesting. Okay, and I'll tell you what. While it's down here now, instead of upstairs, we will get a couple of item translocators, and we will hook it up like so. And now we can just dump items in directly. That's beautiful right there. Now, what this does mean is that upstairs, we're no longer hooked in, and it's no longer getting these, right? If we go back up to the factory, to the east wing, and we have a look inside of here, yeah, these aren't getting their scrap upgrades anymore. But this is all about to be scrapped itself, because It's useless, isn't it? This down here, in a second, does more than those do in a minute, okay? And I say in a second. It's not like it's doing one of these every second. But within a course of a minute, this outperforms all 8 of those running in conjunction, so I'm not worried about it anymore. This is... we don't have to worry about this. If this fills up, it's not a problem. This isn't going to slow down like the rotary one. We don't have to keep power going to it or anything like that. And it looks like it's doing a pretty decent job. Now, this is probably still... No, this is empty. So this is now being fed directly off of here. And it looks like it is keeping up with it. But, ooh, maybe not always. It's kind of hovering around that 60 mark. And it drops and it goes back up. And if it maintains that, that's fine. What I'd like to see is this start to fill up. And this start to... That's not happening, though. It's going so fast, I'm not even... Sometimes, you know what we need to check now? I'll tell you what we need to check now. We need to go upstairs and check how our iron supply is going. This isn't something I thought we would run into issues with, but we currently have quite a bit of iron stocked up. What's going to happen when that iron runs out? Hold on, where is iron being generated? Iron is being generated right here. We might burn through our entire iron supply. I think iron is right here. We're never going to run out of our entire iron supply, is the lesson that I am learning. So it doesn't seem bothered at all. The iron supply does not seem bothered, and I guess we could have also determined that by simply coming over here and looking inside of this chest. Iron is not bothered. Iron is not bothered at all. And this is not quite maintaining. I feel like this was faster than the rotary macerator, though, wasn't it? I just looking at this progress bar, the fact that it's so fast that the progress bar doesn't even show anything. How many of these do we have to remove before we can see the progress bar? We have to get down to 8 before we can even see the progress bar. Which, that's crazy. Yeah, no, this is better. It's frustrating that at 15 it just stops running. I'm assuming that's what's happened. I'm assuming it's no longer running. It's not that it's just going so fast now that it's immeasurable the amount of power being consumed. If you know of a way to put more of these overclocker upgrades in here without it freaking out on me, is it just a matter of adding another item transformer and then adding more power? You know, because we could do that. I just don't want to blow the thing up. But if we need to go from, you know, I think we can put... we've talked about this so many times, like it's definitely a thing we can do. But I think we can get the... whatever's up next from high voltage. Is ludicrous voltage, and then insane voltage, and then extreme voltage. So I think we could get an extreme voltage transformer, or a high voltage transformer. Probably a high voltage transformer, and invert it. And I think that would make... or maybe it is... Hold on, let's go back. Hold on, before I just start saying things that are wrong, let me come down here. Okay, and then we'll go through the hatch that is secret, unless you are underground, in which case the hatch is very visible. And these are high voltage transformers. They transform to high voltage. I know this. I think if you pump power in this way and extract it out this direction, it reverses. And instead of outputting high voltage, it outputs, I think, is extreme voltage next? And then insane, and then ludicrous? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. But that could be an option for us, and all we'd have to do is add an additional transformer into the machine. I think is how it works. That's the problem. I'm not actually sure. You know what? I have high voltage transformers, and we do have an extra transformer upgrade in our inventory. It's been there this whole time. So what if, for the sake of experimentation, we come over here, we add this in there. Hold on, do I need to hold down... You know what? Let's actually disconnect power first. In case I Shrek this up somehow, let's disconnect power, okay? And then we will right-click. I did just think about something, though. If this is taking an infinite amount of high voltage... We don't know that's what's happening, but if it is, high voltage packets, this will undo that. It'll take 4 high voltage and put out 1 extreme voltage, I think is what's above high voltage. I might be wrong, but you know what I'm getting at. We could end up actually getting less power by doing this. But we'll have to wait and find out. So we're not getting any power right now, even though it's plugged in. So I guess we want to reverse this. And there we go. And the theoretically what we have done here now is we are getting no longer high voltage, but the next tier up. Okay. We're still limited to 14. It was a fun little test, wasn't it? We had a good time with it, but there you go. Now we know. Just plug it in normally. Actually, I would like to get my extra transformer out of there, and we're not stupid, so we are going to disconnect it first, because, again, we're not stupid. Get me one of those back out of there. Just in case I somehow accidentally messed that up. I didn't want it plugged into power. We might have to have 2 of these, I suppose, is the moral of today's story. But I think that just about does it for today, folks. I think that just about does it for today. We've done a lot of fun experimentation. We've learned a lot about how the mods work that we didn't know before. So, for instance, I know how to make UU matter now, which it's funny to say that, like I didn't know how to do it before, but I know how to do it better now. And we're going to continue adding solar panels down here. As many as we can for as long as we can, and we're going to see where that takes us. But once we have that wall full, I might go ahead and make one more recycler just to make sure that this stays filled up, because it's currently not. I mean, it's not empty for long, but still, it matters. It makes a difference, I think, possibly, maybe. Until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every one of you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye and Merry Christmas! Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to Tekkit 2, and Merry Christmas to all of you out there in the world. Christmas is coming up fast, and we're gonna have to decide whether or not we end the series, or whether or not we continue. Do we sell everything that we've worked on here? For now, we're not going to worry about it. We're going to keep that thought in the back of our head and procrastinate as long as we can on making that decision. But I've been doing a little bit of work since the end of the last episode. I have surrounded the room with the high voltage solar panels, which are looking absolutely fabulous, I might add. And then if we have a look over here, I've reconfigured this a little bit. So this might be a tad confusing at first. Let me kind of walk you through it. We have the ender chest up here with the iron ingots, and then down here we have the recycler going through the iron ingots and spitting them out into this chest, which you'll notice is now being kept full for the most part. We'll talk about how we accomplish that here soon, but then those are coming out and going into the mass fabricator, which is generating UU matter at an absolutely unimaginable pace. It is going crazy fast, and yet still not fast enough to fill this thing up. And I'll tell you why. It's because I've actually, been grabbing more solar panels. When you grab more solar panels, UU matter gets used. So I've also increased the amount of certain things that I keep on active requests. So, for instance, we have recently increased the amount of those we want and the amount of these we want, and just kind of stockpiling a bit more than we did before. But I did come back up here, and I got the compacting recycler from before. We took it down before. We've put it back up, and it's just up here and running. And as you can tell, it is also moving at a pretty ludicrous pace. For some reason in my mind, this was not going as fast as the machine in the basement when we added all of those crazy overclocking upgrades. But looking at it, yeah, it is going as fast. You can't see the progress tracker. It's just bam, 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 very, very quickly. It's 0.0 of 333. I don't know what that means. I guess that's the progress tracker. It's just going so fast. It's just completing the operation in the blink of an eye. But it's going about, I would assume it's processing the same amount. I don't know that. It's possible it's actually faster. I haven't tried drag racing them or anything. We could just turn the one in the basement into a regular old compacting recycler. But this one is feeding all of these machines, which are still going for some reason. Why not, I guess? I could take them all down and have the power be just fed into one down here at the end, and we'd accomplish basically the same thing. But they are also going into the ender chest here, so you'll notice right now this one's full. So yeah, we do have excess going in there, and every so often we end up with too much, and they go into this ender chest here to be deleted out of existence. But there you go. That's the process we have going on in here. I noticed something interesting, though, right? So we have been creating pretty much a non-stop, constant flow of copper cables. You kind of have to, because we desperately need copper cables. Unfortunately, we're not running out of either of these ingredients anytime soon, but copper cables are being consumed in pretty high amounts over here, where we have just an absolute mess. I cannot keep these manufactured. What I did was I created an obsidian chest so that it would have way more room. So right now, I've kind of cheesed it a little bit, okay? The way that we are doing this is we just have it running infinite. I think the concern with Infinite is once it's done, even if there's nowhere for them to go, it'll continue manufacturing them. Possibly is how that works, or how it has worked in the past. We'll find out. But you know what? We're just trying to make a bunch of them, so we'll have plenty kind of stockpiled. And then this is configured here to put in 63, because that's the only number that works when you're dealing with item translocators for reasons beyond understanding our explanation. But those are going into the ender chest here, and it's created a bit of a mess. I think because this is set to infinite, this, for whatever reason, is just going bonkers. As far as I can tell, it seems to be summoning an infinite amount of items, which means that these just keep going up. This just keeps getting more and more cables. This just keeps getting more and more redstone. This just keeps getting more and more iron ingot, and I don't know why. And something I've considered doing, just as a sort of temporary provision, so that we can sort of bring this to a close, is just get rid of these provider modules, because there's enough up here to keep this whole operation running indefinitely, and it has actually caused a problem. This was empty. It was consuming so much refined iron that it had actually emptied out completely. And I was like, do I need to expand iron production? And then I realized, no, I've got to figure out what's causing this weird looping iron problem where it's just constantly summoning infinite iron. And I've been trying to figure this out, and I have an idea. I have something I want to try, and I don't know if it's going to be the solution, but basically the idea is that if this is caused by this calling for an infinite amount of electronic circuits, okay? If it's calling for an infinite amount of electronic circuits, and that's calling this to say, hey, just send me every bit of refined iron and copper and redstone on the network indefinitely, because I got to make an infinite number of these, should we add maybe a barrier of some kind? Something to separate this requester here, this provider module, or sorry, supplier module. Should we separate it from this crafter in some way, and will that kind of work for us? And so here's what I'm thinking we do, all right? We just need to get a chest. Any kind of chest. The specific chest doesn't really matter. We could get a barrel, except I don't think they have an EMC value, and therefore too much hassle. We'll just get a regular old chest. Heck, we could get a regular old dirt chest, except I'm pretty sure that just holds dirt. So it's kind of useless. I don't know why we would want that. We could get a regular oak chest, sure. Or we can get an obsidian chest. It's really big. It's too big to be necessary. But for the sake of this, here's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to isolate these by replacing this with a pipe that only allows power to pass through, because we have to keep these things powered. And then we are going to have the items pass through this chest. And we're going to configure this to keep one stack in stock at all times. But then also we will put a supplier on this side. So I could keep explaining it forever. Or what I could do is I can come back over here and I can grab a couple of logistics chassis MK1s. And then we can get an active supplier. And we already have a provider in our inventory. So we are now going to break the system. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's actually configure this thing up properly before we break the whole thing. So we're going to come in here and we're going to say, hey, I would like partial, and then I think I said a stack of these. So let's grab a stack of those. That's going to be the quickest way to do this. Lovely. Plop that in there. So that should start requesting a stack of them any minute now. We're going to go ahead and break this. Okay, so that's going to cause that to fill up nearly to the point of probably blowing up, which is fine. So we're going to connect the two of these now, and we are going to actually need to have basic pipes right there, because there's going to be sort of an intersection. And also we should have, I'm hopeful that we will have a firewall pipe. There we go. So we'll get a firewall, and we will get a basic pipe. We'll get two of those. And everything's going to blow up over here in a minute. Yeah, there it goes. That's fine. So basic, firewall, and then we want to configure the firewall pipe so that filtered items are allowed, and since there's nothing in there, nothing will go through. And let's see, providing, crafting is blocked, providing is blocked, sorting is blocked, power flow is allowed. That's pretty much all we want, is for power to go through there. And it's immediately going crazy again for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, this isn't hooked up properly. Oh, that's not hooked up properly at all. No, I want that to be hooked up to this chest here. Why is it hooked up to the crafting table? Is that potentially causing a problem? Okay. Well, fortunately, we do have these here, where I can very easily just dump all the contents out, and then I can try to figure out why this is set up the way it is. Let's break it first off. Good, we've created a hole in the floor. So far, so good on everything, I've got to say. Really pleased with how it's working out. If we go ahead and repair the floor, and then I put this pipe down in such a way that it's connecting, like I want it to connect to there. Oh, you son of a gun. Why aren't you working? Also, why is this happening? Look at this flow. Why are you doing this? It's filling itself up and then emptying itself, and there's no real explanation as to why. Well, we'll just kind of let that run its course. I think I know what we need to do here, is we need to get the module upgrade as well as a disconnection upgrade. This is one of the things that I kind of really hate about this mod. It's really silly that in order to make this work properly, as far as I can tell, you have to put down the cable, and then you can't just like click it with a wrench or something. No. You have to add a disconnection upgrade. But not only that, you have to first add a module upgrade so then you can add the disconnection upgrade. That's dumb. That's dumb and silly. And then not even then, we're still not done, because you gotta have the right thing to interact with it to actually make alterations. I want to say it's the yellow one, but it's definitely the red one. And only then can you go in here and say, hey, no. No. There you go. Now you're set up correctly. So many absolutely ridiculous steps to get to this point. And then we want you to say, hey, give me a stack of those. And then it should just be a matter of waiting patiently. There we go. So now there's a stack of those. And then on this side, we're going to add a provider, except I don't know if we are. Because the whole point in doing this... Oh no, why are they being made and going into there? That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing in here that says, so this is an item sync for general items. It's also got a provider. Why are you manufacturing these and putting them in here? It doesn't make any sense for you to do this. You're just so broken. You're just so broken. We'll go ahead and add the provider module here, which means that the 64 of these should come out and go into here where they're being requested. Hello? Hello? You have a provider module. You have an active supplier module. What is the issue here? Why is this still happening? See how just deeply confused I am? There is nothing summoning these things to go into here. There's no reason for it to do that. What if we just broke the crafting table? Do you think the crafting table is bugged in some way? Also, why isn't this working? That is empty. It should absolutely be requesting some. And there's nothing preventing them from coming out of here. I'll tell you what. You know what? We'll play ball. We'll play silly games. I don't care. We'll send silly games and maybe we'll win some silly prizes. Here. We'll do this. We'll come over here to this one. We will add these upgrades as well. Silly as it is. We will then say, hey, don't connect up to here. Maybe. And we'll see if that makes any difference there. There we go. That's kind of what we want to see. We want to see that acting as a buffer, but it's not really having any impact here. This is still just kind of running forever. So we are going to go ahead and say maybe this thing is just broken. Okay? Maybe that's the case. Maybe it just got super bugged in some way. But we'll empty all the contents into here. We're gonna break this as well. There we are. So we've sort of temporarily at least disabled everything over here. This is all disabled, and now I can focus on clearing out my inventory. I really do, every time we play this pack, find myself really just outright hating this mod more and more. Because it seems like it should work, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't work, and it's kind of a crap, trash mod. I'm ready to say that I don't know how to use it properly, maybe. But also, why is it the way that it is? I cannot fathom why it is the way that it is. Okay. Please make these. And you. I don't think there's anything I need to change here. Import. Seems reasonable. There we go. So remember, what it should do is summon enough items to make 64. There you go. and then that's going to make these, and then every so often this will empty out, and this should run more smoothly. I do think that temporarily having this one set to infinite and connected directly up to here is part of what sort of not permanently, but yeah, caused a near infinite bug or glitch in the matrix, in the sort of brains of the operation that said, oh, I gotta create an infinite amount of them, summon all the material in the world, when it didn't need that many. So, adding this buffer, ridiculous as it is, definitely seems to be helping. Now, what I could do to simplify this a little bit is I could get rid of this, and I could get rid of that, and I could just have these connected with one of these. So it'll keep going indefinitely until... Oh, wait a minute. I could technically get rid of this one and just do the same thing here. I can have this one set up to only hold a stack and then dump them into here. I remember now what my goal was. My goal was to end up with this chest completely full, and then have them hop into this chest to be completely full. That way we would have, what did we figure out, like 6,000 or 7,000 of them constantly in storage, I think was the goal, but you can't set one of these up to be 6,000 or 7,000. They stop at 127 per slot, times 9 slots. I was hoping infinite would work, but maybe infinite just runs forever and causes things to be glitched. So what we've done now, effectively, is added an additional barrier in the line, which we could get rid of. We could just set this up to 1 stack, and we'd be good to go, but then we wouldn't have an entire obsidian chest full. So, yeah, I don't know, we could do that. We could have this one set up to 1 stack, and just have it boop over to here, and then have this boop over into here, and just have the setup get increasingly, absolutely silly. We could do that. Yeah, why not? So, by doing this, we are going to be simplifying the whole setup quite a bit. Because, I mean, look, we've already got that one down there. So if we're getting rid of this, then we no longer need this. We can just have, and we don't really need that anymore either. We just have regular unrouted pipes here. And that'll be fine, and that'll create the 63 of those. And then we'll just kind of hop from there to there. There we go. And so this will always be empty, and so it'll always be saying, hey, please make 64 of these. And it should get just the right amount of material to make 64 of them. And it should never overflow in a ridiculous manner. And everything should be fine. Everything should be good. And then eventually, this'll fill up. And then this'll fill up. And then this'll get to 63. And it'll... Or, sorry, 64. And it'll stop running. Right? Hopefully. I can understand now why Brashiat did the setup the way he did. There's all this extra room to do this sort of nonsense because the mod is so confusingly non-functional sometimes. Is this filled back up? So there's that crisis averted, and here's... Oh, good gosh. I don't even know what the correct orientation is. I guess it's going to be whatever this is up here, because you can't rotate these, so there we go. Lovely. I would love to have a different mod in this pack to manage storage and automation. Does the storage mod that sort of... Because remember, there was applied energistics, and then applied energistics got way too confusing and convoluted and complicated. And then it got, almost cloned into a simpler, like, Minecraft storage mod. What was it called? Minecraft storage mod. Here it is. I think it's simple storage, isn't it? Simple storage network. This sounds about right. Yeah, and you can do automation with that too, can't you? And it's available for version 12. I'll tell you what, in an alternate reality... Wait, is it available for version 12, or did I just say that? No, it absolutely is. 12.2. In an alternate reality, where I was free to add mods to my heart's content, we would just add that. And I guess at that point, we really wouldn't be playing Tekkit 2 anymore. Because I feel like coming to terms with the clunkiness of these stupid logistics pipes is part of the Tekkit 2 experience. Do you want to play Tekkit 2? You gotta use these stupid pipes then. And they don't work in logical or reasonable ways, and if you're not careful, they'll break the game. Although saying that, you know what else is just not a part of Tekkit 2? And yet here it is for some inexplicable and some unexplainable reason. I'm pretty sure that's a Twilight Forest portal. Like, I'm not positive, but it's got that vibe. And I feel like I know for sure that this is not... Are you about to... Hello? Well, there's just a cow in the Twilight Forest now, I guess. Just kind of wandered in there. I'm not too sure about that. I'm also not too sure about most of the other things happening around me right now. We got trains and things. I keep asking, and no one seems to understand where they come from. No one seems to get it. I'm starting to think I'm the only person experiencing these sorts of, like, random buildings spawning. And quests being given, and whatnot. So these aren't going to run out for a really long time, considering there is 125,000 of those, and 3 million of those, and 133,000 of those. That's going to keep going for a while. Anyway, meanwhile, in the basement, one thing we could do now, if we wanted to, even more so increase the speed of this nonsense, is we could add an additional, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 per corner, so we need 20, because I can do basic math. I don't know how big a difference that's going to make, though, in the overall sort of performance, because right now we've got, how many... There's 34,000 EU per tick passing through there. A ludicrous amount of voltage. So adding 5 more is going to make a bit of a difference, but is it enough to really speed up the production of UU matter? I'm unsure. This is so close to hitting 64 as well, which would allow the rest of the system to take a quick break, which is why I feel so bad about coming down here and grabbing another 20 of these and just setting it back that much more. But that is what the automation is for. It's here to serve me and make things for me. We gotta figure out how to orient these, because what we were doing is they're oriented, you see the line in the middle, kind of in the direction the wall flows, but we're gonna have an issue with that here, because obviously I can do this one in that sort of an orientation, and I can do this one in that sort of an orientation, but then what do I do with this one here in this corner? What direction do I have it go? I guess we'll decide right now that all corner ones go north to south, right? Because that's just, we have to make that decision. The alternative is for them to all be faced in sort of a, oh, you know what, I might like that better. So if that one goes that way, this one would go this way, facing towards that corner, and then this one goes this way, facing towards this corner, and then this one goes this way, facing towards that corner. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Oh, but then what do we do about, like, what if we want to place some here and here on these exposed ones? What do we do about that? I hadn't considered that. Now it's a whole situation. We're not going to worry about it right now because we're just not going to do that. Do we have any more glass fiber cables? Because I don't have any going into these corners here. I don't know if I want them to touch and make a loop. I don't think that would hurt anything, but I also don't think it would help anything by connecting it here, so I'm just not going to. There we go. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that lovely right there? And then just 2 more to go. It might be beneficial. I mean, I suppose really the more the better, so maybe we should go ahead and put them in these corners as well. But for now, let's check and see how much power we're producing. It should still be daytime. And we are outputting a whopping 44,000 EU per tick, kind of in that range. 44,489 per tick. Is this visibly faster still? I'm assuming at some point we might get to a point where we've maxed out the amount of power this thing can accept, if such a thing is possible. Right now it's accepting 42,000, 44,000. Again, some of the power goes over here, you know, about 33. That's all that consumes? 39? 39. About 39 EU per tick to keep the recycler operating. What is the other one doing? We knew that those were a bit more efficient than your standard overclocker upgrade. How much power do you consume? 11. Okay. Well, this is definitely more efficient from a power perspective. 11 EU per tick. It might be better to have 2 compacting recyclers. But I'm not really going to worry about changing either of them right now, because for the time being, we are maintaining our scrap metal. It'll be interesting. If we continue to make this thing faster, we might get to a point where we cannot maintain scrap levels, which is quite the concept, isn't it? How many more would I need if I wanted to do the corners? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 per corner, so we need 16 more. Because again, I can math. This is awful. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Look at that. It's down like now half, lower than halfway. So that obviously goes like that. This obviously goes like that. So now what do we do? Okay. Okay, this one catches that one. I'm trying to visualize this like beams. So there's electrical beams. So the beams shoot out of here, bzzz, and they go into here, and then this one redirects them around that way. And I'm trying to just make excuses for why they are not consistent in my head. Because my head needs an explanation, or it'll hurt. What I really should have done was just had all of them face in one direction universally. So all of them flow, you know, east to west or north to south, instead of having them change on the turns. I didn't do that, and is it too late to do that? That would be silly, wouldn't it, at this point? Tell me it would be silly to take them all down just so I could have them twist around and point in different directions. Tell me about how silly that would be and what a waste of time it would be, and how did we end up with an extra one? Ah, I see. Right. I don't guess that hurts anything. There we go. Presumably a packet will just follow the path of least resistance. By the way, about 52,000 EU per tick now. And it is getting dark, so I might go spam the bed here till it lets me sleep. Oh, thank you for setting a new spawn point, but that's not exactly what I wanted you to do. Hello? Hello? Any second now. There we go. So now we just gotta wait on power production to ramp, because as we all know, it's always really early in the morning, but there we go. So at 52, this should be consuming, yep, pretty much all that power. It feels like it's visibly faster. I think we're probably good down here. I think we don't need to add any more solar panels, and I think that the idea of rotating them all to face one direction is silly. Unless we were rotating them to follow the sun. Would that make more sense? I'm trying to think about this practically. If they're real solar panels, the sun goes that way to that way. So would we want them following these kind of streaks here, like it rises on this one and sets on this one? Or would we want them to hit both of them simultaneously as it makes its arc through the sky? Probably the latter. Probably the latter is what we would want. So if I were to just grab this, for example, and then just start, like, you know, we come over to this one, and we rotate them. How long would this take? I mean, look, these aren't even the same. Like, sure, the middle line is, but the swivelies are on the wrong side. See, the thicker one's on this side, and this one has the thinner one. Oh, see. Yeah, no, all of these need to be redone, basically. What a ridiculous way to spend one's time. And yet, here I am. Here I am. There. Now, all the solar panels are in the exact same orientation. They're all facing the same way and doing the same thing. Isn't it so much better? I bet you it's producing more power that way, too. It's not. If you thought it actually would be, though, gotcha. Now, of course, at night, we're still limited by the amount of power being produced because of the MFSUs here. But, you know, we're going from this many high voltage sources to this many. But that's okay. It's still going plenty fast. And once we upgrade these bad boys to their equivalent, I mean, that's where we'll really be getting somewhere. But with that done, now is the time to automate teleporters. Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, here's what I think we'll do. We'll set it up right here, because we've got a spot open for it. And if we have a look at teleporters, we're already manufacturing everything we need except for the frequency transmitters, which we're already manufacturing everything we need. So I think we'll do them back to back. We should probably have everything we need here. I'm going to assume that we do have 2 logistics crafting tables. Excellent. We'll need a bunch of ender chests, some basic, some unrouted. Oh, goodness me. Provider logistics pipes could be fun and a good way of doing this without needing to have both MK1 chassis as well as the provider modules, so we might go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and count off exactly how many ender chests we're going to need over here. So we're going to need, we already know, copper cable and electronic circuit, so that's 2. And then 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of them, huh? I don't think we've ever stacked them before, at least not in the way that we're about to, but we're going to stack them for the sake of, you know, using as little space as possible here. And then we're going to need way more provider modules. So I'll have to go build some more of that. Or should I say cables, pipes, tunnels, provider, something or another. Also, I need to remember that the direction you're facing is the direction you'll be facing after the teleport. So if the first thing I want to do is walk into here, anytime I teleport, I need to just go ahead and face that direction. And then I'll be sort of primed for it. But if we've already built these before, then I'm guessing all I need to do is locate, let's see, logistics program. What are these for? Provider logistics pipe? That's actually exactly what we wanted, was the provider logistics pipe. So hopefully we have whatever we need for it. Okay, and we've lost the logistics programmer because for some reason it got booted into my inventory. I can't remember how many more of these I said we needed, probably 3, and I made 4 out of FPGAs, huh? I think we've got a little bit of that right over here. We need to do something about the storage situation. We keep talking about automating these so we can make logistics pipes more easily, and that might be something to consider doing in the future as well. Although, with that said, I'm kind of over logistics pipes. I don't really want to use them anymore. They frustrate me to no end. And I'd rather do something different. But I don't know what else we would do. Alright, providers. Lovely. Now I gotta figure out the actual color combinations that I need. I was getting those set up over there. And then I got confused because I was like, wait, why do I have this set up like this? Why is it set up like this? I don't actually know. Why am I not just emptying the maximum amount into here? Give me that back. There's no reason for it. Get that out of there. There's no reason for that to be there. There's no reason for it to be filtered. Just put the unlimited amount in there, and an unlimited amount in here, and then this is set to 64. I have no idea why I do the things that I do sometimes. It's just baffling. I'll just make a decision, and it's odd. But there we get the 2 of those set up here, so we could start making remotes, but I'm going to set up the other 4. Which means that we are now moving on to these, and this. Alright, I've got all of our raw ingredients set up here with everything that we need. Now we need to start configuring the crafting tables, and we're going to use a logistics chassis MK3 here. And I'll tell you why. I had a bit of a funny idea here, right? So we want to create basically a stack of frequency transmitters and keep that on the go at all times. So we're going to go ahead and configure this with the frequency transmitter. And did I misspell something? No, there it is. Perfect. Configure that as we have many before. What is this? Frequency module. Different mod, not important. I think that's how you hear things in space or something like that. So partial, crank this up to 60. Well, you know what? Maybe it's going to make 127 of them, because the alternative, there's no way to lower this. If you, like, click on it or scroll on it on any way, it just gets rid of it entirely and you have to start over, which is stupid and irritating, and something that I just love so much about this. So that's going to request for this to manufacture. Actually, it's not. I need to configure this appropriately and then import that here, which in order to do that, you have to have a wrench as well. You can't just right-click on them because the mod makes sense. So there we go. But also what we're going to do with this big chest, because that's a lot of space just to have 64 modules. We're going to go ahead and configure it with a default route item sync so that anything that gets mixed up in here somehow has a place to go, which means we also want to go ahead and throw a provider module in there, because we're going to want to use the provider module to get the frequency transmitters out of here anyway. So there's that done with. And then, of course, we can slap an item frame, and we're going to want a couple of those anyway, so we'll grab a few of them. And we're going to want to put a frequency transmitter on both of those. So the next one here is going to be where we actually do the manufacturing of the teleporters. And hold on. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Something happened there. What is it? Diamond. Yeah, no, use that for sure. Regular old Minecraft diamond. And import that one. And, of course, we'll want that to go into this obsidian chest here. For that, I think we could just once again use... Oh, you know what? Does that recipe makes one at a time? No, we'll be fine. I was going to say, we could go ahead and use the supplier logistics pipe. But then I thought, well, wait a minute. If more than one teleporter gets made in a crafting operation, we might end up with an awkward situation where there's one floating around in here, but it'll just go over here, and then also it only manufactures one at a time anyway, so that's incredibly unlikely to be an issue. But we'll configure this one with the teleporter. I don't think we need to have tons and tons of teleporters sitting around. As far as I'm concerned, I think 64 of them ought to be fine. We could set it to infinite and see if it would fill up this chest with teleporters. That could be funny. But we're going to set this one up the way we have all of them. We plop that down in there, and filtered items are allowed. Providing is blocked, crafting is blocked, sorting is blocked. Power is basically the only thing that is allowed. And then that's going to flow into here, and all of this is going to come online, and we should start seeing some movement here. We should start seeing things happening if we set it all up correctly, which I know that we did. I see that this is filling up with those for some reason. Do you see that as well? And that's full. Okay, that's a bad sign, because why is it not going into here and just crafting the dang thing? We've got this set up, right? We set this up properly. This has the active supplier, partial, 64. And this is why I just love this mod so much, is you get BS like this, where these are completely filled up with nowhere to go. Look at them. They're just like crammed up in there. Why aren't they going in here and doing the crafting operation? Why was this not imported? I did that. Did I not do that? Did I not do that? I'm almost positive that I had previously done that. Why is it still broken? Why is nothing happening? Hello? And I know that this one's set up properly. Yeah, that one's set up properly. And this one's set up properly. Hello? Frequency transmitter? Okay, maybe let's disconnect. And then reconnect. You stupid son of a gun. What is going on right now? What is happening? It looks like it's all working. But why was it broken for a minute? I don't understand why it was broken to begin with. Oh, whatever. Are you working? What are you doing? So this has taken up a lot of excess because these got completely filled. These are both currently... You can see the pipes are currently filled for some arbitrary reason. All of these are for just no real apparent reason. Whatever, I'm gonna toss these back inside of here. Oh, these don't stack. Okay, then maybe making 64 of them is a bad idea if they don't stack. Let's instead have it make, maybe like 10 of them or something, or I tell you what, how many rows are there across the top of one of those? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12. We'll do 12 of them. That's like a full row across the top. So, perfect. It shouldn't really try to make any more of those. We have 64 teleporters now. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that stuff is still going in here for some reason, when there's no reason for it to. We're going to take all of these items out, and we're going to manually move them over here. Actually, we're going to go ahead and break all of these, because they're all full of nonsense for no reason. They're just full for no reason whatsoever, and the whole thing is just broken for no reason whatsoever. Okay, so with all of that mess tidied up, if I go over there and I plug the providers back in, nothing ought to happen, because nothing's being summoned or requested right now. We've got all of these. We've got more than we needed, in fact, because we only wanted 12 of them. We've got the 64 teleporters. Good news is we'll never need to make another teleporter. That's the actual really good news. We'll never have to manually manufacture another one of those for so long as we shall both live, or whatever they say when we're married. Congratulations. We're joined together in union now. Just me and my computer have now entered into a holy... Someone's got to have done that before. Tell me no one's buried their gaming PC before. I won't believe you if you say that hasn't happened. I 100% guarantee someone got done putting the thing together, they got the RGB fired up, they're peeling the plastic off, and they just go, oh, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And then boom, there you go. Man marries PC. Man marries gaming PC, and it's real cringe. And then also he's like, yeah, I sent an invite to Linus Tech Tips to come to my wedding, and he turned me down. And it's just Linus going, I don't know. I'm not going to go to a wedding, Luke. It's weird. I'm from Canada, eh? I'm not going to America because a guy's marrying his PC. It would be in America. Or could also be in Japan. I believe a Japanese man would do that. And no, I can't explain my Linus Tech Tips voice to you. I don't know what that was either. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't tell you, Luke. I'm not going to do it. We actually need 4 more of these so we can put them on the glass up here. Oh, boy. Okay. Easy does it there, partner. Let's see. There we go. Now we can spot them from a distance. Isn't that great? Is everything good over here? Oh, Shrek off. Why? Why? Get out of here! What is the purpose? Why are you still going? Why? Why are you doing? What is the reason for it? Stop. Stop putting this trash in here. Why are you doing it? Is it because this thing is loaded with them? If I break that, those will all spill out on the ground over here. Alright, now if I put that pipe back on, is it going to once again just load itself full of these? Stop! Why? Nothing about this setup is necessitating that you summon so many cables. Neither of these is running. The operations are finished. Out of just raw curiosity, if I grabbed a logistics chassis MK1 and we got just a regular old provider module, would it still do this? Would it still, for some asinine reason, load itself up with these when nothing needs them or is requesting them? Would it do that? Let's find out. We're going to set that up. We're going to plop that in there. Let's see what happens. So far, nothing. So far, nothing has happened. But what if I take one of these out? Okay? It needs to craft a new one. What happens then, huh? Yeah? Then what? Then why then, if I do this with a dedicated pipe, a pipe dedicated to doing this one task, the one purpose it exists, if I come over here and I take one of these out, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? What is the reason? Why are you doing that? There's no reason! But then this, right? We do that. We come over here, we take a couple of these out, right? Just doesn't do it. Just doesn't do it. Does the craft operation, then it just doesn't do it. Does it have something to do with these being all connected like this? Is that causing it to have some kind of a fit? If we do this, okay? Alright, if we do that, and we replace it with one of these, you know, we put our provider pipe back in there, and then we do a couple of these here. Oh, you can't add these! You can't add these to here. Or apparently you absolutely can, and we've caused some kind of problem. I guess you don't need the module upgrades when you're just applying directly to... Okay, you know what? I need the device that allows me to interact with this. Where is that gone? Okay, let's take out the 3 of these. And let's add just 1, okay? And we're going to reconfigure this thing. What is currently being blocked off? Yeah, block that off. And then we really only want you to interact with this one pipe here. So if you could do that, that would be swell. I see that you're already full, but if I break you, okay? And then my inventory's full because it's full of stupid cables! So we're going to try this one more time. We're going to put that on there. We're going to put that on there. That'll disconnect it from the one above it. Okay. For whatever reason, maybe that makes a difference. Wait a minute, hold on. Hold on, no, I think I can already see it getting full for some reason! Never mind. I give up. I give up. I just give up. I can't do this anymore. Where did the provider module go? What did I do with it? Is it not in my inventory? Did I leave it somewhere? Why did I leave it somewhere? Did I come over here and put it away? I can't fathom why I would have done that. I don't know what would have come over me to cause me to do such a thing when I very clearly still need it. Come here. I'll just get a new one. It doesn't matter. They're all the same. It's probably on the ground somewhere. It probably got left out on the ground. Whatever. Here you go. There you go. You're a provider now. Oh, there it is. Just floating all by itself. Okay. But there we go. We've automated the creation of teleporters. Maybe we are done here. Can we end it? Can we end the suffering, please? This nightmare fuel. There's gotta be a better way. Goodbye. No! Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Merry Christmas. Goodbye. Howdy folks, how are y'all doing? My name is Reese and welcome back to Tekkit 2 and also Merry Christmas to each and every single one of you. We are back down here in the basement of power, if you will, where, look at that, we're starting to stack up the UU matter. Finally! Finally, we're starting to do it. We're starting to get there, and if we're gonna sell the factory on Christmas Day, which I'm starting to think might not be so bad, because think about it. Hold on. My apologies, I get gassy when I'm excited. That's not true, but can you imagine? Just anytime I'm like, oh, this is so cool. I'm having so much fun. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. That's probably something. That sounds like an Austin Powers bit, doesn't it? Or, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of Austin Powers adjacent. If you've ever seen The Master of Disguise, it makes sense. Dana Carvey and Mike Myers were together on SNL as well as Wayne's World. So there you go. It's adjacent, you know. You could make the argument that The Master of Disguise was Dana Carvey. Austin Powers, the villain, every time he starts laughing, he does a little there we go. It's like and that's the joke every time he laughs. And it's always funny. That's a fantastic film. Also, were none of you gonna tell me? How did I not know this? Gilbert Gottfried died in 2022. I didn't know that when I referenced him reading 50 Shades of Grey. I had no idea that he'd passed away. I went back and found that video, and there were people like, rip in peace, Gilbert Gottfried. And I was like, that's funny, but Gilbert Gottfried's not dead. He's dead! We'll never get to hear his voice again in a new project. That was a horrible Gilbert Gottfried. But you know what I'm saying. I miss the fella. Good guy, good guy. But, I mean, we can move on to other... I'm just gonna continue. We can move on to a new mod pack. We could play something more modern or something just very different. We don't have to hang around here and keep doing Tekkit. We can sort of stretch our legs in a brand new world, in a very new environment, start over completely from scratch. I know it's gonna be a lot to consider, but gosh darn it if I'm not already considering it. Okay, we've still got plenty of sunlight. I thought the sun might be setting. I wanted to get eyes on it. But before we leave, there are some things we need to do, right? I mean, first off, if we go back down to the basement for just a moment, I really do need to fix the hole in the floor and reroute this cable here. I mean, first off, there's no reason for this section of the cable to be here anyway. And then also, we can probably think of a better way to run these that aren't like this. I mean, we could probably actually just, like, dig up this section here if we wanted to. I'll have to go around and I'll have to locate the... whatever it is that sprays this stuff to fill in spaces. I'll have to figure out where that's at and have to remember how to use it. But, you know, if that's something we wanted to do, we could absolutely do that. And hold on just a second. Give me a minute. This is going to bother me if I don't go ahead and finish it. All right, we're going to have to go track down some cables. But some other things that we need to do, if we come over here to the factory, we need to also finish putting up the teleporters on every floor. You know, I want to make sure the place is finished before we go. The last thing I want to do is leave it unfinished and then have them complaining that, hey, the oven doesn't work, and you said it did when we signed. I'm going to sue you now. You know, whatever happens at house closings. That never happened. I actually got several $100s back because the oven in my house was shot. But that was negotiated before closing, because oven was included in the listing, and then during the inspection, it was determined that it did not work. And the guy was like, how about at closing, I give you enough money in cash to buy a new oven? And I was like, you got me, let's do it. And we did, and it was great. Got a new oven and fridge, it was wonderful. What am I doing right now in this exact moment? What is currently happening? I've already forgotten. What is in the world around me? Why did I come over here? Was I looking for something in particular? Was I going to take something back down with me? Oh, we got to put teleporters on every floor, I think is what I was going to say. Didn't we come up here for something? Oh, we were looking for electrical cable. That's what it was. That's what it was. It's come back to me now. There we go. All right. Yeah, no, but we do want to have on every single floor a teleporter and get that set up and working. There we go. Look at that. So now we've got power going back over there. And then I reckon if we just head right back upstairs, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be running teleporters today. But I figure while we're at it, we can also figure out how to do this with the objects inside of here. I'm trying to remember. That's important. You need the obscurer. And I think the CF sprayer. And then I think with the CF sprayer, you just like right click. Yeah, and it goes a certain distance. Oh, goodness gracious. No, that's a bit too much. That is not exactly what we wanted. I do appreciate the attempt, though. I'm not sure if there's any way we could have avoided that, really. But we'll get all this set back up like so. I don't know, maybe we do want to do that, though. Right? Like, maybe we do want to run the power through the wall back there and have it just... Oh, actually, we could. We could have the power go into this part of the wall and then down. Oh, we could have the solar panels, and we can have the electric cable behind them inside of a cavity, and then that cavity goes down and maybe inside of back here, and then comes out under the wall, and then it's all invisible. I like that idea. That is a good idea. But first things first, we're going to use the obscurer. And you can use the obscurer on the undried blocks as well. I know we determined this previously. And it'll just, when they dry, they change over. I have a memory of that, like a distant memory of that. Yeah, see? Once the pieces dry, can't you dry them quickly with sand as well? So if you're in like a bit of a rush for some reason, which you're not, you have nothing better to do. But if you are in a rush, you can right-click with sand, and that'll very quickly, I guess, collect... something. I don't know. Oh, and you can also decorate different sides. So you could have this be something else or have it be the same texture if you were so inclined to do such a thing. There we go, though. Lovely. So that's a little bit tidier, and this is still a bit messy, but I do like that idea of just taking out the wall here. I mean, now that I've gone through all that effort, what if we just routed it back here instead? You know, right back here. I like the idea of having the cable... What the heck? I'm sorry? What? What is this? What is this? This is part of the mining operation. It's just been back here the whole time. That's nutty. I like that. That there's just like empty caves back here. That's funny. You never know what you could find in here either. It could be some kind of weird goblin creature. Or something. Like, you ever heard that old creepypasta, like internet horror story? About the two guys who find like the hole? And it's so small, the guy has to, like, wiggle through it, and he gets in there, and there's the round boulder, and then, like, it moves while he's not paying attention. He's like, what moved the boulder? We've got to get out of here! And then the story ends with him being like, yeah, we're gonna go back and check it out, but don't worry, I'll come back and update the blog, tomorrow or the next day at the latest. And he was never heard from again. Dun, dun, dun. Now, the guy who actually wrote it is fine. I think he's done an interview before with someone. I can't. Okay, so this is a story I remember back from the old days, and I feel like it's one that's come up a ton. Like, I think I've heard that story told more than probably any other sort of creepy story of its sort. But the most recent time I listened to it was one of my favorite YouTubers, Wendigoon, who I'm sure you all know and probably love, because who doesn't love Wendigoon? He's a great guy. And Meat Canyon are doing like a spooky podcast now, which is great fun. And they kind of covered that story again here recently, which is the umpteenth time I've heard it, but it's still really good. That is a great story all around. And the fact that it's a guy who actually does do caving, and the hole is real. So he has pictures of him and his friend exploring the hole, and then as he's explained more recently in like podcast interviews and everything, when he was writing the blog about it, he's like, well, why don't I just spice this up a little bit and make it a little bit more interesting? And I think it was like a joke, like a prank on his family, because he was living away from his family, and he's like, what if I just made up this story? What if I just fabricated this story of me like going missing? Wouldn't that be funny? Haha. And I've got to say, no, it wouldn't. That would be terrifying. Are you kidding me? If I was the guy's family and I was keeping up with his adventures in this like blog, and then suddenly he was missing, I would be so concerned. It is kind of funny. It is a little bit on the funny side. There we go. So we've got that tucked away inside of there now, and then I think we can just probably, like, I would like to inject, maybe back here, can I do it? Actually, I can just cap that, and that's out of sight. And then if I come back around here, I can't quite get this completely out of sight. But then if I inject right there, I don't know exactly where that expanded to. Oh, it's so close. Yeah, that's the issue. I didn't actually want it to do that. I think I can go get the individual pellets and do it, or I guess I could have just broken the cable surrounding it as well before doing that. That probably would have made all the sense in the world, and I just didn't. So now we've got to program this thing. Hold on. I've got to try to remember how to do that, because you can program this thing to different blocks. Is it you shift right-click? There you go. And then we right-click there to set it, and then we can pump it full of sand, and there we go. It's now invisible. So there's no more cable coming up out of the ground. The cables we ran are still in here. I love a good creepypasta, though. So that's a good one. The one with Papa Meat. Did I say Papa Meat earlier? Did I say Papa Meat? I meant Papa Meat, if that's not who I said. Papa Meat and Wendigoon have a good one. There's a slightly different style podcast that I've been listening to that's Wendigoon. I gotta say, Wendigoon has been getting around. I don't know what the man is doing. Here it is, the Red Thread. Alright, Red Thread's been pretty good as well. They're covering more like real life stories. Well, no, okay, the first one was the Goat Man, but they did like a disappearance. That's pretty good, so that's a lot of fun. Wendigoon's just popping off everywhere. I love that guy. He's great. I did see the other day, I just took a nap to get the sun back up. I saw the other day that there was a cancellation attempt on Wendigoon because he's a white Christian who owns guns. Have you ever been to the American South? People on the internet are weirdos, especially, I think this is an X cancellation attempt. Everyone on X is a weirdo. I have the Howdy Folks account. I don't tweet very often, but I go in there and I scroll, and I'm like, who are these people? What rocks do they live under? And where? Weirdos. Anyway, look at this. UU Matter production's going well. It's oddly staggered, and I'm assuming the reason for that is every so often something gets a bit of UU Matter out of here, and it probably, yeah, right there, you saw that dip to 63. It takes it from here first for some reason. Let's go upstairs and kind of like have a little look around at how things are going. So first off, how is this? Yep, arbitrary, but it's working. We're just gonna move on past that, but this is starting to, which one of these is it? Hold on. Come here, you. What are you? What is this one? I'm actually confused about... Oh, this is the one that was supposed to send them downstairs. Wait a minute, where do you guys send UU Matter to? You send them to this? Does it still go downstairs? I guess it does. I guess that's what that chest is. Meanwhile, it's this chest here that should have the UU Matter. And so this is coming along swimmingly. Once that's full, I assume... Oh, that's full. That's great. That's fantastic. How about here? Yep, that's full. And then what about right here? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We'd love to see that. Fantastic. We might crank it up. Good, good, good. The Pez are good. Have you hit 64? 28. Okay, so I know what its limiting factor is. It's probably still going to be the regular, yeah. Which means that one of these is not being manufactured at a fast enough pace, and we know which one it is. Wait, there's none of them in here, though. Why are there none of them inside of there? You're still operating, aren't you? You're not doing anything. You've stopped running. Why have you stopped running? You're not out of materials. You have plenty of everything you need. You stupid, stupid contraption. What is wrong with you? I hate you so much. What did I change over here? The only thing I changed recently over here, okay, was we originally had, let's see, electronic circuit. I also, by the way, have a theory. I think so long as I don't have any electronic circuits in my inventory, if I scroll this with the wheel, well, nothing will happen. Oh, wait, that's because I need a diamond. Hold on. And there we go. So plop that on there. And then... yeah, I think you can scroll this freely, so long as you don't have one in your inventory. But it also doesn't, like, change the fact that it's broken and doesn't work properly. It seems to be our issue is here, if I had to guess, because this is what should be summoning them, and it is not, and the only way I know to engage with that is using a wrench. Okay, to see why you're not working. If we take it out, and we plop it back in, will it start working? Why? Why are you like this? I guess we'll just have to monitor it and make sure it continues to work. Also, I just realized something in my inventory. That button obviously broke earlier, but there we go. There's that back up and running. So was that stopping the reason that maybe the UU matter started filling up? Does that make sense? The fact that we weren't getting electronic circuits meant that other things that needed to be running were not running, and therefore we started getting a backup of UU matter. Is that possible? You stopped again, didn't you? I guess it made 64 of them. We are going to eliminate the middleman. We're going to see whether or not this makes any difference at all. So this is now set up to automatically request 64, and then it's going to automatically dump all of those into this ender chest. I guess we could just dump them directly into the ender chest. We don't need to play around with these games. The goal with having this was to have a buffer that would fill up all the way. But then, obviously, that's causing some kind of weirdo problem, where this thing only manufactures 64 of them and then can't seem to realize the chest is empty and it needs to send more. I think is what was going on there. But I feel like it's probably good. Has it made more than 64 at this point? There's no way to know because this keeps going. Pretty much what I want it to do is just keep going. And it looks like it's going to keep going. Maybe. I guess what we could do, because we have this set up to run infinite. Wait, this one's not broken, though. Why isn't this one broken? This one is set up to use copper cables and rubber and make infinite stack of 64 copper cables. It never went crazy and had an infinite number of items spawn and looping all over the place and spilling out on the ground. It's just working. Is that because it's like infinitely dumping into one of these? Should we just accept that some of these items need to be infinitely manufactured and do that over here? I feel like this is not one of those items, though, is the only issue. I feel like copper cable that makes sense for, and with this, there's no reason to have an infinite number of them. I would like to have the 6,000 or 7,000 that could fill this up, but I don't know how to achieve that. And if I set this to infinite, we all know that it's going to cause, well, you know what? Let's just do it. Let me just show you what it does. We set it to infinite. Watch what happens. Items just start spilling out of here forever. Yeah, see how the items are just full in here now? And going all over the place, and they can't go back, and they're confused, and they're just making an awful mess? That's what happens. I'm going to set it to partial, and hope that eventually it stops doing what it's doing right now. But I have my doubts. Okay, we're not going to worry about that. What we're going to worry about right now is doing the floors. And we have to figure out how many floors we have. I don't actually know. Do we count this as the ground floor? And we don't really... Well, we already do have a teleporter for it. It's right there. So this is the ground floor. Do we consider this sort of raised section here, this elevated platform, to be a separate floor? I guess we should. It's the diamond floor, right? This is where we have our over 1 million diamonds. You know what I just realized? Hold on just a second. We need to check something, because I've not checked in on this in a while. How is this doing? That's awkward. That's embarrassing. This is full. I did not realize that this was full. That is upsetting. That we could have... We probably should have done something bigger than diamond blocks, because it wouldn't have filled up. Each of these is worth 4.7 million, though. So once we go through and we empty all of these out, which is what I'm doing right now, I'm just sick to my stomach right now that we didn't realize sooner, because this is a lot. Who knows how long it's been filled up for, really. This could be so much more EMC if we'd been paying attention. And it simply is not, and that's my failings, honestly. Just very delicately going through here, taking these out one giant, you know, stack of blocks at a time, filling ourselves up here, getting very close to 800 million EMC. Is there an actual limit to the amount of EMC you can have? I doubt it. Okay, so that's all of them. And that gets us almost to... I was hoping we would hit 1 billion. I would love to hit 1 billion EMC. Are you kidding me? We're not that far off. It's gonna eventually happen. Is that how we end the series? 1 billion EMC by Christmas, I say. What's a stack of diamonds worth? So that's worth 500,000. Each one of these is worth 1 million. So doing it this way would take an absolutely insane amount of time. We'll figure something out. Right, so these are the first 2 floors. So you got 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25. There's 25 floors. And no, we're not counting the roof because we can't do anything up there. It's the literal world limit. So let's say we move that one over here, right? Because that's the Nexus teleporter, so we'll have it be a bit set apart. The Nexus teleporter will be there, which is also the first floor teleport. So then we have the landing up there, so that's floor 2. So that's the first 2 floors. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 33, 34.
All right, we've gone too far. I realize now that we don't need that many. And then we're not going to go all the way to the end here because there's no purpose. We only need 25 floors. Or actually, if we're not going to have... Well, yeah, no. So counting this one, we're going to move the Nexus one. I want to lay these out a little bit differently is what I want to do. So let me go a couple of blocks in. If we have the teleporter be right there, if we put that behind it, where does that kind of leave the cabling and everything? So ignoring the fact that we're digging into this corner piece here, that would set that in one, which I like a little bit better, and also elevate it. So these glass fiber cables would actually be where these blocks are right here. I like that a little bit better. I do like that a little bit better. So let's grab, we've got some teleporters, but we do need more. And those are going to be right here. No, hold on. Right up here. So we'll go ahead and grab, I think we said 25. We've already got the one for the ground floor. It just goes back to the Nexus. So 24. We're going to put a second one up in the penthouse so we can get to the penthouse from here or the Nexus, and it won't matter one way or the other. Let's see if... Oh, good. That one's broken now. That's good to see. Love seeing how that's broken. And going indefinitely into here now. Good, good. Love when the mod is just fundamentally broken in a predictable way. And then I love when the solution is to just do something slightly different for just some reason, because the mod isn't broken in that way. It's just only broken in one particular way, but it is broken in multiple ways. So we break that now, and accidentally break the floor, maybe, is what that sound was. I think I broke that block right there underneath there. Whatever. There we go. There's that patched. Give me all of these out of here. There's no reason for this. It's absolutely absurd. I do want to actually get that glass under there if I can. If I can somehow, like, without having to go underneath, just place that glass. Come on. Nah. Nah, I'm gonna have to go under. Yep, right there. Told you. I told you. I knew it. Okay. So why have you stopped running? How did I have you configured before? Partial 64. Interesting. So you're done. You're done running now. Good. I crank it up to 127. I'll do 126, because that's 2 stacks. No, it's not. 128 would be 2 stacks. Yeah, why can't we go to 128? Why is this the limit, I wonder? Nothing should happen because there is currently more than that in here. But if we add more, and then once we're done with that, we add more. So effectively, that is 6 stacks. Not quite, it's a few shy, but it should be about 6 stacks, which we don't currently have. So we'll see whether or not it manages that without... Well, it definitely looks very broken, but we'll see. MFSUs was the other thing that we needed. We need 24 of those, which we keep 32 stocked, so... I don't know why we don't just keep 64 of them stocked. Why don't we? What is the practical reason? I don't think there is one. Get these out of my inventory, so I can crank this up to 64. So basically the setup will be... Get me back up here. We'll have the MFSU back there, and then we will have the teleporter just ahead of it. And then we'll put, kind of like we do downstairs, some steps here, a couple of blocks to fill that in, and we'll be good to go. And then the underside of it will look kind of like what we were talking about before. Negotiate our way down here. We will have the... There we go, glass fiber cables. And you are the HV transformer, correct? Yeah, I think it's safe to come off of this HV transformer. We'll have to figure something else out for power kind of long term. Oh, you know what? I was going to say, we could have the power be here and kind of run along that way. Or what we could do, we could actually move the teleporter in one more block, have the MFSU go in one more block, and then actually have power kind of inside of here, out of sight, where we wouldn't actually have to inject it with any kind of foam. And then the advantage to that is that this could be marble ceiling again, and visibly you wouldn't be able to see the teleporters down here. But would that look funny to have the teleporter be set in 2 blocks? That seems like a bit much. I kind of like this better anyway. We'll just do this and we'll be able to see the teleporters, and it's fine and not that big a deal, and anyone who cares needs to take a chill pill, and that person is me. I'm the one who cares. I'm the one who needs the chill pill. I need to chill. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. Nothing really matters. So that'll hook up like that. That should start charging. I did not even really check to see whether or not the teleporter was wired in properly. That probably would have been good to check. I'm going to grab one of the 2 frequency transmitters we have with us at all times. I'm going to clear it, and then like I said, I want this one to be synced up with the Nexus. So, I mean, we could just fast travel back. Oh gosh, this way. And which one of you are factory east? You are. So right click, link established. So this should take us now over here instead. Perfect. And then this one we can just move. And I don't know if we can break them with any old block. I think we'll use the precision wrench just to be safe. And we'll move both of these over and kind of match the orientation that we've got going on over here. I'll put down portal first, and then that. Hopefully it brings itself around to the correct orientation. So we'll have this one here as the Nexus, and I should spell it correctly. And then this will be floor 2. And I understand, apparently, in some parts of the world, the first floor is always referred to as the ground floor, and then the second story is referred to as the first floor, because it's the first above ground floor, I guess, which kind of makes sense to me, but also is not the way we do it stateside. Ground floor is always the first floor, and then the next floor above that is the second one. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure how that happened, but that means this is going to be second floor. How are we actually going to do this? Do we want to do 2 dash diamonds? Something like that. That doesn't need to be permanent. Oh, you know what? I might like better if we have the floor number, so we can put floor 2, and then underneath that, what is manufactured there. That is not a thing at all. Why can't I spell? Am I just typing too fast? Diamonds. There we go. I'm not even sure what letter I was missing before. Diamonds. And then we have it closed off like that. Or do we? Do we want to have each one inside of its own little pod? Or do we want to have the Nexus be set apart, and then have every subsequent one... I just realized we'll need twice the number that I said we would. I said we would need 24, but we actually need 48, because we got to have one on each corresponding floor. That doesn't matter, though. Do we want this one to be kind of set apart, and then all of these just be next to each other? No, because that could get confusing, and then the button might activate more than one. I don't think that it would, but theoretically it could. I don't want that. I don't want things to be confusing. I want, when you get to one and you step inside of it, yeah, I like that it's kind of a little nook. It's a little nook and cranny situation. We're going to go with that. I also went a little bit crazy when we were breaking all of these with the tool earlier. So we can do this one. I don't know what we'll do down here. We'll figure it out. Okay, got these all in place, and now we've just got to start the fun part of running the ones upstairs, and then slowly going up and connecting them, and then coming back down and doing the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and then this is how I'm spending the next hour and a half of my life. Okay, so now what we do is we've got that one down there placed, and then we move on to the next floor, where we do this whole procedure again. And obviously some of these floors have lights in place that I'm going to have to come back and patch up after the fact. Good gosh, I almost skipped a floor. But we're not going to use our tool to break the glass here. I think we can break it just as quickly with our hands. We won't risk breaking everything behind it. And fortunately, we do have a ladder here, which means that in order to get up and down, we don't have to fly all the way to the middle, go through the hole, and fly all the way back, so that saves us some time. And once again, breaking the lights with our hands is going to be just as fast as using a tool, and more importantly, we're much less likely to accidentally break everything in the process. So this is what this procedure is going to look like for the next 20-some-odd floors. Hope that you folks are enjoying the fact that it's me doing this and not you, and getting some level of, like, I don't know, some sort of sick joy out of it. because at least then it's all worth it in some way. Oh, you know what? I forgot I'm supposed to be leaving buttons behind as I go. I didn't leave a button here, did I? Son of a gun, I didn't. I did not leave a button. Did I remember to leave a button on this floor? No button here either. But this floor, this is where there's no button there either. What about right here? This is literally the first floor I did. I did put a button here. That's something. I didn't put one down here, though! I completely skipped this floor. Duh. Florida. Is that how it started? Like, hey, where do you want me to leave my shoes? On the floor, duh. That's it! And that's how they figured out how to name the state. Look at this. You can actually get yourself into a pretty good... As soon as I said it, I started failing. But yeah, look, you can get into a pretty good speedy rhythm here. You know, you come up, you break the 2 blocks on the floor. You know, we worry about collecting those later on the way back down at a later date. But then plop, 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 get into a good rhythm. When you get to the glass floors, it's even quicker, baby. It's even quicker. Plop, plop, plop. They all go in order. Move on to the next floor. Look at this. I am speed right now. I am the absolute definition of speed. If you looked up speed in a dictionary, you would see my face next to it, as well as a warning about, like, hey, listen, let's talk about what happens when you play too much Minecraft, alright? You become this. Don't become this, you know? Do something worthwhile with your life, you know? Find a girl, get married, have a family, move out onto a ranch, raise cattle and chickens, and you know, eat grass-fed beef exclusively. Don't eat fast food. Look at this guy. He eats way too much fast food while he plays Minecraft. Don't be like this guy. You know, go be a Chad. I'm having to reorient some things here all the way at the top at the penthouse, because originally this was underneath there, but I need to get power to both of them at the same time, and there's already going to be a gap here anyway, so I just did it like this. And that doesn't look too bad from down here. And it gets basically the same job done, so those should both be filling up. So that is it for placement. Gosh, the hairs on my face are driving me crazy. It might be time to shave the beard. The beard might have gone too far at this point. I've had to adjust the camera. I don't know if you've noticed, but every time I record, I've had to, like, adjust the camera a little bit, like, tilt it down ever so slightly, because it gets to the point where my, like, beard starts to get cut off. And I'm like, nope, gotta tilt it up more. My head sits higher than it used to. Anyway, and specifically the mustache is what's driving me crazy. The mustache is really, really getting on my nerves, but there we go. So now it's a matter of, for the floors with lighting, I gotta go back through and patch the lights to look good. And in some instances, I'm not gonna have enough lights. I have to go pick up more lights, and I gotta figure out what colors I need. That's gonna be a whole thing. And then also, we then begin the process of connecting them all. And trying to get them all in the correct order. So I've got pretty much all the colors here that I think I might end up needing. We do have a lime floor, but I never put down lime lamps yet. So that's something I need to do at a later date. But for right now, I think that orange and black, red, blue, white might be all that I need. We'll find out when I get back in there and realize that, oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot to get chartreuse! Which isn't really one of the colors, but it'd be funny. Alright, let's go ahead and set one of these up. So hold on, frequency, why is it not clearing? Is it already cleared? Is that why? Pick that thing back up. Shift and right click, nothing's happening. Alright, floor 2 diamonds. Yep, linked. Floor 2, right here. Diamonds. Boop. How does this one not have a gosh darn button? It's one of the first ones I did, but clear that out now. Clear that out. And then if I click that button... Wonderful. Okay. Floor 3. We'll give a name for it later. What I can do is I can come up here, and then I can set it, clear it, and then patch this. We're going to do lights there too, I think. That looks nice. And then we can go back down, okay? And then we can set the next one. So, again, make sure it's cleared, so we can set that one. So that's for the next floor. So then I can go... Oh, is there not enough power? Oh. I haven't actually hooked up power to any of these. That is a bit of an awkward oversight on my part. That is definitely going to be an issue that I'm gonna have to, like, address immediately. You know what I should do is I should have a teleport for going underground instead of having to try to figure out how to get up this ladder every time. Or rather, get down it. That's the real problem, isn't it? We should, you know what? We could have right down here, we'd have these teleporters all be sanctioned to just different places in the factory. So back over there to that corner, or right underground here, things like that, other places, haven't thought about it that far ahead. But maybe I should be adding signs to these as we go too. I do have some signs. And some buttons, and just a whole lot of stuff in my inventory taking up space. I don't know what a lot of these floors have on them off the top of my head, so we're just gonna, like, very quickly label them floor 3, for example, right? And it is charging up, but it is not ready to take me anywhere. You know what, that's fine. Now's as good an opportunity as any to grab the bye-bye bag and get rid of limestone and cobblestone. 2 items that I don't need to be carrying around with me. Don't need these random bits of basalt. Also, you know what, really can do the rest of my life without having all of this extra sand and all of this extra marble. We don't really need that much marble on us. Or this coal, this random bit of coal we can get rid of. And now maybe we're a little bit lighter. Perfect. I think we already set this one for floor 4, right? So there we go. So we should now be able to teleport back down. And then we can set this up with the next one. And we want to add a sign indicating that this one's finished. Floor 4. There we go. Then we go back to it. And I've got to fix the lights. There we go. And now we can move on to the next floor. Floor 5. And clear it. Teleport down to it. Put up a sign. Floor 5. Perfect. And then make sure it's cleared. Go to floor 6. Go back up to 5. Yeah, we've got a bit of a strategy here. We've got a bit of something going on, I think. So I found a problem with what we've been doing here. I found just a small, simple issue, which is that, you know what? We've made it up to floor 8. Here we are. Welcome. You know what I forgot to do was reset the frequency transmitter. Let's just go back real quick. And, yeah, because this is... Each one of these is subsequently further along. Each one is taking longer to charge. So, we've made it up 8 floors, and we're already so far away from the power source, and we have so many other MFSUs trying to charge up in line, this one's just taken absolute ages, so we can no longer fast travel back and forth. We have to now rely on gravity to get us moving around. How fun is that? This has also presented the issue of, I don't know what floor I'm at most of the time, so I'm now going to have to go backwards, start working my way backwards and putting down signs next to the teleporters themselves saying, you know, floor. Also, why not call them level? Right? Level 2 diamonds. Why not? It does mean I have to redo all the signs down there, but calling them levels, like, oh, what floor are you on? I'm on floor 7. Does that sound as cool as, like, I'm at level 7? I'm here on level 2 right now, overlooking the factory, and the enemy are moving. Right, that sounds way more interesting. We're gonna start. I'm gonna rename all of them. I'm gonna go back and redo them all now. Okay, so there's level 24 done. This one does not have enough juice to take me up to 20. What about 22? Can I get to 22 at least? There we go. Up to 24. Oh my goodness gracious, we're almost there. We are almost there. Level 24. And then finally we get up here to level 25. I feel like I've been at this for years and years. So that'll take us back to the Nexus. This one takes us back to... Well, actually, so what I've been doing is I've been putting the name of the floor that we are on instead of where it's taking us, so that I actually have a reference on this floor of what floor number we are on. That might seem weird, but it made more sense to me, because obviously this is not going to take us to level 25, it's going to take us to level 1. This is literally just so I could keep track of the counting. If I wanted to go through and change them now, I could, but I'm not going to. We need to link it. There we go. Clear it. No way does it have enough charge to take me back down just yet. It didn't even try, though, is the weird part. Like, it doesn't have any charge. Oh, it has, like, so little charge. There's so little charge coming through here. Unbelievable. So, eventually these will charge up, right? I think this one would probably do the same. No, that one actually lit up. Did I set something up wrong here? Let's set that one. And then we'll head back down and just verify, in fact... Oh, wait! No, I'm confused. I might have set something up wrong there. Did I... No, I clicked on that one when we got up there. That's what I did! We went to 24 and linked them, then I clicked on 25, and now we're coming down here to link this one on number 25. Link established. There we go. So, level 25. And we're done. And it's a beautiful thing. And this one is charging up a bit quicker, so it'll probably not have quite enough power. But eventually those up top will fill up. Basically what you gotta wait on is for everyone on every floor below it to fill up. So once this one's full, whatever power it's taking is going to be sent up to the next floor, and then so on and so forth. The only way I would know to speed that up any would be to come over here and let's say if we, how would we do that? Where's the power for those? Where's that coming from? Way over here. So the power for all of those is coming from this line, which is coming out of this MV transformer. Oh! Really? Interesting. We should probably get this on its own high voltage run. What just happened? I phased into the wall again, as tends to happen. We probably have enough cable to do this, but we're going to want to be careful. We're going to come off of this T here, and this is going to eat into some of the power going to these MFSUs, but I don't really care. Alternatively, we could just extend this line out to the end and then add an adapter, but we're not going to. So we're going to carry this out to right here, and we are not going to link it up directly to this line at first. What we're going to do is make sure we have a little bit of a gap between them, okay? And then we're going to disconnect right here, probably. Because what I don't want is for the high voltage to go back up into this line. Can you imagine the issues that would cause? Can you imagine the amount of machines that would probably blow up? Because there's no middleman that would blow up first and spare all the machines. Basically, all of these machines would immediately... I guess the MFEs would explode. They might take the machines with them. But here we go. So this is now going to be a high voltage line. Is there any other machines? No. I don't think there's any machines plugged into that. There was no explosion. So that's going to increase the speed at which those charge. And we could potentially add another HV transformer like right here to increase the amount of HV packets. But I'd assume, yeah, this one's going to start slowing down a little bit because some of that extra voltage is going to go down here. But the thing to remember with that is that once all of the MFSUs connected to the teleporters are charged up, that voltage it's not a constant draw, so that voltage is going to go away, and then we'll go back to running those MFSUs. But this should now fill up a little bit more quickly. And then something else we could consider doing is adding some solar panels to the top of the tower to tie in directly. This is where they're at. I don't know where I was going just then. What did I just do? Why? Get this out of my hand. Get me back to my bare hand. But this is just like an additional option we have. We could grab a couple of high voltage solar panels, maybe like just grab maybe 5 of them, and then we can. Obviously, it's nighttime right now, so it's not going to have like a huge impact. But if we were to go down here and then go to bed, this is wonderful. You can see what I've been doing for the last hour of my life. Okay, and then from there we can go back upstairs to the penthouse. And where do we want to put these solar panels? We could just literally put them right here along the floor if we wanted to, or we can put them right up here on the roof. But that would necessitate running cabling up to the roof, which I'm not really feeling right now. There's, I mean, nothing preventing us from doing it. Can we place them up here, though? Would it look silly if we placed them up here? And then where would we run the cable to? This is the center. I just realized that's upsetting, the way that this little nub here is off-centered. So actually, we might be doing a service to the entire tower by running a cable up here, because what that would allow us to do... Excuse me, there we go. What that would allow us to do is kind of restructure this so that the little bump is more centered. So let's see if we can do that, right? Let's see if we can tidy that up, because that's the middle there. So we would have this bump do this now, and then we would have solar panels here. I grabbed 5, but if we just put down 3 of them there like that, and then we take these stairs out from underneath them, if we can, there we go, and run the power cables. How are we going to do this, though? I guess straight down would make a bit of a mess, wouldn't it? I suppose we could do this. This looks awful, though, is the only issue. But we could do this. And that would tie into these MFSUs. The issue is that sends power directly to these 2 at the top, and it would not pass through to the ones down below. So that's fine if we just want to get power into these two. An alternative would be, you know what we could do, is we can take out this middle section here. Hold on, hear me out here. Let me break these. Accidentally just broke out the windows as well because, gosh darn it, if that thing isn't just unruly and hard to use. But let's type in glass, not window, because that's not a thing. And then we're going to get rid of this bit of the wall here. Some of you can probably already tell where we're going with this. Actually, we'll get rid of this section too. This is going to work so much better. So we hook these up along the back, and we have the power cable tap in right here, which will deliver power directly to the MFSUs, as well as to the line going all the way down. And then from there, we just need to grab our CF sprayer, our construction foam sprayer, as well as our obscurator, and boop. Oh, excuse me. Oh, hold on. Boop. There we go. I thought it was going to give me issues. So hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm counting because I'm also going to go ahead and grab sand. Because even though I said that you folks would never need this, you know, just be a little patient, I'm going to need 13 sand. I thought for some reason I could use the scroll wheel there. I keep trying to do that as well. I keep trying and failing to do the scroll wheel there. But 2, 3. I don't actually... Okay, well, there goes that piece forever. There goes that one as well. So we're actually not going to have enough here. I've actually messed up a little bit. But now we should have an invisible cable run. So, also, that's still not centered. How did I get that wrong? We need to go all the way over to this glass piece here, I believe, is what needs to happen. Yeah, there we go. Now it's centered. And that, hey, you know what? We're going to look at things on the positive side. That means that we can add... Oh, geez, goodness gracious me. We can add an additional solar panel here. Hold on, though, because I just realized something. I don't like the direction these are facing. What do you mean? You're going to have to let me wrench them off of here. What are you talking about? We're at the build limit. Don't be silly. I also did not need to break that last one. I could have just, like, spun it around. But here we go. Perfect. Add... an additional cable. Obfuscate. You gotta just play ball here with me. Play ball here. Oh, good gosh, what's happened? What has happened? Why has that happened? I don't even understand why that has happened. Just needed that one block filled in there. Okay, obfuscate it. And then sandimify it. Sandimify is not a word. Lovely. Oh, and then I didn't realize we'd also need to obfuscate the top. You're not going to let me obfuscate the tops, are you? Because we're at the build limit. You stupid, stupid contraption. Is there no way for me to cheese this at all? I can get the sides, but I cannot get the top. And I think we just have to deal with it? Because there's no way to, like, interact with it over here. I don't even think I could get it, like, a very particular angle and hit it. What if I held down Shift while I was on this side? What would happen, huh? I mean, it is completely out of juice. I'll throw that out there. We can charge it really quickly if we head over to the B-Wing. I never thought about maybe it possible for one of these to, like, blow up if you charge it too quickly. Wow, this one is filling up not very fast, considering how fast this thing has the... I mean, it fills this thing up much more quickly. Maybe instead of blowing up, lower-end devices just can't accept as much power in a go. Maybe that's what we're looking at here. Okay, battery is fully charged. Oh, come on. I really do. It's gonna bug me. It's really gonna bug me. And I don't know what to do about it. Because I don't think I can hit it from any other angle and somehow get it to, like, you know, color the darn pieces up here. Whatever. It's not like you can tell from anywhere other than right at the top. And we have other issues. Like, every time we log out and back in, this piece is, like, missing the... A little bit of marble. It doesn't matter. Let's head underground. Let's head not underground, but back into the here where we can get those reinforced stairs and patch this up a little bit now. Hold on. Is this maybe a fun thing to do here? Where the ladder goes up, maybe do this. Maybe that's fun. Maybe we like that. I don't know. One thing we definitely like is obscuring these blocks on the inside as well. which is working so well. And I think that's all the ones that are visible, or are there more down here? There is one more. There we go. There's another. So if we have a look at these now, it's full daylight, and with nothing in our hands, because I don't want to accidentally mess something up. They're definitely filling up now, which they were not doing before. And I would assume with power coming in from both directions, this one here will also be filling up faster. So now instead of the ones at the top being the slowest ones, it's going to be kind of the ones in the middle. Because as they... You know, the power up there and the power down there make their way up and down, respectively. Eventually, they're going to get to a point where, you know, the middle one is just getting the least amount of power. But again, as it fills up, it will, you know, as these two up here fill up, the extra power will go down, and eventually they'll all be full. And then one of these days, we'll be able to just get down a ladder without too much fuss. Can I fast travel? Can I teleport? I need to replace this button before we go, because that's going to bother me. It's going to bother me. And I also need to replace the sign, because that'll bother me as well. Nexus. I can easily see myself adding a third teleporter up here at the pit house, which is not completed, by the way, with the glass floor. What do we need in a pit house? Should we put our bed up here? We should probably put, like, a bed up here. Let's see. We might need to add also... more... Hold on. Yeah, you got to take your nap over here at the penthouse. Okay, new spawn point has been set. I was going to say, we might add more solar panels all the way around the top here and kit this place out with all kinds of interesting things. It could be cool to move all the crafting stuff that we have downstairs. Oh my gosh, look how small the world is from up here. Even the tree looks small from up here, and the tree is not small. The tree is too big and too bland and hard to look at and upsetting. But the world, it really does just look like our little oyster from up here. I can understand how an AI might go rogue. What is that over there? What is that over there? Hold on. What's that dark, shadowy area? You must never go there. It's the beginning of another volcano. Oh, okay. I guess it right there in that shadowy bit is where the volcano is. I tried to get... There's a couple of different mods that do it. There's one that renders everything in the background at a lower resolution. And it's great, but I could only find it for 1.16 and newer. And then there's one that does it for 1.12, but you have to have a couple of other mods, and you have to have a very particular world type when you do that. Which this was obviously not created with that world type in mind, so as far as I know, it's just not gonna actually work. So I couldn't get any of that working, which is unfortunately. Apparently the Twilight Forest mod works, though, which is odd, because that really is just not a part of this mod pack. But how are we doing? 29,000? Can you take me down? Oh my gosh, it worked. And it took me to the right floor and everything. Alright, well, there's only one thing left to do. And that's get a lot more of these reinforced stairs. And we now do this. Okay, now here's the real issue. I just did all that while holding down Shift. And I can't do that now, because it will not let me place the block inside of there while holding Shift. And if there wasn't a button there, it would place it in front of it, which means I just kind of have to awkwardly stagger along here and actually move the camera. And this is just such a more... Oh, that was inevitable. That was going to happen. We just knew that eventually that is what would happen. Isn't that upsetting? All right. All 25 teleports to 25 floors. None of them are labeled with what they are beside level 2 diamonds, because I don't really know what are at the other floors. I think level 4 is like... is that the ingots? Could we possibly name level 24? Or level 4, I should say. Yeah, this is ingots. Should I rename this one? Hold on. Level 4... ingots. How fast are you filling up? You're filling up at a pretty decent pace. Level 6 manufactures... minables? Is that what we call it? Do we call it minables? What's all the way on this opposite end here? Obsidian. I knew we already had obsidian! I knew it! Gosh darn it, I knew it, because we added it to the nether floor, I think. And I was like, man, I'm almost positive we had obsidian already, and we do! We do already have obsidian, and now we have it twice for some reason. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. I'm not, like, super upset about it or anything. I'm not gonna be lastingly mad about it. I just wish I remembered. Level 6 minables. Is that how you even spell? Minables is not a word. I feel like the E should be dropped after mine, but minables is not even a real word. Oh, okay, according to Merriam-Webster. First off, the way that I said it should be spelled, minables. Minables is an adjective. variants or mineable. M-I-N-E, able, is also correct. They're both correct. Capable of being mined. Which one should we go with? This does look like minables when I look at it versus minables, and according to Merriam-Webster, they're both correct, so there you go. Level 7, nature. There we go. We might as well label the ones that we've got. Level 19, nether, good. Level 20, end. Not wind, end. Level 25, penthouse. Obviously, you've got to have the disclaimer that that's the penthouse. Actually, take me back up to the penthouse, because it's dark outside, and it's going to not charge during the dark. We need to... Well, it will, because the Pesu downstairs is going to continue to pump power up. But there we go. And there we go. That is what a tidy inventory looks like after a long, hard day of doing nonsense in the factory. If we go back now to Factory East... Okay there, buckaroo. Oh, that's not good at all. That is not allowed to or permitted whatsoever. Should we maybe just go ahead and toss that in there and hopefully it goes to the right place and gets the job done. Wow, it sure is like stuttery when we first fast travel back over here. Things that we still need to do. Probably move a chunk loader over to this corner somewhere. Definitely need to add lights to the appropriate floors, because the underfloor doesn't have lights still, which is lime for some reason. And aside from that, though, I think we're doing pretty decent. I think we might be getting somewhere here. We might be getting done soon. And I'm still considering selling the factory and everything. Still looking for feedback in the comments. Let me know what you think we ought to do. Until next time, though, thank you folks for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Merry Christmas, and goodbye. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Rayson. Merry Christmas to all of you, and to all a happy Tekkit day, where today we're in the basement again, where I might have left the computer running for a couple of days now, and you can't stop me. I'll do what I want to. I'm a free agent. Yeah, listen, you can call it cheat, you can call it cheap, I'm sorry, you can call it cheating, you can call it cheesy. But at the end of the day, if it leads to us having, you know, 40,452, 53, 54 UU matter, I don't, you can call it whatever you want to. It doesn't bother me one little bit whatsoever. I'm not doing anything else on my computer. Sometimes I'll come home from work and play a little bit of Halo, but not lately. Things have been pretty busy, getting closer to the holidays, spending time with family and dealing with all kinds of stuff. But you know what? The last couple of days, Peter's been sitting here idle, and I gotta say, I'm really impressed with what it's managed to accomplish. 40,000 UU matter. We could have more, though, and that's the goal today. Now, I wanted to address a couple of things. First off, we did determine that this is going, visually at least, I haven't... One of the things I thought about testing was just dropping a stack of iron in there and then running a timer and seeing how long it takes. I did get a comment, though, real quick about this. This is important. This is an important comment. Let me find it. I'm wiggling my hand around and you can't see it, but someone pointed out something to me. Here we go. This is from Mark Sundigan. I think got a call out in the video, maybe last video before. The reason you are not running out of iron is because whenever you are using the import upgrade in a chest with 3 or more stacks in it, it will always replenish infinitely, just like the macerator in your house. That is true. That is 100% true. That was in a video? Yes. The last one. It is the system... Oh, hold on. I can't be bothered to walk all the way over here. That is the system going right here, which, by the way, I've been... It's so fast! I didn't know it was... Oh, right. It's been left on for the last day and a bit. That's true. But because we have these stacks of iron here, you'll notice this just, for whatever reason, infinitely... I don't know if the glitch is with the rotary macerator or with the alchemical chest, or some kind of interaction between the two. It can't be the alchemical chest, because in the basement, it's not an alchemical chest. That is not a teleporter. This is. It's not an alchemical chest. It's your bog standard ender chest. So it's got to be some kind of a glitch with the import upgrade exclusively. So we're never going to actually run out of iron here. It's never going to actually tax the iron generation, unlike the issue we were having with the I gotta get that out of my hotbar. That's gonna cause a lot of problems. Unlike the issue we were having where we were running out of the refined iron, because this contraption over here, not this one, although it's odd that that one was running just now. I'm confused by that. Did it just start up because I came over here? Did this ever finish? What was the story here? If I take this out now... Oh, hold on. If I, like... How do I erase this? There's none in my inventory. Can I safely, like, scroll to get rid of it? Scrolling down doesn't work. You know what? If I shift-click, there we go. We take that out of there, and then we get rid of that as well. Perfect. So that should start to fill that up. And hopefully this runs until this has however many it's programmed to have. We need a lot of those in stock. We should also have by now a stack of high voltage solar panels. It's a beautiful thing to see. Good. What was I talking about? That's a different issue. And unrelated to what we were talking about. I just allowed myself to go off on a wacky and unnecessary tangent. Well, what we need to be talking about is this! This is what I started with! Oh my gosh! This! I want to drag race these and see whether or not this is faster than the one upstairs, both of them going full bore. So actually, we're going to go ahead and do that right now. This might be like a bit difficult to test. So what I want to do is I want to get a stack of iron. I want to get out my timer, and we're going to determine whether or not this machine is faster than running the upgraded version of this machine. And also, I got some comments from folks recommending how we might be able to add more quantum overclocker upgrades. We're going to be testing that soon, but let me get the stopwatch open here, and we're going to remove the import upgrade, so this is going to stop running, and then I've got to, like, put these in here and start at the same time, so here we go, and stop. 4.03 seconds. That's pretty quick. That's pretty quick. Let's go ahead and re-enable it. There we go. So that should keep running. And hold on, just walking across the floor here is such a tedious affair. Going to go up here to this machine, and we're going to also remove its import upgrade. The issue with this one is it's not running at full speed right now, so we'll have to get a lever, and we will have to get it up to speed before we actually begin testing. So turn that thing on, and we'll have to be a little bit patient, because it's not going to be ready to go for a minute. But we'll get... I wonder why it wasn't going full speed. I guess... Are we generating enough that we're keeping the chest over here full? Was it that chest? I guess that's not what's happening, because it's currently empty, which is odd. So why wasn't this going full bore? It's a curious case that I don't have any answers for. But what we're going to do is this really cool thing called not worrying about it, because it largely doesn't matter. So we're going to round down and say it took 4 seconds to go through a stack in the basement. And I know rounding down might be a problem if this one comes out to be the exact same amount of time, because then we'll have to ask the question, okay, but was one of them like a fraction of a second faster? We'll never know. Go! I can keep my finger hovering over the stop button. 4.1 seconds! Alright, so within the margin of error, within the margin of me not clicking the button correctly, these are the same speed. Except for this one is occasionally not running at 100% for some reason. Presumably it has the same bug up here, which is wonderful and beautiful. We want to keep that going. We can replace this later with a non-inverted lamp. I'm just going to leave this on because I don't know why it ever slowed down. We're going to decommission all of this in the near future. You just wait and you see. Something else I thought about doing, and I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner, but what we can do, instead of trying to run all of this down here off of their own dedicated MFSUs, we can get rid of all these. We can just tie these solar panels into the main grid, okay? Now, that does mean that not 100% of the power in here is going to go directly to this machine. Every so often, some of it may go to something else somewhere in the factory. But then at night, the PESU, which is full, can send power back down the line, and I don't know, that seems like a good idea to me. You can tell me whether or not you disagree. One thing I'm not sure about, though, is where to tie these into. I was thinking about tying them directly into the lines that go to the PESU, but then I realized, you know what? The PESU has limited output, so we should tie it in somewhere else. But then it's like, but where? Because coming out of the PESU, maybe we won't end up doing that. I have no idea. Maybe we'll get a dedicated PESU down here, although, again, the limited... What were we doing just now? Oh, right. I've got some tips. What we're going to test now, because I was just going to replace this with the upgrade recycler, have the 2 of those down here and call it a day. But if adding some upgrades to this means we can add more quantum overclocker upgrades, well, then hot diggity, I think we'll do that. So Ben Ridout, one of the channel members, thank you for your support, Ben, as well as another channel member, Gamer225, both recommended using the power storage upgrade. Apparently that is going to allow us to add more overclockers. So power storage, and that is apparently not what it's called. Tell you what, let's just do an upgrade, or I misspelled something, which is also just as possible. It's the energy storage upgrade. Did they both? They both called it a power storage upgrade. Ooh, awkward and embarrassing that you guys got that wrong. I'm just kidding. Thank you for your channel member support, by the way. I appreciate it. And I have said more incorrect things than that throughout the course of this series. Trust me. Well, I didn't. My AI did. I've been 100% accurate since I took over. This recipe is easy. What does this thing do? It doesn't even say. So looking at the recipe on the screen right now, it's really basic, but it doesn't say what it does. So I'm going to look up upgrades here. Machine upgrades, and we are looking at the energy storage upgrade. It increases the internal energy storage of a machine. So presumably what's happening, and the reason that I think they're recommending this, is that the machine itself cannot hold enough power to use 15 or more overclocker upgrades, right? Like the operation would require so much power that it literally does not contain enough power inside of itself to do it. Is what I assume is happening here. So, increases the storage of the machine, plus 10,000 EU, up to a maximum stack of 64. I'm assuming that's each one increases it by 10,000, though I will admit that I don't know that for sure. And I don't know how you would go about checking it, nor am I too pressed on the matter. One thing we do need to do is grab some copper cables. We're going to go with this recipe because I can't be bothered doing this one, especially when this one is very similar. So we need some batteries, some electronic circuits, and some copper cables. Do we want to make a stack of these just for the lulz? I'm not saying we're going to put a stack of them in that machine, but it could be funny. So we'll grab 2 stacks of copper cables. We'll hop right over here, where hopefully this is running and not blowing up. And it looks like everything is good, so we can grab a stack of electronic circuits. And then the final thing we will need, a stack of batteries is going to be that's going to be a bit tricky because they don't stack. And also, we don't have a stack of them because for some reason we've decided to limit the amount of them that we produce. So we're going to go ahead and address that issue right now. So hold on. They do go up to 16. I shouldn't say they don't stack. And we do literally have a stack of them. It would be great if we had someone down here that we could, like, talk to, and they could note these for us, you know what I mean? Like, just some... and then we could take them upstairs to the bank and have them unnoted. Yeah, I play RuneScape every so often. Okay, so this is the tricky part. We gotta throw them out on the ground so that we can... Dang it. We gotta throw them out on the ground so we can adjust it up to 64. Because this mod is silly. It's a silly little mod. Oh, I've gone too far. Oh, well, whatever. I don't know what that comes out to, but hopefully it doesn't overflow this. I think if each one of those is almost 2 stacks of 64, then that's 8 stacks each. And this holds 3 stacks of 9. Yeah, it'll be fine. That chest will be almost full, but it'll be fine. Okay, back upstairs we go. And I do play RuneScape. Here's the thing. My RuneScape, about once or twice a year, I will get a video recommendation from, like, Moteplox, or Colinello, or Soup, or one of the legends, and I'll watch it and I'll be like, I want to play RuneScape, and then I will get 1 month of membership, and I'll play the heck out of it, and then as the month wanes, I'll realize, oh gosh, what have I done with my life, and I'll stop playing it, but then, you know, either 8 to 12 months later, the process repeats, and I'm back in. I did something that I'm very proud of. Okay, the last time this happened, so this was well, no, it happened last month. But the time before that, so sometime last year, I actually did the Underground Pass quest, which I understand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I need 5 stacks of wood, so I already got 1. For a lot of people, that's not a very impressive quest these days, all things considered, but I'd never done it before. I was literally too scared to do the Underground Pass quest as a small child playing through that game. So I'd never been over to where the elves were. I also did the first elf quest once you get to the other side. I can't remember what it's called. But I did it where you kill the king's brother, who turns out he's the good guy! Oh no, it's a twist! Spoiler alert! Had a lot of fun with it, though, and I was like, little 12-year-old Reese lying about his age to play this game for the first time. If I could go back and talk to that wonderful little lamb and tell him about this, he would be so ecstatic. Just full of backups. It's been running so many backups, I just realized. But yeah, I would love to go back and tell little Reese that, but I can't. He's dead. Every day, little Reese is replaced with a new Reese, who is different than the one that came before. Today, I am here. Tomorrow, I will be dead, and there will be a new Reese in my place. That's how I perceive existence. It's flawed. My perception of reality is incorrect. Let's get some more quantum overclocker upgrades. And let's go to the wrong place. But then we'll go to the right one. And we'll see what happens when we install these. This is going to be one for the ages here. So if we add one more of these, the whole system stops. But then if we add one of these, the system starts up again. So how far can we go? I'm going to turn up the audio a little bit so I can actually hear the moment the machine stops running. I want it loud, blaring in my ears, okay? Okay, well, we're all out. We're up to 34 now. Okay, alright. No, this is cool. I want to get a stack of iron, and I want to see how quickly it does it now. Now that we've gone from 14 to 34. If there's no difference, if it hasn't changed, because we've hit some sort of a theoretical maximum, we're just going to upgrade it to the upgraded version of the recycler, put them both down here and call it a day. Go! .13 seconds. So within the margin of error, it's the same. But we're not going to give up, okay? What we're going to do is we're going to go to the B-Wing, and... oh, you know what? I hadn't considered if maybe adding a... hold on. Is the reason we can't add more of these in here because we've reached the maximum somehow in here as well? Could I add more? You know what? We'll find out, but I'm going to take the 30 of those downstairs real quick, and we're going to toss them in. We're just going to... okay. I thought it was still running, but I was hearing the sound of the mass fabricator. I'm an idiot. Alright, so what we want to do is slowly add these in until it starts running again. Oh my gosh. Maybe we should have gone the other way. Maybe we should have added the whole stack and retracted them until it started working. Is this going to take the whole stack? Okay, so clearly something is wrong. Okay, let's start taking them out until it starts running. Unless... wait. Is it running and it's just so fast? No. I was gonna say, let's turn that off. It's just so fast it doesn't look like anything's happening. But no, that is not the case. So, okay. So with an entire stack in there, and 50, it's still not enough power. You can't... we could add more of these, I suppose, if we took one of these out and we had more room, or we added one of those pouches that can hold more energy storage upgrades, but let's just retract this until we get to a point where they're moving at a... because right now, it's actually slower than it was before, you might have noticed, because it's not maintaining its energy. So, to maintain energy, it looks like we kind of don't want to go above 38, if I'm looking at that properly. So what I actually want to do is we're going to do the test one more time. We haven't added that many more. Again, there's a lot of margin of error when we're relying on my finger and my reflexes here. So it's possible that it is just a fraction faster. 4.28. So it's not slower. That's just, again, margin of error with my finger. It's not faster, though. It's definitely not faster. So now the next question here. I'm going to take all of these upstairs with me and do another test, but we'll leave this running. What I'm thinking we'll probably end up doing is we are going to upgrade it to the upgraded tier, because it uses less power. We tested that before. The upgraded version uses less power. It's like 30 RF per tick in a room that creates, what is it, something ridiculous like 30,000. It doesn't really matter, but that just seems like the simplest and easiest thing to do. Sorry, 52,000 RF per tick. Didn't mean to undersell it to anyone. We need to go back up to the B wing, though. We should move this teleportation pad, by the way. It's kind of in the worst imaginable spot here. Okay, but we're going to very quickly... what did we determine it was? I think 30 that you could add to this without having... before it stopped mattering? Let's see. Yeah, so 30. Now, what if we add one of these? Okay, can we add one of these? You can add one of those. Okay. Oh, hold on. That has made no difference. What if we had the whole stack? It doesn't really... Hold on. Okay, now we add one more of these. It's made no difference. It's made no difference whatsoever. All right. So, we can, in fact, increase the number of quantum overclocker upgrades that are usable by also adding an energy storage upgrade. But it doesn't really seem to have any kind of... Wait a minute. Wait just a darn minute. What if the issue now is the voltage? What if the issue is not the internal storage, but rather the voltage that we can send? What if we need to do something crazy? Like, I think before I tried to use a high voltage transformer in reverse. And I'm not so convinced that works. Some of the wikis we've looked on says that it works, but I think that's like an outdated mechanic, or it has nothing to do with classic. It might be a mechanic in like just the regular industrial craft, right? So the non-classic variety. I think what we need to do, and I don't know if it would work, but if we put, see, no, it says specifically 8192 in 208. See, that's the issue. That's the issue that I'm unsure about. Can we get from high voltage to extreme voltage? I don't know. We could get a PESU and put like a bunch of transformers in there and see where that gets us. You know, we're overthinking this. This doesn't need to be this complicated. We're going to build another compacting recycler, and we're going to put it down here, and that's going to be the end of it, and I'm not going to break it, which is what I was about to do. I'm not going to break it using this. I'm going to go ahead and grab my precision wrench, and we're going to zip that bad boy right up, and we're going to preemptively break this so I don't accidentally feed it high voltage when we come back down like a buffoon before we're able to put in at least one transformer. And then what are you? You're an item translocator. That's what you are. You should be here. That makes sense. That checks out. We need to make the upgraded compacting recycler. Absolutely beautiful piece of electronics here. And in fact, we almost built this last time. Well, not last. Well, you know what I mean. Let's grab ourselves some pistons. And I think I actually put the other piece that we needed inside of here, because I figured we'd end up doing this or something similar to it eventually later anyway. So, I'm sorry, is that not what I just grabbed? What did I grab? You're a vacuum canner. It looks similar. You have to admit, it does look similar. Don't comment down below with any nonsense saying, Reese, you're crazy. It looked nothing like an advanced machine block. If I take that, and I take that, okay, and I put them right next to each other, and I take the mass fabricators they all have the same little thing on the top of them, okay? You cannot tell me that you can see the difference at this scale, at this size. Or I will not hear anything of the sort. So there we go. I wish you could put speed upgrades in these. You might be able to set them in there, but I know for a fact they don't do anything. So, compacting recycler. Some of you probably thought, haha, it'll be funny when Reese forgets to put in the transformer upgrade. But I am no buffoon man. I am full of wisdom and grace and style and flair. And look at that. I know what I'm doing here. Get some levers. And we will get this thing going up to speed. There we go. Oh, well, son of a gun. I can't move it. There's nowhere else to move it to, because I got to put this up here now. And hopefully we do still have that piece of glowstone. Get that moving again. Just feed those in there real quick. See if we can get that working for us. Now, need to go put these back. Hold on. No, I already did that. Yeah, so we just have all these upgrades now. We'll store them away inside of here. That'll be fine, along with all this other stuff. Now we need to figure out the basement, because it doesn't look very good, and it needs to look better if we're going to sell it, which is possibly the plan. We're very close now to having to make that decision. And there's still a lot of things I'd like to do. There's a lot of things that we've left undone. For example, the penthouse has yet to be furnished, and I do like the idea of having the outside of it be just nothing but high voltage solar panels. And then also in doing that, what we'll do is we'll end up with a bunch of these gray construction foam pieces, because I can't change their color from here. We could also just change the position of the solar panels so that, you know, this is unnecessary. We also don't need to do that. There's no reason to put solar panels up here other than to just, like, flex on the amount of solar panels that we have. Something else we could do is we need to replace what's left of the medium voltage solar panel. What am I doing? I literally don't have to do this. I can just come down here. Also, what am I doing? I can just do this if I want to get back down here. Basement. We need to fix it. Is this a supply line, or is this line going somewhere? Also, should it be high voltage or should it be low voltage? I actually don't know. Hold on, let me get inside of here if I can. If I can just negotiate my way into this door. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. So, you're an MFSU. You're an MV transformer. I think we're probably safe to pump like, high voltage into this room to whatever end. And that might even tie all this into the main grid, like I said I was going to do anyway. Which could be interesting if we wanted to do that. We also talked about hiding all of the glass fiber cables. But that would kind of... If I did that, I wouldn't be able to do my other idea that I had, which is having more solar panels, but down below, kind of tucked in and sort of going around. And then, I mean, at that point, what we could do is instead have, like, stairs hiding the cables underneath. Here's the issue. Doing that, we would need to have all of the solar panels go up one block, so we could actually fit the stairs underneath. But I kind of like the idea, and that would double... If we're going to do that, we need to go ahead and acknowledge that it's going to be, I think, more than 64 solar panels. So, you know, it's a good thing that we have, hopefully, a good supply of everything needed to make these, because we're going to go ahead and just grab a stack out of here. There we go. And we'll just let the whole system suddenly go into shock. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Don't know why, but that's going to happen. There you go. Here's a bunch of high-voltage solar panels just doing that for no dang reason. There's no reason. This has nothing to do with solar panels. Why? Why are you broken in this manner? It makes no sense. It explains why these were popping off when we came in here earlier. It explains it. I get it now. I understand. I mean, I actually don't understand. I don't understand why it's happening, other than that the mod is terrible, and I'm sick of these stupid logistics cables and their gosh darn nonsense. I'm tired of it, Grandpa. I don't want to dig no more holes. But here we are. So we're going to go ahead and replace this, because we know that for some reason, this works. So there you go. And we'll just collect the rest of these. And if you have a look inside of here, it's not doing that little nonsense anymore. What am I supposed to do with all of these? What am I supposed... Look, what's happening? What are you doing? You're supposed to be doing this. No, yeah, that's good. You do your thing. Everything is frozen. This is the work of months. The first 50 episodes of this series, leading up to the dwarves, was all just fun and games. And then the second 50 episodes, the second half of the series has been this factory. And this factory's been nothing but trouble. Nothing but a nightmare. I can't fit all the cables in here. What am I supposed to do with them? I tell you what we do with them. We come over here, we get a black hole, okay? We get a black hole unit, we just stick it here, we fill it with cables. I don't know what else to do with it, but we'll leave it like that for now. What? Why? Where? Look at all this refined iron. We were out of refined iron at some point. None of this is relevant to what we're doing. We're going to go back into the basement now, and here's what's going to happen. I am going to take a nap, and then as soon as I wake up, fresh new day ahead of us, I'm going to begin the process of raising all of the solar panels up one block. Alright, I have now had to come up here to charge this wrench. I think this is the 4th time. So I'm going to go ahead and just take that thing with me, and I'm going to take it down to the basement. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go a step further. We'll go ahead and break that, and we're going to grab a single piece of white marble, and we're going to cover the floor Pretend like it was never there to begin with. And then I don't really know where to put this, other than maybe right here. Kind of put it next to the teleporter? How do we feel about that? Can we get power to it easily there? There are blocks underneath here, and there's no power going to the teleporter, but there's power right behind this wall. So the power's got to be close. I don't know how close. Boom. Construction foam wall. Got it. Isn't it funny that I don't have any glass fiber cables? All things considered. Let's see if we can get this connected. I guess we can put one here. We'll have to fill in the foam there. No, we won't. Oh yeah, this will go like right underneath the portal, and then come up right here. No additional work required. Set that there. Place this down on top, and it'll start charging up slowly. But it will start charging up using the power of all of these solar panels. We could add an additional storage unit underneath it. I think you can plug a PESU into it. I might be wrong, and it's something I'll want to check before I just try it. Man, I don't know if I like the fact that if I teleport over here, this is like a step up. But I also don't think that it's a problem or that I mind it. This is where we are, by the way. We're about halfway there. Somehow, I inadvertently went over these, which is not how I've been doing it, because it's way easier to just stand on top of them. You know, like go over here, and then just work your way backwards, which is how I have been doing it. Okay, well, as the sun sets again, got them moved. Now it's time to go back through and add the next wave underneath. But first a nap. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've figured something out, okay? The plan was if we take these stairs here, right? We would tuck them up like this. Oh, sorry, like that. And that would hide the cable. But doesn't that look really dumb? Like if we grab some marble, doesn't it look like there should be a second set of stairs that come out underneath these as well? And I suppose what we could do at this point, if we've made it this far, and we don't want to kind of go backwards and move the whole thing up one more level, because golly, that would be heartbreaking at this point, right? We could do that. But that kind of looks dumb. And the issue with doing two sets of stairs is, well, that means we cover up the lights here, right? In order to get to that point. So we either move the whole thing up one level, or we do this, which looks kind of silly. So guess what I'm gonna do now? Somehow I ended up watching Advent Children. That's where I am now with my life. I don't know why. I watched it once. It's fine. I don't hate it. It's okay. But now, for some reason, I've started it again. I need to close it because I don't want to watch Advent Children. I don't know why I'm watching it. But I did get all of these moved up one more block. And now, once again, I'm going to go to bed and then add the rest of the panels. Okay, so everything's coming along smoothly. But I did figure something out here, and I wanted to run it all past you, you know. That we knew that 64 additional panels would not be enough, so I'm not surprised I ran out just there. But once we put in the stairs, if the stairs go here, which, looking at it now, yeah, I would rather there be a space and then the first stair, but no, I'm not moving them all again. However, once we put the stair here and then the stair here, that's going to leave a little bit of a cavity right here. So, something we could do, I'm not saying we would, but we could, is instead of having the cables here, we could have MFSUs underneath each of the upper high-voltage solar panel. Each MFSU would be connected to two solar panels, meaning that during the day they would fill rapidly, and then once they were full, then the power coming from this one would go through the MFSU and into the line, and this one, oh, but then this one wouldn't be plugged into anything because there's going to be a stair underneath it, and they'd both be limited. Never mind, I can't cut all that. Okay, well, as expected, 64 was not enough to do the second line, but here's how it's starting to look. It's shaping up into something. 18! Wow, what is the slowdown this whole time? Are we back to here again? Are we back to the slowdown being these? Kind of looks like it, but then also something's slowing this down for some reason, because it should be consuming... Oh, wait, how many does it take to make one of these? Yeah, why isn't it... It's got 8 of them. What is the... You son of a gun. That could have blown something up. I hope you know that. I hope you know that I'm not pleased about what you just did. So we're waiting on those now, so that we can make these, so that we can get to making more of these. There's a little bit of a, I don't know if you can tell, there's a little bit of a slowdown in the world here. I'm trying to figure out what's causing it. By the way, previously it ran out of cables, so I had to hook it back in down here to cables. But I can see now that it's stockpiling cables again, and I'm just wondering if maybe it's not able to pull them back out because I moved. No, it's got one in the. Okay, good. Eventually it'll run. I was gonna say eventually it'll run out of redstone, but whatever. You know what? Well, this can just keep doing its thing. It's fine. Everything is fine. I think that's the only component that we're short on over here. If we have a look in these chests, we'll find that everything else is delightfully well stocked. Oh, interesting generator. I mean, it's staying stocked, but maybe we should keep more than a stack of them at a time. Where do I make generators? See, what I really need is giant neon signs on top of all of these. Here we go. Are you making a stack of them? Why don't you make more than a stack of them? There you go. Okay. Almost 2 stacks. That's a little bit better. And then this, I mean, there's nothing I can do to make this go any faster. You know, it's going at literally the speed of creation. You can see it happening. Unless I added an additional logistics crafting I mean, I suppose I could. We are all out of crafting pipes from the looks of things, but that's not going to dissuade me, because building a new one, it takes no time at all. The recipe was already pulled up, so back to Factory East we go to make mistakes, probably. Probably about to make a big one here. Probably about to learn why you don't do this. This is a bad idea. But we don't know that yet, so boldly we march forward. Temporarily gonna just really shrek things up here. Oh my gosh, the world keeps freezing. Okay, good. There we go. That should continue the flow. Yes. Recipe. Okay, and then need to import that recipe. And now, theoretically, that should start filling up. Yeah, okay. And it should start producing them. My concern was going to be that because we only had one source requesting them, maybe this one would not even come online unless we added like a second supplier module over here or request or whatever. But it looks like it's going faster now, and they're not being emptied instantaneously. Close, but it didn't go completely empty. I want to throw that out there. It did not go completely empty. It's getting close, but it's not quite. It's not quite. We could add a third one, or a fourth one, if we wanted to. These are moving at a much more steady pace now. Watch, before it even... well, no, it did completely empty, but it came back on real quick. So, I don't know. Do we add more? Would that be kind of silly? Would that be kind of wacky? Would that be sort of a nonsensical thing to do? Grab 2 more of these, and then go back over to... Why did we go so long without having a teleport directly to Factory East? Uh-oh. Hold on. This is precious material here. Well, okay. Arguably it is not, because we have like 40,000 in the basement or something like that. But is there a practical reason why this is really dumb and you shouldn't do it? Comment down below and let me know if this is just a fun, wacky idea that's going to benefit us in the long run, or whether or not this is going to be a horrific decision that I come to regret for years to come. Because you folks will know better than I. If you're patient, you'll find out. You know, you can just wait a minute, and we'll all find out together. But it could be one of those things that doesn't truly manifest its horrors until several episodes in, right? Like, we could be on episode 105. And then only just dealing with the consequences. But the consequences will be so great that at that point there's no turning back. So let's have a look here at how quickly this goes now. Is it going up faster? Notably faster. Notably, it doesn't appear to be going up any faster. Maybe. Oh, it is, because it never went that far before. We never saw it broach the 40s. Heck, it might even reach the 50s! Look at that, it's almost getting to a full stack before they're exported. And this is no longer being limited. I don't remember what this is set to. I think they're all... yeah, okay. Good, let that happen. Just let it go. Let it go. Just let them all flow. This could be one of those items where... you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it is. I'm going to go ahead and say this is one of those items. We're having an infinite number of them. in the long run is going to be beneficial. So here we go. There you go. And lock that in. Slap this bad boy on the front and put this back in place. Can't believe this is happening, but here we are. Some items it's just worth having an infinite amount of. Not all items, but some items. Need about 3 of those. There we go, because we don't want to lose track of what's going on inside of here. It's important that we don't do that. So, eventually this will fill up, and then they'll just infinitely dump into here, and that's wonderful. Anything else we need an infinite amount of? I guess we can come over here and just check and see. So, right now we should have plenty of these. Nope, we don't have plenty of them. Is that the new thing that's keeping us slowed down? It's got plenty stocked inside of here. Ooh. What if this is the new thing that's keeping us slowed down? Should we have an infinite number of solar panels? How many do we currently have? Didn't we just check this? Oh, okay. No. Well, the issue with running this infinitely is that, and we don't have to, you know, I mean, first off, I said infinite, but then we never adjusted this. We never set this to infinite, which we're not going to because it would break that. This down here is running infinitely, but the concern is if that's running infinitely, that's going to consume all the cables we're making, which means that we won't have infinite cables. We'll just leave this as it is for right now, and at some point we'll figure out whether or not there's a way to... If I had 2 active suppliers on here, each one maxed out, would I get double the amount stored? I wish I could just set a set number. I wish I could just say, make me exactly 10,000 of these, and not have to deal with, like, stacks and all this nonsense. I wish there was more precision control, but there isn't. And you know what? We've gone off on a wild tangent. What am I here for? Did I get the 18 solar panels? I don't think this is going to be enough, but we'll have more eventually. My gosh, but it is going to be so dang close. We are shy by, what is that, 4? Oh my god. Oh, well, no. Okay, 6, I guess. But still, very close. We have 2. We're not short on anything else around here, are we? No, it certainly doesn't appear like we are. It is just right now waiting on these to get manufactured at a timely pace. There's enough there to make, like, 2 of them. What are you doing? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to add some additional crafters, okay, for these, and then an additional crafter for solar panels. So that's 1, 2, 3 generators now, I suppose, and that should help increase... I don't need to shift there. That should help increase generator production a bit, although they're definitely getting consumed much faster than they are being produced, but that's because over here now we have 2 solar panel generators, and that has made a profound difference, a profound impact on the amount being produced, as you can see here. So that's big. What are we going to run out of now as a result of the increased production speed? It does look like this is still our limiting factor, but the only way we can increase that is by reorganizing things over here to fit an additional crafting table. We could move this chest here. It's not even being really used, but we could stack these on top of each other and then put that on top of this one. So that there, and that there, and then we could fit 2 more of these in here if we absolutely wanted to. There are definitely ways to improve this if we so chose, but if we have a look over here now, we should see that these are being pumped out quite a bit more quickly. I mean, it's not like a rabid racing pace. That's okay, because we don't need many more of these. We need more than that, though. I'm gonna do that thing I said earlier where I reorganize these. Come on, baby. Okay, just completely bypass this? Did I do something wrong? Hello? What's the issue here? Also, I wouldn't be shocked if we started to have battery issues. I need to increase battery production now. Did I not set these up properly? No, they're set up properly. It's just saying no. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use these 2. What an odd choice. Do we think that it might have something to do with... Well, actually, it looks like it is only using the 1. I wonder if it's because of the batteries, because the batteries don't stack, and batteries can only be extracted at such a pace. Interesting. Maybe. Could be wrong. Could be wrong, but because the battery stacks are smaller, is it possible that one of these, like it sends out the signal to get batteries, and then by the time it's ready to send another batch, this also needs new ones. So really, this hasn't benefited us at all building all of these, which is not the case over here, because you can see over here that, in fact, all of these are getting and receiving items and spitting items back out, except for this one. What is your deal? You're set up correctly. Why don't you work? Why don't you get any? These three down here are all doing stuff, I can see. What's your problem? Why don't you get any? I hate this mod so much! There's just no reason for it! Watch this. Watch what happens if I manually get some copper cables, okay? And I manually toss those copper cables in here. There it goes. It's spitting them out. Is it going to summon new ones? No, it isn't. Why? Because it hates me. If I get one of these, and I think we've tried this in the past, or maybe Brashiat tried it in the past, and it didn't work. So, I don't know why I am bothering, but I don't know, desperation perhaps? Where the heck is it? Right here? Is this the one, the batteries? If we replace this with one of these, okay? Why is that there? With one of these, and then we put not one, but two provider modules. Will that make any kind of difference? Kind of doesn't look like it, which is what I expected. I expected it to not really make... Oh, wait a minute. Well, hot diggity. We got 3 of them running now. Kind of. Except that one stopped. So if I add a tier 3 and I add a third provider, where will that get us? I'm not, because that approaches the realm of silliness. And then also, all of this was just a distraction for myself while I waited on 6 high-voltage solar panels to be manufactured, which has finally happened. So I can just leave, and that'll all just kind of keep working in the background, and I don't have to worry about it. Now, 6 was a guesstimate. I didn't actually count specifically how many I would need, so we're about to find out whether or not if I was wrong, and we're going to have to go back up there and wait for yet another, but we can hope that, I think actually, yeah, that's exactly how many we need. Okay, we'll have to get silly. We're going to have to place these down in the wrong direction, and then rotate them. Oh, son of a gun. Okay, there we go. They're all facing the correct direction. They need to all be facing the correct direction. Is the sun coming up, or is it going down? I think it was just dark, and this might be sunrise. But also, I don't know if I could tell from here. It is sunrise. So we should theoretically be at our peak of power production, or our PPP. And if we go ahead and check with our EU reader, we'll find out how many European unions we're producing. All the cables are in the right place. Yeah, okay, so we've more than doubled the amount of solar panels down here. No. No. We've less than doubled. The second row has less. Yeah. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. Are you kidding me? 92,554 EU per tick. What do you think that looks like right here inside of this beast? It is consuming 90,000. I don't even think it's worth checking anymore with a timer. That is just too fast to bother. How are we doing on the scrap metal front? It's definitely being consumed faster than it's being generated. We do have a second machine upstairs, so I think we're ready to decommission the machine upstairs and bring it down here, but we also have this mess in the middle that I kind of want to redo. I've talked about redoing the entire floor space here. What I might do is, now that I know we're not going to have machines underneath here, I might move all of this to the ground, okay? And have it be sort of the centerpiece here. So move these machines over to here and run power from underneath here, kind of around to here. And I'm going to do the stairs first. Okay, so I realized as I did this that there was going to be some corners that didn't have solar panels. Because if we put solar panels here, there's nowhere to plug them in. And if we run cables underneath them, we just have to extend the stairs out more. and this cycle just continues. So I thought about putting down lanterns, and I was going to put down purple ones to match the floor. But then as I was about to do it, I realized that maybe it would be better off using blue, because that's kind of roughly, and we'll grab some light blue as well, but that's roughly the color of the solar panels themselves. So maybe we have blue in here with the solar panels? What do you folks think? Comment down below and let me know your thoughts as I just charge forward boldly with this decision. We can revert it in the future if we decide we want to go with purple. But I just wanted something to fill in the space here besides just putting in marble, which seemed a little bit on the bland side. So there we go. And I guess maybe we go one further in, because at this point, why not? This wasn't the original plan, but I didn't really consider how silly it would look to have the stairs and then just a stack of 2 solar panels. So I feel like this is probably going to be the better call. And again, you can comment down below and let me know what you think. But once we fill in this level, there's going to be like a really cool blue glow that I quite like underneath some of these. That looks kind of cool! That looks kind of cool, and I like that it's blue. I think we'll stick with the blue then. Okay, now I kind of wish we'd done that all the way around, but of course, you know, if we put them here, then where the solar panel's going to go. So we're not going to do that, but there's that. Okay, I like it. I like the blue little light glowing in the corners. I think this looks really good, and yeah, you can still kind of see the solar panels sticking up. I suppose I could go around and do that if I wanted to, but I'm not sure how necessary it is. I'll tell you what, we'll just go ahead and do it a little bit here. We'll kind of get this corner sort of filled in like this. This isn't going to have any impact, by the way, on how much sunlight hits these solar panels. They're very simple. As long as they have unobstructed view to the sky, glass not counting, they work. Okay, maybe we... I don't know. That feels a little too aggressive. Yeah, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do now, though, is we are going to reorient where all of the machinery is. See if we can't tidy it up, make it look a little bit better, a little bit more sensical and not that. And also route the cabling sort of out of sight, out of mind. And then we will, you know, I understand this could lead to some severe problems, but we will go ahead and try to route a cable into that room there and power up, yeah, everything on the other side of the wall, and we'll just sort of see what happens, like what consequences that may bring. But, I mean, we're going to have to get rid of these. That's the only thing keeping this running at night. But if we continue the series, we can make the better solar panels, and it'll just run at a reduced speed. And we have such a stockpile right now that I'm not too worried about it not running at night. And I've been pretty aggressive about sleeping. You know, just now was a poor example, because I have been better than that recently. But, I don't know, for the most part, I feel like it's not that big of a concern. But let's get all this stuff moved. I was getting ready to break this ender chest that has the iron in it when I realized that the iron is actually running out. And I thought, uh-oh, well, does that mean that our whole theory about the iron being broken, in a sense, is actually null and void? And I don't think that's the case. I think that the actual issue here is that if we go back upstairs, something else in the assembly line is removing iron and using it in the assembly process, and it could be this right here. No, that's refined iron. That's a different situation. But something is using iron. Could be... Does the generator use iron? Where's that at? It doesn't. Something, though, around here is consuming an awful lot of iron, and because it's not a machine, it does actually extract the iron. Is my theory right now. I don't know that for absolute certain. What are we running out of? It seems like we still have the one limiting factor. Yeah, being the generators. Okay. Well, I don't know what it is, but I assume that's what's happening. And the only way I know to fix that, I don't know why I came back here, because actually the only way I know to fix that would be to go upstairs to the ingots level and just add an additional bank to the iron setup. Although, actually, how much iron is in here? You know what? I don't know what's going on down there, but I think that if we just plug this thing in temporarily, that ought to fix most of our problems. Although we don't need to do this right now. I brought this down here to hook it up into here, and I suppose I still could, but I'm about to stop it all and move it. I'm currently running the cable for electricity, and I'm trying to figure out how to lay all this out. And I need to be careful not to put things down and blow them up. I understand that. But I think what we need to do is go ahead and just start with the basics. So that includes just moving this down there. And yeah, we're shutting this system down, and we're not reactivating it. Okay, temporarily going to use some sand here. And I think in this corner we will have... Ooh, wait a minute. Gotta think about how I'm going to lay these out if I want them to work. Oh, you know what? We can use export upgrades if we wanted to. So we'll put this here and then this here, right? And then we'll have to get the little pouches that hold upgrades in order to make this work. But we will, first things first, go ahead and put a transformer in each of these so we don't Shrek anything else up. And then the upgrade pouch, where is that out? Is that what it's called? It's not called the upgrade pouch, is it? No. Upgrade container. Much better name. Far more sensible. We'll need a couple of those. So we have the 2 import upgrades, and we're going to have the ender chest that contains the iron go right there. And then we'll have... We can put... Do we need an intermediary chest? Or a black hole unit, even. A black hole unit could be a move right here that holds all of... Yeah, we'll do that. I've decided that that's what we'll do. We'll get a black hole unit from Factory East. And every time I say that, it sounds like I'm saying Factory Yeast. Like, this is where we manufacture yeast. It's not. We're not making bread here or anything of the sort. That's not what this is. Also, I gotta remember, I could just do this. So, I hope that the export upgrades work with that. And then we can just throw switches on top. And then finally, maybe right out here in front of it, we can put the mass fabricator. Just plonk it down right there. And not seeing any flaws with this setup yet. Do you reckon that if we used redstone inverter upgrades, they would just stay on all of the time and I wouldn't need to put switches on them? Because I'm pretty sure that might be how that works. So there's something to make. So we got the 2 of those, and then we need 2 of these, and then we also need the export upgrades. And we'll get the full-sized ones. Full-sized, because I think those will do a full stack every time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, which does mean we have to make 2 of the normal ones. That's not a big deal. Hi! I've been utilizing the pause video feature in OBS so that I don't use up more storage space than I have to. So, important thing to note, I got these built and realized you do have to set the import and export upgrades before you put them in. And yes, the redstone inverter does make it to where as soon as it gets power, it does not need a switch to operate, which for some reason in the deep recesses of my mind, I feel like that came up in a Brush Yet Cub chapter of this series. But we can now hear that operating. And I think one thing I do want to do, I hope this doesn't actually mess anything up. I'm going to take this out for a second. I'm going to flip this, and then I'm going to put this back in. And it looks like it's working okay, good. I just wanted to be able to see when this thing is running whether or not it is working properly. I don't think that the reason I took this out is because for some reason I thought if it rotated, it might mess up the way it's configured, but that's not going to happen. If we look in here, it's still doing the export just fine, so we can lock that, and this will theoretically run forever. We're going to end up having problems with iron is the only issue, but I don't know what to do about that outside of just making more iron, which we could do, or hoping that this thing stays sufficiently kind of broken. It does look like it's kind of broken. We'll go upstairs and check in a minute. But there's that sort of segment of the whole operation completed. And if we wanted to, we could put a label on that, except we can't because I don't appear to have any in my inventory at this moment, except I might because they're inside of here, which means that what I just said was false. You can't put these on the top, can you? You absolutely cannot. On the front, though, looking good. So now we have the mass fabricator, and it is time to move it, and we're going to set it up. It can be plugged in directly, no worries, so we'll set it up right here. Right? Yeah. Yeah, we'll set it up right there. Wonderful, and we will configure it sort of the same as it was before, using the item translocators, because they do work exporting from the black hole unit. It's the import where you start having issues. But that should keep that stocked up, And that is not running very quickly, is it? It is daytime. So power should be going in there, and then going straight down and around. So we've had this problem before where for some reason there just wasn't much power flowing through here, which appears to be the case again, unless there is something in between these cables down here causing some kind of slowdown. I wonder if it's going through some sort of... Because they're all hooked together. Oh, wait. Oh, these aren't connected. Naturally! There we go. Okay, so if we have another look here, this should be getting... That's more like it. Yep, 86,000, 89, 88, 93. That's way more like it. Yeah, look at that flowing through there. That's what I'm talking about right there, baby. Now we gotta get stuff out of the mass fabricator and into here. And of course, the issue with that is that, as many of you will know, there's no upgrades here. Now, the way we were getting things in and out of here before was using the logistics pipes, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're kind of redundant at this point. We don't really need them anymore with the simplified setup, other than, you know, say for the fact that I can't think of any other way to get things out of the mass fabricator, because you can't just dump them directly into here using something like a item translocator, because as you all know, item translocators don't work to dump items into black holes. So I suppose what we could do, if we wanted to make this all look very silly, is we could just use one of these, because it's never going to overflow, because reasonably it's never going to actually get completely filled up. That would look silly, though. I'm not lying. It would look silly, and it's going to look silly because we're going to have to stack it up in the air, and it's going to have to be like that high up in the air, right, in order for this to work, because this is going to go there. Wait, does it have to be higher than that? No, I don't think so. Where'd the mass fabricator go? I saw a generator in my inventory and it made me nervous. So that's going to be floating in the air in order to hook this on there. And that's not even the right black hole unit. Okay, there we go. UU matter. Yep, theoretically that works, except now how do we get that from there to there? Didn't think about that, did we? Okay. So there's that running again. We are absolutely positive this doesn't work, right? I know we've tried so many times. But I can't help but just sit around sometimes and wonder, oh man, but what if, though, it just stinking worked? What if? Can you imagine? Can you imagine living in such a glorious and wonderful world where that just was a thing that worked? Hello? Please. I'm begging you. I feel like that would be so cool. If you just, like, you worked. How cool would that be? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not asking for much here. I don't even know who to be mad at. We were using intermediary chest before, this one right here, and I suppose we could continue to use that one. Silly though it would be, and it would be silly. Or maybe not so silly. Now that I've said it, maybe not so silly. Hear me out on this. We'll put that there, but only just so we have something to set this on. What if we just moved the location of the black hole unit? There's no practical reason it needs to be down here in the basement. So what if we instead set this up with the item translocators? So it empties out into here. Like that. Except it won't. I think I remember now. It won't. It needs to link. It needs to export from the bottom for some just entirely asinine reason. That's fine. We can manage that. We can make that happen. Power into the side. How about that? Okay. And then hop out the bottom. We'll just put this down here. Kind of out of sight, out of mind, as they say. And then... there we go. I think it's silly, but this is where we're at. And then we'll take this one, which is the one that everything up top pulls from anyway, and we will go to Factory East with it, and just sort of, I don't know, tuck it out of the way over here in one of these corners where we've got all this other nonsense going on anyway, so who cares? Just, like, stick it literally right there. Is this the one with all the UU matter? Stick it literally right there. grab one more of these and one more of these. And hold on a minute. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, no, I'm starting to see the flaw here. I'm starting to see the flaw here because those two don't correspond, but these two do? This is the one in the basement now. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, no, so it's this one that we want to throw up here. I'm figuring it out. Don't listen. It's coming together. So this one is the one in the basement, slowly ticking up. And then we want it to be connected to this one. Okay? With the glowstone. Boop. No, whoa. No, there's no reason for there to be glowstone in here. Get that out of there. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Never mind. That was stupid. There's a reason that when we were down there, doing almost exactly the same setup, we had a gravity pipe. There we go. Lovely, lovely. And then next to that, because this is the one that everyone in the factory actually gets their UU matter out of, we have it be hooked up with a couple more items translocators. We already had plenty in our inventory, but, you know, here we are getting even more. And there we go. So is this a little convoluted? No. This is actually the exact same setup we had in the basement. We have the chest where all the UU matter is created, basically gets jumped into here, hopped into here, and then sent over to here. It's the exact same setup as before. If you think it's silly now, you probably thought it was silly then, and you are correct. I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. Everything we're doing is just that little bit silly, but we're pressing on. Meanwhile, down here, yeah, this all looks really good. This is, are these reached 100%? They're at 100% speed, and still not quite managing to keep. I mean, they're maintaining, is what's happening right now, and that's good. That's good. I bet if they had, you know what? No, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it. How about the iron situation is good. So iron is good and broken, which we like to see. So now we just got to fill all of this in. And something I wanted to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, is I wanted to surround all of this with... I wanted this to be like a perfectly squared block, perfectly centered in the room, surrounded with purple lights. And the only potential problem I see with that right now is that there's these cables here, but I can reroute those, I think. Well, dang it. No, hold on. Got to get the power underneath here somehow. Temporarily unplug everything. Okay, there we go. That's our entry point right there. Oh, Shrek off. Are you kidding me? Why is the bedrock always so inconvenient to me? I feel like bedrock was programmed to specifically be a nuisance to me. Alright, there we go. And then into here. And then plugged into everything. Perfect. So that should still be working. Quickest way I know to check without just listening for the sound effects of everything still running is to do one of these. Yep, everything is still plugged in. Except for you. You're no longer plugged in. I see that now. Issue has been corrected. That creates like a weird circle of power that I don't like, even though I don't think it matters. But there's the situation corrected. Now we can put, well, you know what? Let's fill in that hole there. There. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So as of right now, this is where the power is running, and we are going to correct that to have it run, presumably, is this an electrical cable? What is happening? Get me out of this. I actually need to get into the wall back here for a second, so I can kind of see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so that's connected there, and I can now patch the hole in the wall, as well as break this cable, and we really don't need power going up top anymore. So, okay, that was one of the more prolonged freezes that we've had, which is just always very concerning when it happens. But we can grab more marble, and we can grab more stairs, and I don't know why caps lock is on. I guess I'm just very excited about what's happening. That's what the situation is. But look at this. That is now invisible. And we can get rid of all this up here. Get rid of these chests. They're not needed anymore. Get rid of all of these. They're also not needed anymore. Get rid of these power cables down here. Boop and bop. Lovely. It's all coming together and looking good. I don't want to hoard all of this stuff. I do want to put it all away, but temporarily I'm going to put it all right here. And that way we will have plenty of room to get out the injection molder, it's a CF sprayer, and obfuscator, and just take care of that business right there. That'll go way underground, and we're not going to ever go down there and kind of deal with the repercussions of that. You know what? This is going to have to be broken anyway once we accidentally inject foam all over it, so we'll just go ahead and inject the foam and then replace it. And then the rest of this can be... We're just going to cap it over. We'll leave it hollow, but otherwise we'll cap it over, and then you need to be set like such. I think I made fun before of people needing to rush through this with sand, but I don't actually blame people. You know, I think the dry time's a little bit random, and I am curious to see what the final look is going to end up being. So there we go. Now, of course, some of you may have noticed that there is still a couple of things left to do up here. We do still need the world spike, and no, we're not going to leave it hovering in the air. That would be ridiculous. Are going to get rid of all this, though, because we just don't need it. Wonder what that black hole was used for. Wonder what this ender storage chest was for. At the end of the day, once all of this is tidied up, what we should be left with is an inventory so full of sand and random gubbins that there's no room to get the important stuff, which is these two machines. This is all we need now. We just have to integrate these three components down there somehow. Well, that made a bit of a mess, didn't it? That's alright, we'll figure this out. I think we'll just put the standard world spike there. We will put the appropriate ender chest, which is not triple black. Is that it? White, blue, blue? That sounds right. We'll put it there. And then we will use... Guess what we'll use? Can you guess what we're... First thing we're going to do is we're going to dump all that in there. Because, gosh, it's taking up a lot of space. And then we are going to put some of this in here like that. So we have some storage space. And then we're going to grab a couple of our favorite items in the game, even though we already had plenty in our inventory. And even though it doesn't really benefit us at all, I reckon we're probably going to go ahead and take this opportunity to put in a single piece of glowstone so it moves a stack at a time for no reason, because it's unnecessary. World Spike is activated. And there we are. And my, oh my... Oh, actually, wait a minute. No, hold on. No, yeah, no, this is all wrong. Oh, shoot. I can't believe I just did that. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Disconnected everything. I was going to put a light there, but I don't know if I can. Well, hold on. If we go upstairs real quick, I think you can grab just an individual piece of construction foam, if that's what it's called. Yeah. You can grab an individual piece, okay, and then we'll go back downstairs. I imagine this is not going to work at all the way I would like for it to. What I would like to be able to do is put this on there, and then sample this light. No, I already know what that's going to look like when it dries. I've already got a really good idea of what we're going to be looking at there if we ever manage to get sand pulled up here. And out, and then, yeah. No, that's not going to work. Okay, well... There's no way to route sand underneath this thing either is the issue. There's not supposed to be a block there, is there? No, okay. Oh, looky here. Oh, dang it, it goes to a dead end! The bedrock! The bedrock is the bane of my existence. Here we go. Hold on, here we go. Alright, here's what we'll do. This is how much this means to me. We'll go around like this, and that should be good. I think this has a cable in it, so this should still be getting power. Yeah, everything's still running, everything is set up just fine, and now I can come in, and you know what, we'll tuck this away back there. We need the correct lights. There they are. I did have plenty in my inventory, as it happens. Good. There. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it lovely? Charge this thing up. Oh, you monster. You monster. I can fix that right now. I'm not gonna have this over here in my perfect world mocking me. Let's cut down. So here in the wall is where we need that to run to. It looks like it already connects right there, actually. So what we really need to do is just have this line come out of the wall. Okay, nothing blew up from the sounds of things. And we can just close that right in. Doot, doot, doot. And from the outside, it is perfect. What about on the inside? First off, we can finally get to this door again. Oh, good gosh. Dang it! These stupid doors! Okay, you don't have to have a bare hand, but you gotta have the right kind of thing in your hand. Bare hand's just the easiest. Rar? Get it because bare hand? Yeah, I'm not really sure what more we could do here. Is this also a door? Hold on, this might also be a door. That's the most useless door. This is all hooked up, though. This is hooked up now for some reason. This is empty, and I don't know why it's here. But there we go. That is now very tidy and looking good. That is very tidy and looking good. This is charged up and operating. At what power level are we looking here, according to the EU reader? 94,000 EU per tick. We could add some more solar panels somewhere and get up to 100,000, I'm sure. But I think you will agree that this is a much tidier... I'm trying to get myself like a nice little view for the thumbnail. This is a much tidier looking basement. This looks really, really good. And also, we still have this over here. So, if you want to go back and remember the old days of when we used to do nuclear things down here, and I would just completely forgot about this stuff, and I've been too lazy to move it, and I'm not going to. You know what? I'll tell you what, we're gonna put a sign on it. We're literally gonna signpost it here. Let's see. What are we going to call this? In memoriam of nuclear. No. Wait. In memoriam of nuclear. Just like old George W. used to say. Perfect. Somebody's going to see that sign on like episode 210.
Excuse me, but that's not how nuclear is spelled.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful and it's nighttime. Folks, oh, actually, this might look better at night. Especially when you get like the little blues in the corners. Oh my goodness gracious, look at this place. It's fabulous. Thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every single one of you, and I will see you... Oh gosh, we're not centered. Close enough. In the next one. Goodbye, God bless you, and Merry Christmas! What's the next episode gonna be? Is that gonna be... No. Is that gonna be episode 99? Howdy there, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and Merry Christmas to each and every single one of you out there in the big, wide, wonderful world. I'm hoping you are all having a wonderful weekend. We are heading into Christmas. Tomorrow is, of course, Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day, where we will release episode 100 of this series at a Christmas party, no less. We'll see how that turns out, but today is kind of a special day in and of itself. This is episode 99 of our Tekkit 2 Let's Play adventure, and I want to spend it doing something very special. Has nothing to do with crafting or mining. Considering what the game is, that's saying something. But we're going to come back to that here in a minute, because it's something that I think is going to be very, very, very special, and I want it to actually be meaningful and have some impact. And maybe I'm building it up too much. What we're going to do right now, though, is I couldn't help but notice that if you have a little gander over here at the train station, something's been happening around here. Looks like they've been getting ready for a little bit of a Christmas party. So I wasn't really sure where the Christmas party was going to take place, but it appears as though it's going to be here at the train station, which makes a ton of sense because, first off, there's only like 3 lines coming in here, so most of the place is big and empty and open and looking fantastic. Everyone has a quick and easy way here, except for the dwarves. Now that I think about it, we never bothered building them a bridge or a railroad. I'll bring him over, it's fine. No, the fire! The fire! If you get too close to that corner, the fire kicks off. Napier! I've got to say, Napier, this place is looking really... The fire's gonna drive me nuts. Okay, good, it's gone. I was gonna say, I'm gonna go extinguish all the fire. Napier, this place is looking fantastic. Thank you, Reese Crafts. We are pulling out all of the stops for the Christmas party. I gotta say, you know what? I thought my tree looked bad, but this is like the Charlie Brown tree, but kind of like halfway through the way it was when they found it, and at the end when all the kids like wave their hands around and perform some sort of demonic magic spell to make it a nice tree. I think the idea was that they were just showing it love and affection and attention, and it was getting better. Kind of like what would happen if someone would just, gosh darn it, show just a little bit of affection for Charlie Brown, God bless his soul. The lights look good. I like how they figured out the lighting, and we could never do that. There's wreaths, there's presents, there's even like a proper thing around the bottom of the Christmas tree, and baubles. This is absolutely fantastic, Napier. I am personally very impressed. It's going to be a night to remember, one for the history books to be sure. I mean, I think it's just going to end up being a Christmas party, so I don't know about all that. I think it might just end up being a normal Christmas party. But, by the way, why are we having a party on Christmas Day? Most people have parties around Christmas, but if they're having it on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, they tend to be on Christmas Eve. Most normal people want to be with their families on Christmas Eve, but no one has plans for the evening of Christmas Day. That's true, actually. I have plans with my family for Christmas Day, and, you know, sometimes we'll go to extended family members' houses in the sort of afternoon hours. But yeah, no one does anything on Christmas evening, like the actual evening of Christmas. Like, what are you doing 7 o'clock at Christmas, other than being sad about the fact that Christmas is over with? I guess as a kid, you had all the new toys and stuff you'd play with. I remember one year I got a Star Wars playset. That's not relevant. Napier, you make excellent points. Have you made a decision concerning the Senate's offer? You know, I am still thinking that one over, and I'm going to come to a conclusion soon. I'll know by Christmas morning for sure, one way or the other. I will definitely let you know definitively. I hope you make a wise choice for everyone's sake. Well, that's a little bit ominous there, Napier. I don't know why you would phrase it like that. Happy Christmas, Reese Crafts. Take care. You too, Napier. Happy Christmas, or Craftmas, or whatever. What? What an odd conversation. I mean, I guess he's thinking about how it would be good for the economy if I sold it? I guess? Although, where's the money coming from? Is it coming from all the villagers? I suppose it's a taxation situation. I wonder if they all have representation. I guess they must, because there's a whole Senate. Are they elected? There was an election to choose the Senator Supreme, which I assume was internal within the Senate itself. But I actually don't know. I have no idea how the government around here operates. Whatever. I mean, we'll make our mind up. But what I wanted to do, and in fact, I think I know exactly where I want to go to do this. I want to go to the very top. I want to go to the penthouse of the factory and look down at creation, and the only explanation I can find... I want to look down at everything that we've done since the start of this series. And in fact, maybe we should go literally all the way onto the roof for this. And just with all of this sort of as our backdrop here, I wanted to address a comment that I got, okay? So this is a comment, and we've gotten comments from this individual before. This is Spiger? I'm never sure how to pronounce the name properly, but this is the dev behind Industrial Craft Classic, a mod that we have made extensive use of in this series. Now, Spiger, we're going to go with that pronunciation and hope it's correct. They don't watch the series, but somehow they get information about things happening in it and occasionally pop in to leave helpful comments and suggestions, and have done so, actually, since Tekkit Legends. So this is an individual who's popped up in my comments before and always offered extremely helpful tips and useful bits of information. And you might think you know where you're going with this, but you don't. You have no idea where I'm going with this. I don't know where you're going with it, actually, now that I've said that. I misspoke is what happened there. But they said, "Howdy, friend. The reason the charge pad is so slow at 1910, and this is on the Mass Fabrication Revelation episode, is basically the item has a charge rate limit, and you ran into it. So the charge pad was not slow. It was really, really fast, and we're very pleased with how much faster it was. But I understand what he means there, is that the individual items do have limited charge rates. Didn't watch the entire video, just the spot, because the Tekkit 2 pack dev So presumably we're talking about X-John. You'll see X-John's name at the end of every episode, because in the credits it actually says Tekkit 2 X-John. Presumably that's who we're talking about. Showed it to me. Yes, I asked him to keep an eye out for me for LPs. And then I said, oh my gosh, I didn't realize the Pack Dev watches these. And he said he might not watch every single one, but I know for a fact he lurks into videos. Why wouldn't he? Seeing people interact with your work usually makes people really happy. And that made me realize that of all the things that go into a Let's Play, there's two types of people that get no thanks. And that is the pack developers and the mod developers, or I've always called them mod authors and pack curators. That's not like the official terms, that's just what I've called them, because it makes sense to me, right? You know, you have these people who author these incredible mods. I complain a lot about logistics pipes, but when you look at that mod, that is an incredible mod and an incredible achievement. I don't know if it's an individual or a team, but someone puts a lot of time into that and has made all of these really minute and specific, detailed items that all do very specific little things, and I can't get it to work the way I want it to. But somewhere out there, people are able to figure it out, and this person has poured hundreds of hours into coding this mod. It's incredible. And then you have Spiegel here, hopefully I'm still saying that correctly, who is maintaining one of the most fundamental Minecraft mods. I feel like if you've been playing modded Minecraft since back in the day, you've engaged with Industrial Craft. And Industrial Craft Classic is a continuation of that sort of original experience you got when you played the original Tekkit, you know? So the old Technic packs, back before Technic packs were a launcher, back when it was Technic, and then Technic 2 and Technic 3, and then you had Tekkit, which was the multiplayer version. Like, this is a core mod experience, and that's being kept alive by this individual. And then you have X-John, okay? You have X-John over here, who has created Tekkit 2, although it might be called Tekkit Squared. We've talked about that. We might be getting it wrong, based on how it's stylized. No thanks whatsoever, and in fact, I've seen a lot of hate thrown his way for decisions made in the comment sections of some of my videos. Nothing too vitriolic or mean-spirited, but normally just people complain. You know, in earlier episodes of my series, some items had EMC values that in later episodes they no longer had, because things were changed to make it more authentic to Tekkit Classic. And I'll complain about it, you know, and other people will complain about it. But we can't lose sight of what's happened here. We have people, dozens if not hundreds, in this pack alone. I mean, think about the people who make the Sphax textures. It might be like, okay, you make a texture for dirt, and then 12 years later, it's the same texture, right? But they do stuff at it all the time. And then there's volunteers who come in, and they make textures for all the modded items. This frame that we're looking at right now is not my work. Yeah, I built it, sure. Well, okay, I mean, I didn't build most of this. Most of it was some mod we're unsure of and an AI. But, you know, this is the work of hundreds of people making textures and, you know, volunteering their time. No one's getting paid for this. Maybe some people are getting the occasional, you know, ad revenue from a download somewhere at some point, but for the most part, this is volunteer effort to make the textures, to make the mods, in X-John's position, putting it all together, making sure they all work together. Not only that they work together, but that all the mods interact in a way that makes sense and they don't overpower one another or break the game, and it's a ton of thankless effort. And then you got some dumb schmo like me, who runs around and something frustrates me, and it's funny in the video to ham it up. You know, it's one thing to what I normally do in real life, you know, when I'm recording, doing something behind the scenes, when I'm like, this isn't working, that's frustrating. But then it's another thing on camera to go, why is it broken? You know, because that's funny. that's a memorable experience, and you at home can laugh at, look at Reese's frustration. It's real frustration. Slightly blown out into proportion, into bigger proportion. What am I trying to say right now? There are over 125 videos about Tekkit 2 in this channel's Tekkit 2 playlist. Over 125. Yeah, we're only on episode 29, but there was a bunch of, like, point episodes, so, like, in between episodes. There's some channel member exclusive episodes, which, Merry Christmas. If you check the playlist, On Christmas Day, you'll find that all of those have been set to unlisted. Not public, because I don't want them to suddenly be released into the algorithm. First off, that screws up the release order, because if I set them to public now, it'll show their release date as now. Unlisted. You can find them in the playlist. Future generations that watch through this series will be able to watch them and never really know that they were channel member exclusive, except for the fact that I mentioned it in the video, so Merry Christmas and enjoy that. But over 125 videos, I didn't even tally up the hours, but considering most episodes are about an hour long, it's probably somewhere close to 100 hours of content. All of which I put a lot of effort into, and an AI put some effort into as well. And many more hours behind the scenes, right? But that's not all my effort. None of that would be possible without the hard work of these individuals. So specifically, I have two names. I have Speaker, who is the only mod author who's taken the time to actually comment and let me know when, you know, I'm being a big dum-dum or don't understand something and explain something, which is appreciated, and not something that I expect mod authors to do. I don't want to put out there that this is the expectation, that when some schmuck on the internet's making a video about your mod, you need to be in the comments explaining it. Absolutely not. These people have lives. They've donated enough of their time. They don't need to also be babysitting me. But I appreciate that so much, and I appreciate all the work you've done on the mod for like a decade now. Like I said, Speaker's been commenting on my videos back when I was on the Cub Gaming channel, the Howdy Folks Gaming channel. It was called Cub Games back in the day, doing Tekkit Classic, or I'm sorry, Tekkit Legends. So much time creating these mods and managing them and maintaining them, and I appreciate it so much. And XJohn, mostly thankless. You brought back Tekkit. I thought Tekkit was done. I knew that Technic Pack was still going, and people were still making sort of fan mod packs, and people were making their own sort of iterations, but XJohn somehow got in with the Technic Pack guys and was like, I will make a new Tekkit too. I don't know what that looked like, but this is not a fan pack. It is. I'm assuming XJohn's a fan. This is like an official release. This is, if you go to the Technic website, there's the fan packs, and then there's the Technic packs, and this is a new version of Tekkit, which I thought after Tekkit Legends, that was like a swan song. That was a send-off. That was a, here's to the last 6 or 7 years of Tekkit. Adios. But we got a new one, and a new Hexit. And a new Hexit! I thought I was the only one who remembered that! I've not played Hexit 2 yet, but I plan on it in the near future. So, thank you, XJohn, so much. I hope this video makes it back to you. Like I say, I doubt that XJohn, like Speaker, is sitting around and watching my videos. Neither of them are doing that. I don't know how XJohn ended up watching that last episode. If I had to guess, I'd say someone watched it, took a clip, sent it on the Discord, and said, hey, this is confusing, and he passed it along, but hopefully you get to see this. For over a year now. It feels like at least a year and a half now, right? This came out in August of last year, July of last year. Close to a year and a half now, I've been playing this mod pack. Like I said, over 100 hours spent in it, over 125 videos spent in it. It has been an immense amount of fun for me. Even the frustration, when I sit down to edit a video where I'm like particularly frustrated with something not working and not understanding why, it's funny to watch. And I'm like, yeah, I'm struggling, this is good content. It's all wonderful. To the folks who make the BD Craft resource pack and the Christmas pack, which is what allows it to look like Christmas right now. Thank you so much to just everyone, all of the mod authors, XJohn as the pack curator, and also thank you to every single one of you fine folks out there for watching. This is the series that got this channel to the monetization threshold. This is the series that I feel like spurred a lot of folks to become channel members, and we're actually going to end this episode by reading off the current channel member names. And if you signed up after today, and are after recording, I guess I should say, I'm very sorry. Did the game just go to sleep? Okay, we're back and we don't have sound anymore. That happens with Minecraft for some reason. When it goes to sleep, when you come back, there's no audio. I should have anticipated that. Well, folks, that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to say thank you to Speaker and all of the other pack authors. I wanted to say thank you to XJohn for your fine work authoring this very true, authentic Tekkit experience. This is, if you want to play Tekkit Classic in the modern era, that's what this is. And it is a perfect recreation of it with space. If you were a Tekkit main fan back in 2013, I believe that was, 2013, 2014, somewhere in that ballpark. And I've had immense fun with it, so thank you. And thank you to our channel members, whom I'm going to pull up here in just a minute. I'm struggling. In order of total time as a member, Lucas Kits and Purple Lemons are both about to be year-long channel members, and I appreciate it immensely. But starting with the cosmic Lucas Kits, thank you. The otherworldly Purple Lemons, thank you. The legendary Maria Amor, thank you. The otherworldly Jake Yates, thanks. I don't know why you got a wink. Everyone gets a wink in my heart, how about that? But I'm not going to do it at the end of every name, because that would get annoying, I assume. The legendary Gilliam, the mythic Ryan Wilson, the legendary GSNL, the mythic Jankass64, the mythic David Grindle, the mythic James Davis, the mythic JC Light, the mythic Zevzy, the mythic Braxton, the legendary Heather Hancock, the mythic Ben Ridout, the mythic The Broken Light Bulb, the mythic Lena Ooh, the mythic L, the mythic Renus Dirksen, the mythic Death Walks, the mythic Jeremiah Zimpetti, the mythic Hakar, the mythic CJ, the fabled Gamer 225, the fabled Atale Perez, the fabled Jonas, the fabled JD Wheeler, the fabled GCBW, the fabled T Hopko, the fabled Ojala, and the fabled myself. But not me, that's just their name. Thank each and every single one of you for your support on the series, and to all future channel members, and all past channel members for that matter, thank all of you for your support. And Merry Christmas. You know, I don't think I want to end this series. I think we're having too much fun, and we have too much more to do. So until next time, thank you folks for watching. God bless each and every one of you. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. Bit late, but there you go. And I'll see you all Christmas Day for the Christmas party. Probably sometime in the afternoon. God bless you. Good night. Good morning. Whenever this comes out. Whenever you watch it. Maybe you're watching it 2026. Hope the world hasn't ended yet. Goodbye. Howdy folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese. Welcome back to Tekkit 2 and Merry Christmas Day to each and every single one of you. If you are in a time zone where it is currently Christmas Day and you are watching at the time of release, otherwise, Happy Christmas Eve or Boxing Day if that's a thing your country does. I don't know what it is, but I hear Canadians and people in the UK talking about it, so I assume it's something. Or maybe it's a prank they're playing on me. They're playing a prank on the whole of America. Like, let's talk about Boxing Day. They'll believe it's a real thing. It'll be hilarious. That's how you sound, by the way, if you live in the UK. Yes. Merry Christmas, everyone, and welcome back to episode 100 of Tekkit 2. I don't know if I have ever done 100 episodes of a Minecraft series before. Thinking back on it, I might have with the Tekkit 25-25-25 challenge, but that was a very different kind of series where I would sit down and record for 25 minutes straight, and whatever got done in that 25 minutes, that was the episode. So a very, very different sort of series compared to this, where I wanted to start in the basement, because I feel like the basement is really second only to one other structure in the whole of the world when it comes to representing what we've managed to accomplish. The other one being the factory here, and the many, many, many floors that it has, and the absolute abundance of UU matter that we have collected. Now, wait a minute. This isn't a bit. Hold on a minute. I'm very confused. Where'd the UU matter go? Something bugged? Is there a bug? This is not a bit. We're supposed to be going to a Christmas party that's already started and we're a little bit late for. Where has all the UU matter gone? Am I an idiot? What am I missing here? What's... That's full. Okay. That's not... I mean, that might be doing some more manufacturing. But I don't... No, it's got plenty of... Did I put down the wrong... It's possible that I put down the wrong... Hold on. Furnaces, glass, oak planks, iron ingots. That one's empty as well. Where did all the UU matter go? Why is there only one in there right now? And it's gone now. What is using all of the UU? We had so much UU matter. What is using it? I genuinely, this is not a bit. I don't know where it's going. That's not the, that's not the bye-bye bag. That's white. It's white, purple, purple, which is what these use. Yeah. I mean, sure, there's things using it, but how did we go from so much of it to basically none of it? I'm so deeply and profoundly confused right now. At the end of the last episode, we had so much UU matter, and granted, not a lot's being produced right now because it's nighttime, but still, that doesn't explain where it's gone. I am genuinely perplexed right now. I'm so confused. What else is hooked up to that chest that could be consuming them right now? This is hooked up to that chest. But it's not this. We know it's not this, because this has so much... Oh. Oh. Oh, no, it was this. Okay, I see what happened. Because, like so many other things around here, this is slightly broken, and I guess it just consumed an infinite number of UU matter, and it went through the system in like a cycle and then dumped it all in here for some perplexing reason, even though it's not doing anything right now. See, this is such a... Just, at least we know where it is, alright? That's what matters at the end of the day. It's not missing. Okay, you know what? We have a Christmas party to get to. I'm glad on episode 100 we started off with one more bafflingly confusing thing. That is absolutely perfect for the trajectory of this series, but now it is time to go... Wait a minute. We shouldn't go to a Christmas party completely decked out in gear. That's poor form. That is very poor form. I think we should probably... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is how fast you normally move in Minecraft, isn't it? Oh my... Is this? Hold on. Is this how fast I am in a normal series, or am I, like, being slowed down? Maybe the spectacles are slowing me down? Why does this feel so slow? I'm so used to this being the default walk speed, and this being the run speed. How can I possibly... I'm glad we're not ending Tekkit today, because, my gosh... Something's wrong. Wait a minute, we should be moving faster than this. Why am I not moving faster than this? There's something perplexing going on here, but we're not going to worry about it. We're going to get an armor stand, and we are going to, if you know what was causing that, comment down below. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're actually going to swap all of the armor down one, because I think it looks a little bit silly to have the red matter be all the way on the end here. We're going to get enough free spaces that we can do this, and do all of these... like so, and you might say this isn't necessary. I want it to look nice down here. What we've got is, effectively, it represents the entire... Can I get the sword? There we go. I like that the sword was just on in the armor stand, too. That's great. What we've got here represents the armor through the ages, the different stages of the Let's Play. It's a good, fun time. And right at the end, on episode 100, we're going to have the pinnacle of our gear, and in fact, we're going to get all of our gear. We're not going to end it here. We're going to get all of that. I was gonna also put Swiftwolf's Rending Gale in there, but let's see. Look at this. The absolute peak. The zenith. Can I equip both of these? You have to do one or the other. Alright, well, we'll just tuck this away inside of here, and no one has to know about it. We're just gonna... There you go. Everything's tucked away safely in a bag. And look at the armor through the ages. Look at what we've done over the course of the last 100 episodes. Going from, what was this, bronze? Was this bronze or was this copper? This was bronze to composites to the nano. We did also have quantum armor, but I think that got destroyed when we died that one time by a creeper explosion or something. With the dark matter and then, of course, the red matter. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely beautiful. Can you really not put a second item? It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Can I still fly? Don't I have Swiftwolf's Rending Gale? I was gonna say I'm gonna have to have something to fly over there. I guess I could probably just kind of keep the boots so I can at least see, like, there we go. Move with some speed. I just think it's poor form to show up to a Christmas party fully decked out in armor with, like, weaponry. That just seems like the wrong thing to do. Now, I'm hopeful that when we get here, because the party should have already started, we're actually arriving a little bit late. I'm hoping the dwarves found their way here already, and that we don't have to go, like, ferry them over on boats, although, oh my gosh, look at this place! It's a swinging shindig, and everyone is here! Pork! Judge Pork, how are you doing? Merry Craftmas! Merry Craftmas, how are you doing today? I don't know what that... I'm sorry, I beg your... Whoa! Happy Craftmas, Reese Crafts. Was all of that just him, like, slurredly attempting to speak? What have you got there? What are you drinking, man? Drinking hardly drinking. I got the hiccup in the wrong spot, but you get the general idea. Yeah, no, I'm gonna probably avoid whatever that is, because you seem a little far gone. If I'm honest with you, why are there so many security guards here today? What is that all about, man? There's like way too many robots. I hope Napier programmed them well then, huh? What? Napier... I didn't know that Napier programmed them. I didn't know he had a knack for such a thing. Oh, yes. It was very clear that he alone was to do the programming. I mean, nothing seems strange about that, if I'm honest with you. Are they having some kind of a stare down over there? Hey, it's good to see you, Pork. Take care, brother. Corsary's Craft, Merry Craftmas, good sir. Yeah, man. Well, like his fellows are drinking too. I hope that not everyone here is going to be in a condition. Balder, Bramble, good to see you both. Good to see you both. See you both are, everyone's gonna be a little bit discombobulated at this party then. We're gonna have to keep our wits about us. It's just us and the robots. Napier is like eyeballing me. He's gonna want to know the answer to the question of whether or not we're gonna sell the factory, which of course we decided at the end of the last episode we're not going to, but I'm not gonna tell him that yet. Laris, Spurious, you're both beautiful. I love you. I haven't spent a lot of time with the dwarves. That's what we're gonna do in our next 100 episodes. We're gonna hang out with the dwarves and get to know them. Leaf looks like a cool guy. He's got a neat beard and mustache situation going on. Gray, are you left-handed? Are you a lefty? What's going on here? Hey, lad, you could say that. Yeah, just noticed I think you're the only one holding your drink in your left hand, man. Well, hey. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's just something I observed. Ah, the lads. We got Fernie, Gunner, Baz. Baz, did you bring a fishing rod with you to a Christmas party? Always be ready to... I respect it, Baz, and I'm glad to see that you came. I wonder if he would have if we hadn't cheered him up by building him that house across the way there. Maggie! Maggie, what are you doing all the way over here by yourself? Oh, I was hoping there would be mistletoe, but alas, yeah, I mean, I could spawn in some leaves and just, like, tack them to the ceiling, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the same sort of thing. It's probably cheating, actually. Maybe when things wind down, you and I can go back to my house and... jingle some bells? I don't even know what that means. I can recognize the innuendo when I see one, but I don't follow it at all. Maybe I can deck your halls. Maggie, oh my gosh, there's a chicken over there watching. Also, your brother's like giving me a really... He's eyeballing me right now. I don't know about that. All I'm saying is maybe we can make it snow. Okay, Maggie, you know what? Maybe. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, you know? I'll keep that in mind. Carl, too. Merry Craftmas. How are you? I'd be better if you weren't trying to force your religion on me. There's always one, isn't there? There's just always one. Yeah, you know what? I think you're gonna be Christmas dinner, if I'm honest with you, Carl. Alright, I guess it can't be avoided any longer. We're gonna have to go talk to Napier. Napier! Merry Craftmas! Happy Craftmas, Reesecrafts! What is your decision? Straight to the point. Listen, we've done a lot, but there's a lot left to do. I have other solar panel designs I want to make, okay? I have plans on doing all kinds of refinements to the factory, because it's a little bit of a mess right now and it doesn't work really well, so my answer is, as much as I appreciate it, right now, I'm gonna have to say no. I've got a lot more that I want to do, so I'm gonna have to turn down your offer to buy the factory. That is unfortunate. It leaves me with no choice, I'm afraid. Well, this is not the response I expected. I assumed he'd be disappointed, but what exactly do you mean by Commander? Huh? Sir? What is this? What is this? What are you two going on about? Execute Order 69? Wait, what? Wait! Oh! Oh. Oh, what happened? Napier, what the heck? Did he knock me over the head or something? What's going on here? You gonna explain yourself? Reesecrafts, I'd really hoped that it wouldn't come to this. Come to what? What are you talking about? Why are we out here at the portal? Did you build this? Why is this here? I am sorry, but you slept through your trial. The Senate has already decided your fate. Trial for what? What did I do? What am I being accused of? What crimes have I committed? For unleashing an evil AI upon these lands, for refusing to relinquish his ill-gotten land and resources to their rightful owners. Now, you're not talking about the factory, because your village was miles away from here, okay? This had nothing to do with you. These lands weren't taken from you. And worst of all, opening not one, but two portals to other dimensions and allowing their inhabitants to spill into our world, take our lands and resources without ever lifting a finger to stop them. What was I supposed to do? First off, an AI did that. I understand you're blaming me for what he did, but listen, there's gotta be another way to settle all of this, okay? For your crimes, you've been sentenced to exile? It's Minecraft. Where are you gonna exile me to? Like, over there into the woods? The land of Twilight, of course. Now wait just a minute, Napier. Wait just a minute. Now wait just a minute. Wait.
Hello, cub. It's been a while, eh?
Napier, wait a minute! No, wait, no! Hello? Is this death? Did I die? Ah! Huh? Wait! Wait, no! No, I don't have anything! Wait, no! Take me back! Take me back! What have we gotten ourselves into?